Another day of the Blast Premier Spring 2020 Finals. G2 started off against ENCE, and G2 looked like a completely different team. They 16-6 on Train, ENCE's pick, but then they went on to their pick of Mirage, and they looked lost. ENCE came out with some real surprise moments, good timings, and they won it 16-8. The decider was Dust2, and G2 reset themselves, came out in full force for a 16-6 win. Then we had NIP taking on OG, and well, OG, they were gone and down and out of it in every map. Both maps ended 16-6, and NIP, they were just Mr. Consistent this time around. They're looking like the best NIP we've seen in a long time, and that sees ENCE and OG eliminated here at the Blast Premier Finals. We'll have to see what happens today.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another beautiful, glorious day of Counter-Strike here at the Blast Premier. We're in the playoff brackets. It's the home stretch. Loads of cash on the line and the best teams competing in CS. I'm your host, Semler. Thank you once again for joining us, and joining me here on the desk, Maniac and Sponge, our fine analysts. Guys, how you feeling today? Good?
I feel amazing. Oh, I don't think you can hear me. I'm not exactly sure.
I can definitely hear you.
You can hear me?
I can hear it.
Oh,
I can hear it.
Amazing. I don't hear myself, but you hear me.
I started that way.
Oh, there it is.
I started this way, guys.
Go ahead.
I went to email.com to check my email.
What is it? Email?
I'm waiting for me.
That's not even a website. That's how broken my brain is. Today I wanted to check my email. I went to email.com. That's what's wrong with me today. So I don't know how today's going to pan out, guys. I'm sorry.
And this is the guy who's going to be doing analysis for us today. So there we go, guys. Let's take a look at what he is going to be. Well, what we talked about already. Let's take a look at yesterday's results. This is how we got here. One step further in these brackets. 2-1 victory for G2 over ENCE. NIP destroyed OG, sent them down to the lower bracket and fine. Well, no, actually, that was an elimination match. My mistake. G2 and NIP moving on in the lower bracket. That's what was going on, because the upper bracket was in North America, and that's where, well, you know, Liquid lost to Evil Geniuses, fellas. Liquid lost.
There it is again.
You know, sometimes, you know, the guys who know what they're talking about predict correctly, and well, you know, the others just follow in their footsteps.
If only people could see the WhatsApp group that we have and how we flame each other with these predictions. That would be a thing of beauty. That would be content.
Listen, I am so hyped watching these matches because of these predictions, because we're actually keeping score for once. Because, you know, back in the day, it was like, oh, predictions, yeah, haha, and then we're not keeping score, so there's nothing on the line. You can just do whatever you want, like Anders. But then, when there's a score involved, all of a sudden, you're really caring about that prediction, dude. When EG were bringing it back, I was like, go EG! Shouting in my basement at 3 in the morning. It was great. So, I get it. Big match, though. I mean, EG really look like they're coming together as a team. They're looking much more solid here, and it really leaves you wondering where Liquid are right now.
Well, I think we should focus on EG rather than Liquid right now, because if you're an EG fan and if you remember the run that they had in New York, for example, last year, well, this to me was the closest version of them I had seen in a long, long time. This looked like the destroyer of words. This looked at the EG that was completely on fire, not afraid to take any risks. Everyone was actually stepping up, having impact. Stanislow as well. He could be sometimes down in the numbers, but he was actually very impactful. It's also the resurgence of Ethan. We hadn't seen him in a long, long time. Welcome back in Counter-Strike. He was the highest rated player in that series. So if you like EG, if you're rooting for them, yesterday that gave you a lot of hope.
Yeah, and remember, that was the first time they had beaten them in, 2 years. The Cause, right? The Cause was what we were comparing right there. So for the guys on that roster, it's a big victory. And this is a good step in the right direction in early stages of having Zeus on board as a coach.
Listen, I'm just happy to see Happy Stan. You know, smiling Stan is a much better Stan than Frowny Stan. just because you really see that the guy wears his heart on his sleeve. He's got everything riding on these matches, and you can tell how badly he wants to win. So I'm glad to see that EG, it comes through for them. Liquid back to the drawing board, although, we're going to see a little bit more of Liquid. I mean, they're not done yet. They were only sent down to the lower bracket, and so we're going to be in for a banger on that one. But this is the European bracket as it stands right now. You can see in the lower bracket, G2 and NIP have moved one step further, and what we're going to be getting into today is that juicy upper bracket. Team Vitality, FaZe Clan, NAVI, Complexity. This is going to be good stuff. And so let's go ahead and work our way through this lower bracket so we can see what actually happened yesterday. Because G2, they eliminated ENCE from the European bracket. Done, dusted.
Yeah, they did bounce back from a couple of difficult days. Obviously, for the people that don't realize, they've lost the grand final of DreamHack Masters against Big, dropping Mirage, the last map, in a very, very heartbreaking fashion, I want to say. So when we saw them first yesterday, or the day before, I think it was, we had doubts about G2. What kind of face would they show? Would they have the resilience? And did they use these 24-hour break in the right way? Well, they did. They definitely did. They dropped a map versus ENCE. That was this one we're looking at here right now. But overall, a better performance from G2. We saw the webcams, we saw the emotions. It looks like they're activated. I've seen enough to believe in them again.
And I can say the same for ENCE, right? Because, look, I was off the ENCE hype train as soon as Alexi was thrown out the door and the team was thrown into disarray after that. And I thought, well, the Finnish Counter-Strike is going to just set itself back quite a long time. But having Sunny take over as the in-game leader, that's a step in the right direction there. There's obviously a couple of wobbles getting this double AWP set up to work, but things are looking better for the Finns than they have in some time. So I think Natu and Ko over there have to be smiling with at least how things are shaping up now.
I don't know if he's smiling or sweating bullets. He's always, putting those gifs out on Twitter whenever the team is playing. You can just tell he's losing his mind watching these guys. But hey, the joys of being in the ownership of a team. The other one that actually really stood out, and this was a bit more clean cut, and it left us wondering really about OG, was how easily NiP just picked them apart and sent them packing. Another elimination match, and NiP, 16-6, 16-6. It's not doesn't get much cleaner than that. And this time we'll start with you, Chad. What did you take away from that match?
Yeah, look, I was pretty critical of OG yesterday. That's putting it lightly, right? And I think I want to kind of justify myself in that, in the sense that this team are playing in one of the premier tournaments that we have right now in Counter-Strike, right? And we expect teams who are going to be competing at this level to show up in a way. And it just feels like OG have lost themselves, and we didn't see a version of them that is anything replicable with a tier 1 team, right? That right there was the disappointing side of things. But NIP, I love this direction. I love the changes they made in recent times, and we're seeing it pay off slowly, match after match. What's Hampus up to now? Close to 30 games with the boys, and they're already looking like a team who's got their act together.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think NIP, they got me hyped. They really did. There's a flair that's coming in from these players. Obviously, there's firepower. It's a term that we use a lot when we talk about NIP. And when you mix firepower, flair, game sense, and threat at the helm, putting these guys together, mentoring them, that becomes an interesting project.
Oh, man. No, please stop. Just stop showing us these. I don't need to see these guys facepalm continuously. OG, that's what it felt like they were doing the entire series long. And, these are all, it's one of the things going on here with Blast is that we've got live camera feeds from all of the players, everybody participating. And, well, you get everything. It feels like it's a LAN almost. You're just getting to see the reactions live of how these players are feeling round after round. And you really feel for the OG players. Something's got to give over there, and we'll see. Obviously, all eyes are going to be on them going forward. But let's take a look at today's matches. What have we got coming up? It's another 3 best-of-3s, and we're kicking it off with NAVI, Complexity. These teams here in Europe, because there are more of them, we got more money on the line. That's the main thing here. Not only is there the title, the glory, there's also $500,000 on the line here. These teams, they're fighting for a massive chunk of cash. And if you win, you take the lion's share, $335,000 to the winners. That's a huge amount of money. And so a lot on the line for these players right now.
A lot, extremely a lot on the line. And also, the pride, the fame, saying this is a strange time we're in, but you can claim that you have the throne for now. It's very back and forth. We don't really know. I'm just going to give you an example. The final of the DreamHack Masters NA was the match that is now the elimination match of the Blast NA Spring. That is how messy the situation is right now. We don't really know who's sitting on the throne. And you win here, well, that's a line on your resume.
Hey, who else is, I think number 1 right now? Oh, yeah. I was going to set that up. I was waiting for it.
Okay, go ahead, Chad. You now hit it. He said crown. He set you up perfectly, mate. You should segue this one.
It was so good.
This is great for you.
Could have scripted it. Could have scripted it. Let's go ahead and bring up the predictions. Because who's sitting at the top of the pack? It's the Bald Eagles. America. You got Sevler? And the hair has changed again. They gave Moses back his eyebrows. I guess they just, they had to do something for the poor guy. That was brutal.
Well, he's actually got different predictions from you today. So the fact that he's gone Liquid and you've gone Furia means that one of you will be separated at the end of today, right? Maniac flying the French flag, and Anders, of course. Does Anders even like pick, or does he get his kids to pick? He just lets them out of like the crib and they walk around.
Wait, just 1 second here. Wait, just 1 second though. Because you're right, we do have that What's Up chat where we're talking to each other, going on about yesterday, and like we're talking about how the mind games are going to start coming in on the predictions. I think I remember Moses predicting Complexity to win against Navi. Am I not mistaken in this, or did all of a sudden a change in predictions come through here? I don't know about this, Moses. I don't know. He's gonna have some explaining to do when he gets live. All of a sudden. I knew it. It's like him. He's putting one prediction in the group chat, and then he's like messaging the guy off on the side, like, this is my real prediction. This is actually what I'm doing here. He was trying to bait me into it. What a punk. All right, enough on predictions. Let's move into our first match. Complexity versus Navi. Best of 3 here. This is going to be a fantastic one because Simple and Electronic have been hitting their stride. They've been dominating, but Complexity didn't quite know what to expect from them coming out of London, and they came through swinging right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, they have some heavy hitters as well. And the one name that we need to mention right off the bat is Blameoff. To me, this guy has been bringing so much to the table with this Complexity lineup, not only being the IGL, but also being in the middle of the fight every single time, always inspired in his clutches. He's rushing like a madman. His stats, his numbers for this event are crazy. 1.43, that's his rating at the moment. So he's one of the highest fragging IGL we have. But the lineup just overall seems very deep. They have a lot of good players. Obo, Poison, Config. Does look like Poison isn't having the best time of his life at the moment. Maybe some private issue. We hope that he can bring this A game. But there is a lot of depth in this lineup. The one thing I want to point out, I feel like they have allowed OG to go back into this game a little bit too much. If they allow Navi that kind of opportunities, they'll strike on it instantly.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment right there. You can't give Navi anything here today. I do want to kind of point out, though, for the future of American Counter-Strike, how good this 3 months is for Obo. Now, it's a terrible time that's happening. Nobody's going to question that. But the amount of experience that this kid, as an individual, is going to pick up and take home with him is absolutely insane. And getting to have a workhorse like Blameoff, the man on your screen right here, driving this, these guys don't have anything else to do right now. Maniac cited the stats yesterday, how many games they've played in the last 3 months. It's insane just to think about how much Counter-Strike they've been putting down, and that's probably why we're seeing this team coming together in such a nice way.
Another benefit that he has is that he's with Rush. I mean, traveling together with Rush, a real veteran in the scene, a guy who's going to be able to keep him, locked tight. I mean, it looks like Rush has got some real discipline on his side. He's just jacked right now, and that doesn't come from nothing. So, I mean, a good guy to have at your side there for Obo, as a mentor, looking out. So, really solid. But I think Maniac hit the nail on the head, and that's why I didn't predict Cole. It's just they gave too much to OG. They looked a little too shaky against OG. Going up against Navi, you're not going to be allowed to make that. You're not going to be allowed to give him that kind of space because they'll murder you. But we did have a chance, actually, talking about Obo, we had a chance to catch up with him and Config going into this match.
Into today's matchup, right? This is Navi. Got some of the best players in the world, huge firepower in there. What advantage do you think you have over them?
It's hard to say. I think both teams have a lot of firepower. I think it really just comes down to who really shows up in the match, and it's hard to see any clear-cut advantages. But I think it really just comes down to who shows up in the match. That's all.
And during your time in Europe, have you had much time to even practice against them, or have you managed to avoid that and you've kind of been able to hide what you've got?
Yeah, lately we haven't really practiced against any of the teams that we think we're going to possibly play in this event. But maybe in the past we practiced them a little bit, but yeah, not lately.
When it comes to Navi, you guys have never had a series win over them, only taking one map. How's it going to be different this time around?
I hope our confidence from the small tournaments can change it a little bit. I think that we have the opportunity to win the game, but it's going to be a hard one, of course, because they have great players and it's a great team we are facing against. But we won against OG yesterday, 2 days ago, sorry, or was it yesterday? But I feel like we have the opportunity to beat them no matter what. I live in the moment, Banks. I don't live in the past.
I don't know about him living in the moment. I'm pretty sure, yeah. I'm just checking config. He's got all those MVP awards up on the... Do you notice that on the window behind him? Little box there with the HLTV MVP award for tournaments. I mean, dude, he's got some reminders of the greatness that he's got in him. Config, I mean, hailed as one of the greatest players leading up to it, and then dipped. Didn't quite hit that plateau. Didn't quite reach it up to the top. And so, I mean, what are we thinking about Config and his level going into this match, gentlemen?
He has looked better. He has looked better, but also is comparatively to, as you said, the dry period he had in a long time. I mean, I think the last time we talked about Config as one of the best players in the world was like 2.5 years ago. He completely disappeared at some point. Was it personal issues? Was it attitude issues? I'm not exactly sure. The man has fire in him. That is for sure. He has the fire for Counter-Strike. You can feel it in the game when he's in it. Now, I believe that the duo with BlameF actually puts him in a very good mindset. I listen to their comms. They having fun together. Sometimes they sneak in a few Danish here and there just to motivate each other. I think that's a good combination. I think BlameF has him somewhat under control, but in a good way. He pushes him, but controls him when needed. So he might just be right now in the best context to see the beast once more.
Yeah, it looks like he's got all these roles, right? It looks like he's being given the opportunity to be a star within this team, even though there are so many other big fraggers here. And that is a positive. If we can have the Config, who when he was duoed up with Megasboy, those two back then were quite the duo, that's fantastic level of Counter-Strike that we could be seeing out of him. But the problems that we do need to look at for this team is their CT sides. To me, I like that they're rhythmic, that they're forcing other teams to make calls and then doing these stacks based off of that. But I don't think that type of game plan will work against a NAVI who have, let's just say, some very sharp spears at the head of their attack, that it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter if you have a stack there. Simple will just kill all of you. He'll just take out all three of you. It doesn't really matter in that regard. So I'm a little bit worried about the way they set up their CT sides here today.
Isn't that what we were talking about yesterday going into the EG Liquid first map, and just a Liege beating people to death? I mean, nothing the EG could do. He was just mauling all of them. And then we get into the mix of things where the EG, at least in that scenario, fought back. Are Complexity going to be able to fight back against Simple and Electronic? I mean, Electronic casually dropped like 64 frags in 2 maps in the first match versus NIP. So if he's popping off like this, I mean, what do NAVI just build around those two and count on them to carry them across the finish line?
First of all, I want to congratulate you, Semla, to somehow tie it in again that you predicted EG to win. I don't know how you managed that one, but that was a good one. That was a
I'm
good
in
one.
your head rent-free now. I didn't even think about that.
I have to respect the move.
Rent-free, buddy.
No, listen, if you want to talk about the dynamic duo, I mean, Electronic right now, if I'm not mistaken, is at the top of the stats for this event with 1.8 rating. 1.8. That is not a typo. That is not a mistake. It's completely incredible. Simple and Electronic in their first series, they combined for 110 kills. 110 kills for 2 players in 2 maps. That was absolutely disgusting. The amount of space that Electronic takes on the map, like Nuke, like we have on your screen right here, is completely tremendous. It's mind-blowing. He would, outside, alone, completely traumatize NIP's defense. And if Complexity allowed him to do so, that's going to be the same problem. Now, if you ask me, what's the plan versus Electronic? But I don't have it. I just don't.
Maybe not fearing them, right? Maybe that's one of the problems that NIP had is once territory was taken by Electronic and Simple, they feared them and they turtled up. And I think one of the positives that we took from Complexity back there in London all those months ago is they hadn't had that fear drilled into them yet. And I don't know if they will, if we still have Config and BlameF just yelling a lot and being the Vikings that they are. But that could also be a problem, right? Because then you start to come into playing heads-up Counter-Strike against some of the most mechanically gifted players that we have in CS. And even though I am critical of the likes of Flamey, Perfecto, and Boomich not performing on a consistent level, they are good players. They just don't show it all the time. But if they're given the opportunity to hit shots, we've seen what Flamey can do. The man is a turret, right? Boomich reads the game very well and can basically stall you out with just a smoke grenade. So they have these tools in their back pocket that aren't just Simple and Electronic. The reason we always bring up Simple and Electronic, though, is because they're the ones constantly laying the beat down, right? You can't avoid talking about those two.
And well, the thing is, we can avoid talking to those two because we actually got an interview with Boomich and Flamey instead. So we're going to hear what they have to say going into the match.
Now, today versus Complexity, this is a team that hasn't ever won a series against you. You guys have had a good record against them, but they've certainly improved a lot and spending a lot of time here in Europe. When you've looked at their past games and you've done your preparation for them, can you see a noticeable difference in them?
No, we don't see difference. We faced them 2 times in ESL Pro League in online, and we won it. And in Blast on LAN, I think it's a comfortable opponent for us. If we show our best game and prepare for them, we should win it, I think.
So 2-0 then all the way, nice and easy?
We will try our best, bro. 2-0, we want, yeah.
And would you say, right, there's a big difference between how you guys act online and in a LAN environment just within each other? Can you see that? Is that something noticeable?
Yeah, I think the main problem is that we are not in the same place because we always played even if it was online practice, we played from bootcamp usually, and we see each other. Everyone see what everyone doing, and that's it. Yeah, now no one knows. We don't see each other. It's kind of hard because we are good teammates, with each other in good relationships. We like to have time together, and now it's a bit harder, yeah. And we can't see each other, and it's not good for us. But yeah, it's online. We get used to it because there is no LANs for a couple months. I hope for the September LANs will return and we will see the old NAVI back. But I hope you will see old NAVI back even now.
I'm glad. I was Blade, just gonna slap him upside the head. It's like, what are you doing, bro? It's now that we need to see that Navi. Good catch from Flavey there at the end. It was a little bit on the limit. I could see Chad's eye just start to twitch, towards the end of that interview. So, Chad, what did we take away from these interviews already? I mean, is this a Navi in a good frame of mind?
Yeah, I think if we just build a little bit more on the whole LAN thing as well, potentially the aura that a great player like Simple might give you, or the wrath that Simple might give you if you don't perform the way you should sitting next to him. So there's maybe a double-edged sword right there with that one. But I think, when you're having a team like Na'Vi coming into a series where they're saying, yeah, we're comfortable, that's a good sign. And I feel like they should be comfortable, right? Because what I was speaking about before with the rhythmic style of complexity, it's not that it's easy to read, but it's predictable Counter-Strike, right? It's not anything too outside of the box, and if you were playing inside the box Counter-Strike, well, Blade's gonna have your number.
I agree. I think also that if you try and describe complexity strength and how they would win that game, unfortunately that plays into Navi's plan. We talk about firepower, we talk about heads up Counter-Strike, gonna try and do that versus Electronics, Simple, even Boomage can rise up to the occasion. So if you're Navi, there's no reason to shake in your boots right now. Just do what you do, play how you play, and the victory should be yours.
Indeed. Well, this is perfect. I love this setup, guys, because this is really going to be a banger of a match. But we have to take a quick break before we get into the pick and ban. And so 3 minutes time, and we'll be back with more action.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, all right?
Let's go.
Okay, boys, let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from a lead. 15 seconds on the clock. He turns around and the bomb goes up. Oh my god, the 180. Let's go. Another kill. This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Siri, who is the easiest target?
Gold. He does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the board.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Tickets booked to the spring finals. The final day here of Group A. Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19 to 17. I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, guys. Have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Whoa. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for Faze Clan.
So there we have it. Now it is time to figure out where this battle will take place. Best of 3, potential 3 maps. We'll see. Complexity have pulled up a massive upset in the past. That's how they got here this far so far in this tournament. So I'm going to hand it over to our analysts now, and let's see what they have to say and where they think this fight's going to take place.
Okay. We can start with the first ban wave, and I'm gonna say Overpass Vertigo shouldn't be on the card. There you have it. Overpass has to be moved by Complexity. If Navi play around with Vertigo, they get smacked. So there you have it. That's the ban now. When it comes to pick, I have to say this. Complexity's numbers are completely skewed because of the amount of games they've played versus lower tier opposition. So they have crazy win rates all across the board. If you just look at the numbers, they could pick anything. Now for Navi, I would like to see a Dust 2 pick. I'd like to say, you know what, doesn't care. We're going to pick Dust 2 because we can beat you on it.
Wow. Okay, that's an interesting pick of Nuke right there. I'm a little bit interested in why Complexity think that's a good idea. And the reason I say that is because we were just talking about how good Electronic was at taking space single-handedly on that T side. When we look at the CT side for him as well, that's something where he can control Yard by himself. So they're going to have a tall task, and hopefully they have found some tendencies they want to exploit here today. But yeah, I'm with you. Even Mirage, you know, that Mirage obviously lost to OG, but this is great because Navi have almost redefined the way we appreciate Dust 2 at the moment, right? They're the ones who decided, we only want one part of the map. We'll just go long, right? That's all they do. Now, I think if Complexity can get this to Inferno as the third, they might be happy with that because that's the only map they've actually beaten Navi on. Just quickly as well, James was talking about the best of 3s that these guys have played. They've played twice. They played back in London and they played once within Pro League. So it's only 2 series. So it's not that bad when he says they've lost all the series. I think they only matched up twice.
Yeah, plus what is actually interesting is that in these 2 series, they've played 5 different maps. So actually this video was all up in the air when we started. I wasn't exactly sure where this was going to go because they could play different maps. Now for the last one, what is it that we have to change? Mirage or Inferno? Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, I mean, Navi, if they have the choice, they're going to put Inferno aside. That's at the bottom of the list for them. It has been for a while now. They go for Mirage. Both teams should feel quite satisfied with this veto, honestly. Nuke just to Mirage. That's all we need for a banger of a game, I think.
Considering Complexity struggled to put OG away on Nuke yesterday, I mean, it took Blameth making some power plays outside to get it done. Do we think they have enough firepower to take out Navi on this first map? It's going to be their pick. Let's focus on that first map real quick before we throw it over to the casters. I mean, what are we thinking about it?
I agree with Chad. I think there is a risk behind that Nuke pick. And to be honest, in my notes, I had either Nuke or Train as a pick for Complexity because once again, I think that if you play against Navi, you have to find your edge somewhere. It's not going to be in the firepower. It's not going to be in open space combat. You have to trick them somehow. You have to put them in an uncomfortable spot. The problem is we have seen Navi can play Nuke. We have seen individually, they absolutely mastered the map. So Complexity going into this one, I hope they have tricks. I hope they have weird ideas, exotic moves, and don't just play Nuke like everyone else does, because otherwise it's gonna get ugly.
Well, I think one thing that we took away from the NIP game, or at least that I did, was that Navi was slow starters. It didn't feel like they were getting into that game relatively quickly, right? They had to actually take a bit of time to wake up. Now, if that's the case yet again today, starting on the T side of Nuke, it's not really the end of the world for Complexity. If they can rob maybe 5 or 6 rounds within the early part of that first half, that's a great start for them. So maybe that's what they're banking on, but I wasn't really that impressed with their Nuke when I saw it just the other day here. So I'm really worried for Complexity in this series.
It's going to be a rough one. It's going to be a rough opening, but we've seen crazier upsets in the past, and if anybody's going to have anything up his sleeve, it's Blameth, along with Config here. The 2 Danes, they can really do some damage, and you know that Blameth, he's a man with mind games, much like us on the desk with our predictions. Now we can go ahead and take a look at those real quick before we get into the match, but I think this one's unanimous. Navi across the board, everybody's got that pretty sure as far as the predictions are concerned. And yes, Jason tried to throw a curveball. He tried to set a trap yesterday by saying that he was going to go for Complexity. I think he was trying to throw some of us off, i.e. me, but didn't take the bait, Jason. Nice try. And well, we're all on board with this one, right, boys? Navi?
Yeah, absolutely. Navi looks poised. I mean, if you talk about players, you talk about consistency, well, there is one thing that always comes in Counter-Strike. It's simple and Electronic. They always show up. They never disappear. They never fail. They never disappoint. So it's going to be another one of these games, and we'll be here in about 2 hours talking about how these numbers are insane. See you there.
We still got to talk about the first map, Maniac. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves here.
It's going to be close, right? I don't think Navi, right... I don't know if they have it in them just yet to blow teams out of the water the way that I expect them to, or the way that I think that the caliber of this team should. And I think that when they do have these slow starts, remember they always used to lose the first game of like every tournament. That was like a curse of NAVI for a long time. The thing is, and I want to build on this just a tiny little bit, is if you go into the match knowing you have Simple and Electronic there and they're always playing at 150%, and then you as Flamey, Boomich, or Perfecto only going with the mindset, well, if I play at 80%, we're going to be fine, and then Simple and Electronic aren't playing to that level, then that's when I think the NAVI can get into a lot of problems, right? Getting a little bit complacent, thinking that your teammates have got it covered. Everybody from NAVI still needs to show up with that tenacity, and the fact that they aren't on LAN, someone needs to fire them up, and I hope that's Simple with an ace on the pistol round, because that would be pretty inspiring to me.
I think it would be pretty inspiring to all of us who've got the predictions running on them. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen, for the analysis going into this first match of the day. We're going to be here all day. We're going to, a lot more of this coming. But now I think it's time to get our casters involved. And, well, Moses and Anders, how's it going, fellas?
What's up?
There's some mean things being said on the desk here somewhere. I'd like you to keep the gloves above the belt from now on. You're starting to drift into that territory. This is going to turn out into an all-out war, which I'm fine to take it there if you'd like.
Dude, I mean, this is the thing. We need some competition out here. I know you're raring for it. You're missing those days when you're competing in the tournaments. There's not enough for you out here, Moses. I get it. The subterfuge. But, Anders, best of luck. Best of luck casting with this guy. Just watch your back, huh? Watch your back.
I'll be real careful, I promise. Listen, I'm not even in this competition. It's so relaxing for me because there's not even any chance that I could actually go and win it. So I'm just, it's fine by me. You guys have all the fun.
You've really carved out in the whole talent group, like this whole corner of the room where it's like this nice, jolly Santa Claus figure. Everyone's happy. Everyone likes to hang out.
Yeah.
You don't rock the boat at all. You do get to just chill on the sidelines.
Well, these days I leave all my madness, in DMs with Henry, so that's where it all goes at the moment. So that's what keeps me sane, which is really saying a lot, isn't it? Here we go. We're going to have a bit of a rush towards the ramp room while Blamef is keeping at least one guy occupied. Big shots coming out. Flamey, Simple, and Boomich each with a headshot. And whatever rush was happening towards the ramp, it's been shut down. It would have been cool with Blamef, hiding out there while they take ramp room, but once you get those 3 kills, it's just not going to happen, is it?
No, I mean, that's an attempted fake, right? That's them trying to mask that ramp room hit by throwing the utility, blowing open the door, putting the smokes out in the upper bomb site, trying to get someone to drop down vents, which they achieved. Unfortunately, Simple, as he's going to do probably frequently to a lot of teams, steps up with a triple kill and shuts this all down. 2 players still in ramp room, and Complexity never had a chance.
Yeah, that's how it went. I mean, I think it's still a good idea for Complexity. I think the nature of pistol rounds, just generally speaking, they are a little bit unpredictable. So I still like the attempt. Now, they didn't get the pawn plant, so they're going to buy Deagles and a scout in this round, which, again, is a bit uncommon. Means they will be forfeiting the 3rd round buy, unless they can win this one.
Ooh, they're going to have a tough time of things, although Electronic does get tagged up a little bit with that Deagle. Config is going to have a phenomenal game if he wants to be able to step things. But I don't know, this whole Complexity, it's kind of scary that the pistol round got demolished this much, because I think Complexity's their game plan's gonna have to work. What we saw the other day was Blamef kind of leading on the other side of the map away from action. They actually did a pretty good job of setting up players on the extremities and the sides of maps to be able to lurk and create other opportunities for their teammates. But against a team like NAVI that is very individually skilled, with Simple and Electronic going nuts, and still, I mean, I know the stats don't look great, but guys like Boomich and Electronic can step up in those one-on-one situations as well. If things don't work for Complexity's game plan, they're in a world of hurt. They don't really have a whole lot of options to bail them out.
No, I think they're just remembering what it was like watching Electronic on this map just a couple of days ago. That's really what did it for me. A little bit of a team kill. Blamef running in from behind. Would have been fun if he could have had the bomb with him there, but that wasn't meant to be. And he's making noise all the way. He's got 25 seconds to find another kill or die, and preferably, you've got to make sure you at least die in this round.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was just talking about. Blamef is kind of waiting for the rest of his teammates to have some progress in ramp room, and he's actually lurking down below. He's there to pick off a rotator coming through vents. Ooh. He's there to help out, but obviously if plan A doesn't work, plan B falls flat. Oh, he's just toying with the close with that bomb timer. Yeah, he is going to get the plant. 1 on 3, and Perfecto's just gonna wait. BlameF has to get aggressive, has to take risks. And unfortunately, it's another triple kill for Simple. He's got 6 frags in the 2 rounds so far.
I'm actually a little bit surprised they allowed him to put the bomb down. Not that that will, you know, be enough for the buy for complexity, but I still think, you know, just a little detail, I guess.
Yeah, it's a nice find. Everyone from Navi just backing away from that bomb that was on the ground. So 5 kills, 0 deaths for Simple. He did get that TK, and he does have 6 frags overall in these first 2 rounds, but he also killed a teammate. So that's where we get 5. Poison, actually all of complexity with Deagles. Looking to do economic damage. No utility. Looking to pick people off, and Simple's going to give him an opportunity, although missed shot from Poison. And Simple's going to get aggressive, jumping around the corner. And now he controls control room. Or radio room, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, once he doesn't get the first Deagle shot in there, the aim punch will make that fight very, very good for Simple and that jumping MP9. So he's happy to do it. A little bit of armor on BlameF and Oboe. But otherwise, this should be around where Navi can just relax a fair bit and pick up some good kills. It's really going to be interesting to see what's happening in the next round, though. I think that's where we'll have to see the real plan coming into this particular map for complexity. Ooh, good grenade.
Yeah, especially with 3 SMGs on the board from Navi. And as Simple had that M4, so I'm assuming he passed it over to a teammate. I would almost like to see him get aggressive with the SMG, get some bonus money if he wants that AWP in the next round. But at the moment, 1 pick for complexity. They found the equalizing kill. Electronic spots 1 at red box. So control of the outer yard actually does go to Cole. The question becomes, what can they actually do with it? They're going to try and push into the upper bomb site. And this is where the Deagles are just providing them with nothing. No ability to entry into the bomb site, and a quick 3-0.
Well, here come the AK-47s out. Simple's got the AWP back in his hands. That's what we all like to see. It really was Simple in Electronic last. I think Electronic, this was the map, right, where he dropped like 34 or 5 kills or something in regulation, I think. So that was really...
Yeah, something freakish.
Now, that was really good to see, and obviously if that's going to happen again, I don't know if Complexity could do anything. That's just so hard to deal with. It's not my entire reason for picking Navi, obviously, but that was impressive.
I actually think this series could be closer than most people expect. I mean, especially with the online nature of Counter-Strike these days, this is not like a crazy idea that Complexity could pull this off. We saw it happen back in January on land at Blast when they started off this this campaign. They played a pretty close series with them at ESL Pro League. Although Complexity did eventually fall. So, I mean, there's some experience of these teams going head-to-head and actually battling and grinding deep into the maps.
They're going to be Molotoving the hut, but they've made their way down secret outside fairly successfully, actually. Some counter nades coming out here for the CT side, but looks like there's going to be some sort of a ramp crush with Flamey and Simple having a bit of a crossfire setup over here. This could actually be really, really hard to stop. It helps when
I don't think they know they're
goes down.
downstairs.
Yeah, they might.
Yeah. They have no idea that Complexity is down here. They do now. They've come and they've actually recovered it quite nicely. Good op shot from Simple. Poison's finally arriving from ramp room for the lurk, but Simple's too good, too quick. And Rush is certainly going to jump to his death. Simple gets out of danger. He's got a teammate down here as well. Nice hops from Rush, but he can't get the kill. Electronic bails Simple out, and 4-0.
I think it was the fact that that there was a Molotov stopping part of the ramp push so that they could be allowed to go back down to B and get those kills without having to worry about getting shot in the back immediately. So, yeah, some good shooting obviously coming out here from Simple, but I think also just good awareness for Navi. It helped so much once they had established that that's where the attack was coming from, essentially from behind the ramp room, and then the regular path in there. They kind of knew what was up. So no bomb plant. We've got MAC-10s, a Tech-9, and an AK-47, and running through the fire into the A-bomb side. And there is such a large defense here. Absolutely no entry for the T side. They only get the 1 kill on Electronic, and it's 5-0 for Navi.
5-0 and starting to build a lot of money. That cash on the CT side is ballooning pretty quickly. Complexity need to have some kind of success pretty soon. I mean, you want to talk about two of the heaviest hitters on Complexity that need to have good games if they want to overcome NAVI in this series or even just this map. Config at 0 kills, Obo at 1 kill. Those two guys to me are the real strength of this team. The potential of Obo, the growth that he's going to display over his career, and obviously Config and where he's already capable of going. Time to pick it up. And Config is going to be outside on Twinkie, on Silo. Nade damage is minimal.
Just the scout on Poison. I mean, that's a bit disappointing compared to the AWD and Simple. Doesn't mean he couldn't win the fight, but it does make it quite a bit trickier. Still plenty of time left in the round here for Complexity to figure out where they want to go. They've been waiting outside and they haven't seen any kind of aggression at all. So, gonna throw those actually triple smoke outside close to Mini, but only Blamef is actually out there. The rest of them are inside. So, let's see how far he can get before he runs into any kind of trouble. If he can get all the way to Mini and swing in, that would really help that A attack.
Oh yeah, this upper defense is in trouble. Boomich, I don't even think he's considering Mini. He's way exposed. Nobody's watching this. So if Blamef actually makes the play, which he's not, he's transitioned all the way to Warehouse. So again, Blamef, the lurker on the other side of the map. It's all down to this initial contact at the upper hit, and it's a fake again. Utility thrown, but Ramp Room is going to be the target, and I think they're aware. Flamey at an off angle, first kill and the second, almost able to spray down Obo as well.
I think they were thought maybe someone would be pushed back into Blamef here, and it must be upsetting that no one has been. He needs to win this fight, and he's not going to get it. That's such a long time spent for a big if, and it doesn't actually come into play at all. Perfecto also picking off Rush, and they know Obo must be up there somewhere. Easy kill for Perfecto. Really nice triple in the round. I think they were expecting a couple of different things, that once that Ramp Room is under attack, someone would have fallen back. And remember, previously, they've had Simple at that corner. So it would have made sense that Simple, if he had been there, he would have fallen back with the AWP right into Blamef. But those are a lot of assumptions, and that wasn't actually what was happening in the round.
Well, here's two things that I think Complexity need to be discussing during this timeout. First and foremost, this is twice now they've tried to throw up that fake. You know, in the pistol round and that previous round, you have a utility and presence and spam coming into the upper bomb site, and then you transition over and try and attack Ramp Room. It hasn't worked. That round was a double kill from Flamey. Previously, it was Flamey and Simple shutting it down on the pistol. The other thing is I think they need to stop throwing fakes at this point. They're not getting the kills required to make those fakes effective. And they need to just actually go back to trading and power. You have some very strong players on this team, and I'm not sure why they're relying so much on trickery to start this map. But it's not working, so now it's time to go back to the basics. Go establish outside control. Go try and trade your way down secret. Maybe you can switch it up and hit the upper bomb site through Mini, but you need to start establishing the fundamentals of Nuke.
I imagine it could be good chance there for a bit of a refrag at the very least. Simple though, not missing much. The Deagle won't actually do him that well. He probably could have just stayed safe. I bet he just, felt like he was having a decent game. Wanted to go for a little bit of a show kill. But yeah, I imagine once you get Blamef all the way out there, it's actually probably hard to call off the, the weird tactics, because you feel like, well, we got so deep in that it should have worked. It was just, it's just unlucky that it didn't. You might want to do it again,
Yeah, but there's only so long you can really ride that unlucky line, right? Like, you only get so many of those.
Listen, people do that a lot, I feel like.
Well, especially in esports.
Oh God!
Everyone in the world of video games thinks that they're unlucky at all times. Yeah, that's a nice shot from Blamef. Still, you've got Perfecto and Boomich alive. Perfecto's in lobby, and Boomich is downstairs, all ready and waiting behind the box. And he's now going to have all the information. So unless this is cleared out from above... Oh, he spotted that. It was spotted by both. A pre-fire from Poison doesn't work. And now Blamef. This is going to be a tough one, and Boomich is just trying to delay as long as possible, but right through the smoke, he's got it. Not aware the doors are going to open off the bomb, off the plant, and Blamef fakes it. There's the peek, and he's got the win. An unlikely victory and a triple kill provided by the captain.
Yeah, that's a really unlikely round for them to win. I actually can't believe it worked out that way, especially in the 1 versus 2 towards the end there, but really well played. Bit of a pistol that Simple didn't actually bite on there. This is... I mean, he had to do that. He couldn't spend any more time. The fact that he just faced the bomb, there wasn't that much time left. Excitement all around for the Complexity squad as they will pick up their first round here on Nuke. And what a good time to do it. I mean, that does actually cost the Navi a lot.
And Electronic just looked bored. He's like, all right, they get one. It's fine. It's fine. Here we go. Set piece towards the upper bomb site. This time it's not a fake, but Perfecto's in the rafters. That's a good double kill. 3 on 2. Flamey's gone for the big flank into lobby. He's taken down as well, but the HP on Complexity is so low.
So another 2 on 2. If they can win this one, then we're really starting to talk. I mean, that's almost all of the money in this round here for NAVI, so this would be a big chance. Oh, and he goes down. Electronic without a shot. Now Simple in a 1 versus 2, and that smoke in front is scary. If he fires this gun, surely they're going to come for him right afterwards. I don't think he can get 2. There's 1 no-scope, but oh, they're not even moving. Poise is right there. Simple's underneath them, and he's going to get it. Not even scoping. Double no-scope to finish the round, and that's a 7-1 lead now. That's not where you're supposed to use that AWP at all.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, I was thinking the same thing. He couldn't swap out for the AK-47, but of course, I don't know what makes Simple so confident his no-scopes are going to hit, but goddamn, he does it. 2 in a row. Well played from Simple. And you're right, that kind of slams the door on a real nice opportunity Complexity had to break the economy to kind of close the gap in this scoreline. Keeps Navi flush, keeps them with a little bit of space, and the buy still in their hands, up against pistols again. 1 hero AK on Blame F, and he's outside all on his lonesome.
Yeah, he wants... I mean, again, I think it's because he's been successful in actually lurking around out here. It feels like, you know, I should do it again. All I need is, you know, 1 good moment where I find someone and it opens up the whole thing. I can understand, like, why it's enticing to do it, but you're right, it could also just continuously backfire, and then you're in trouble. He does find Electronic out there, trying to get up from the secret stairs, so now they actually have a man lead with not that much equipment. Flamey will swing in for that kill. Simple. That's a bit scary, yeah. He's swapped out for the M4, and should wait for a Flamey to try and get here as well, one way or the other, so that they could go together.
This is a very long flank that Flamey's going into. Simple trying to fake a drop down so that they think he's coming to mini. Flamey, that's a must-win fight, and he's got it. Dinked up, a lot of damage dealt, 2 HP. Rush is spotted, and Simple's falling as he gets the kill. 2 no-scopes in the previous round in a 1 versus 2. This time in a 2 versus 1. He's falling through the air.
Yeah, just doing it all. That's got to be frustrating. That looked like Complexity, because they just did give Navi a bit of money in the previous round. Looked like they were about to take it away here again, and then they can't quite follow through. The bomb plant is huge with the round loss bonus on top. That means they're going to have plenty of money to buy, as we could tell. But, yeah, 8-1. This is an incredible start here for Navi.
Look at the scoreline as well, Anders. Config, no kills yet in the game. He is not even on the scoreboard, so he's having a tough time. Why not? That's got to be frustrating for Rush. Ugh, 8-1. Simple running a clinic at the moment with a couple nice late round plays. And again, back to the upper bomb site. Utility being spent towards mini. No commitment just yet. The Flame's going to hold back Boomich. Looks like they want to try and get down vent, but Rush is just going to barrel his way out. Perfecto, blind late. There's Simple chiming in. He falls. Config is on the board, and Obo's got a double.
This is looking so good now. Again, they just need to hold on to the fundamentals this round and wait until they actually are sure they've won it before they go and do anything. Looked like they were moving a little bit out, but the bomb is going to be planted in here. Now they're just standing their ground, so you like to see it. Flaming Electronic, I mean, they don't have, again, really any money on the Navi side, so these 2 rifles probably going to be what they have in the upcoming round. A second round for Complexity. It's a little bit late to start the build, but definitely not too late.
No, not too late at all. They did catch a pretty nice hit on that upper bomb site as well. Really only 1 person super dedicated. Perfecto is up on the rafters. He was getting blind. Utility held Flamey, or not Flamey, excuse me, Electronic. Nope, not Electronic either. Kept Boomich back from coming through mini. So that really isolated those defenders.
I mean, it's a bit of a scary start, but getting kills like that through smoke will absolutely help out here. 8-2 overall scoreline here. We've Made our way 2/3 into the first half still. Obviously, first map picked by Complexity, which doesn't seem like the most solid pick in the world at the moment.
No, well, I mean, look, they had a very slow start. They had players not stepping up, not getting kills that normally find frags. I think tactically they came in with a weaker game plan than I would have liked. I didn't really enjoy their opening gambits. But now that they've got economic control, let's see what they can do. They can really close this gap. 8-2 lead, but Navi, as you mentioned, out of money. That's a nice trade onto Electronic as they storm down through Secret to the lower bomb site. Config and Obo to lead the way. Flamey's already down here with an M4. Boomich is all alone in the upper bomb site, and Perfecto's got the cross. So he'll have the information if Complexity commit to the lower bomb site.
Yeah, and that was one of the 2 rifles, so you're absolutely right. Getting a trade on that is just fine. And they slow it down with a minute left, so no issues there either. Boomich did go investigate. Gonna start to fall back and check a little bit towards Mini, probably worried about what's going on out there. Could be dangerous if you get a 1D coming and they fall back out to Secret again, but they're gonna defeat him right away, so that really helps.
Oh, and Config's watching for this exact push. He's got it. Nice shot onto Perfecto. Flamey's up next. He's got the armor. And Config has a new angle. No way that Flamey can make a play to win this round, so again, saving the M4 is his goal, and it's a 3rd round for Complexity now, so it's not looking too bad. You know, in this middle portion of the game. Complexity seemed to at least found a foothold to build upon.
Yeah, it's really interesting, right? Because we had some pretty heartbreaking rounds earlier, and again, it looked like they were running their heads into the wall just continuously. But I guess it sort of gave way after a while, and now here we are, about to do a 3rd round. Navi is struggling a lot with the economy. If they could get up to like 5 or 6, I think things are starting to look way more respectable. Definitely an opening to get back in here. It's a very committing position for Electronic. He really could never have fallen back from that, I think.
No, yeah, he was one and done for sure. 8-3. Down to a 5-round lead, and it's looking like a great opportunity to close that to 4. As Navi again just going for a small buy. Simple has fully invested in both of these rounds, this and the last round. Down to $0 with this Deagle. So you have to imagine that AWP is gonna remain out of his hands going into the next gun round. Flamey's picked off, and I don't know if they saw Electronic. No one even looks at another 1-for-1, but that was close. Obo almost falls immediately afterwards. And Navi's starting to get aggressive with these pistols. Look at the position of Boomich and Perfecto looking like they're ready to pounce into lobby for a crunch.
I mean, Simple actually has a flashbang. If you wanted to throw it down from ramp for the rest of them to try and maybe do something, that would certainly be interesting. They could go for a lobby crunch. That might be their best chance right here. Otherwise, they're going to be fighting one at a time pretty much no matter what happens. Blamef once again investigating outside, and oh, they're going to boost up.
Yeah, Blamef has been a huge part of this T side. Not as effective as he'd like, but he's a number of times we've seen him get, outside control by himself and start to open up an opportunity for a flank or to bust into this bomb site. So utility might take the attention away and give Blamef that space to get into the rafters. Ever so slowly, but 45 seconds on the clock. He's got plenty of time.
Yeah, and if... Oh, actually, Perfecto will find a kill beforehand. There's Blamef with one, and it happened so quickly. You could see Boomich not even able to really turn for it. And Simple's been waiting for a long time back here. We'll pick up the M4. Now, as you said, he invested everything, so saving the M4 would actually be big news. Gonna throw a grenade. That's not gonna catch anyone. Bit of damage, but not enough for a kill. And oh, there's one on Poison. What a ridiculous way to open this up. Now he's gonna flash his way in. If he gets this one, it's absolutely disgusting. He'll take down Obo next, and he actually has a kit. And Blamef is so far away. If he went straight for the defuse, I don't think Blamef could get here in time. Now, Simple doesn't know it yet, but this is already outrageous. 3 seconds on it. He's got his back turned. Blamef a second away, and oh, he does it. Navi will win the round. A 1 versus 3 for Simple.
Man, that's... Blamef is going to feel a little bit silly. Simple's 16-4. This is a magnificent clutch. He hears the scope, goes for the spam. Even checking Mini here. Obo forced into a peek with low HP. Blamef isn't making a bad play per se, but the timing of it is just so rough. And he never picked up the pace. He was worried about a bomb tap and Simple getting off of it, so just a quarter second late.
Yeah, a quarter of a second, you're right. They sent Config out here, even flashed. I'm so impressed he managed to get that rush as well, and Blamef will follow up. And the A-rush is working for the minute, but if Flamey gets another one, that's all gonna change. What a double kill. He'll eventually burn, but it's a one-on-one. And Simple's walking in. Blamef knows it. He's not even scoped up. He's gonna be so quick, and he'll clutch it again for his team. 10-3 overall, but Simple is 17-4. Now, that's hard to deal with.
I think that's 4 clutch scenarios that he's won in this game so far. He had a 1 versus 2 earlier. He got the kills in a 2-on-2 earlier. And now these past 2 rounds, a 1 versus 1 and a 1 versus 3. And if it's not for those heroics, Complexity might be making a good half out of this. These upper hits have started being really effective. They're just falling apart at the last moment against Simple.
Yeah, I mean, if not for some of those rounds, right, but those 2 rounds right there, those are the rounds that Complexity needed to be up at 5 to 8 sounds. So much better than the 10-3 that we're actually at. And now be even winning some of these rounds. I mean, that's a couple of one-on-ones there, and Simple actually died in the previous clutch. This one, it was a one-on-one, and he got to save the AWP, but they don't have any money, which is kind of bizarre when you've just won 2 rounds.
Yeah, but both of them just so close. Electronic spamming into this smoke. They might try and hit a timing on the reload. I'm surprised Rush didn't hold the angle to keep him locked into the mini garage. And Blamef gonna lead the way. Rush now moving towards lobby. He's the one all on his own, and he's got to be very careful about this AWP and ramp room. Looking for any aggression. That door's blown open as well, so Rush is in kind of a tough spot. Oh, and he's lucky to be alive.
Boomich just playing for information. Good way to make that jump happen so that you just see if anyone is there. Rush trying to make a little bit of noise, but he won't catch anyone with the Molotov, and they're well aware that there's a little bit of danger downstairs. Blamef gets caught this time around. Simple gonna get outlawed by Poison though, and Boomich, in spite of being aware, still getting shot at the back, so maybe not that aware after all. Now it's a 2-on-4, and Complexity about to find a 4th round if we get the bomb down, which is looking doable.
Oh yeah, Flamey's already called for the save. He's at about half HP. Perfecto would like to find a weapon. Unfortunately for Navi this time, Simple is killed without a frag of his own. 17-5 for Simple. Obo and Blamef both hit double digits, which is great to see. Obo, I think, at what, 6-0 for Navi. I think he only had 1 kill, maybe 2. Config as well was at 0 at that point. He's now up to 5. So slowly but surely, Complexity's working back into this game, but I really think they need to hit 5 rounds on this T side if they want a chance when they switch over.
Yeah, this is sort of a round so far, half so far of what could have been for Complexity, if not for those really brilliant clutches coming out from Simple. But yeah, if you're Complexity, you're probably thinking, it says 4 on the board, but it should have been way more.
Nice blame.
All right, we got Jason Lake with at least some of the fans. Give me more people in there. Send out the word.
Send out the word. Shout it from the mountaintops. Last round of the first half, and again another low buy for Navi. 2 M4s, 2 Deagles, SMG, and Perfecto as they try and bury Complexity a little bit deeper. Boomich, I think he spotted the gun barrel of Rush, but wasn't ready to take the fight, and they're actually going to cross the secret. This is a pretty fast-paced outside hit. Oh, and look at this nice little lurk coming in from Rush. If he follows down vents, this could be massive, but he's made a noise. He's made a noise, and he goes down. That's a really fortunate kill from Boomich, and Blamef has just been doing this all half, but I think this needs to have some earlier impact. He needs to be an initiator for his team in this position.
I mean, he has had so much success doing that, Blamef, so I guess it's about time that they do something about it. Flamey all the way back here. A lot of danger if they throw a Molotov at him. He's going to be alone 58 seconds, and he's really boxed in right now. This is scary.
They're gonna go back up top. They're gonna go back up top. Lemap gets a kill and a second one. Maybe that forces them to commit to this lower bomb site, but they still don't know the position of Flamey, and that's found right at the last second.
Oh dear.
Yeah, 5th round incoming.
Again, like I think 5 is okay. You can make this work. There could have been so much more complexity. Actually, kind of flying under the radar a little bit. 10-5, but they had a big chance here to get all the way to 7 or maybe 8 even in the first half. Doesn't work out that way. Simple ending at 17-6, and let's see if he can continue in the second half. And it's coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
Man, who created this map? Пацаны, вы можете не кричать, плиз?
Я кричу.
Что за паника опять? Да вы все кричите. Спокойно говорите инфу, я ж слышу.
Why all the screaming, Jason? I've often asked myself that question. Why all the panic? Just calm down, everyone. Seems to be the prevailing narrative from Navi as well. They shouldn't be panicking. They had some pretty good clutches. They won 10 rounds in the first half.
Yeah, but it wasn't a great half out of Navi. I mean, the score is fine, but remember they did get bailed out with definitely 3 solo clutches by Simple, and even a 4th one added in with some nice kills with a 2-on-2 with his teammate. So this could have been a much worse half, and I understand partially some of the screaming. We heard their team speak the other day. It sounded hectic. It sounded crazy. Of course, that's also probably the Russian mixed in as well for a lot of us who don't speak the language. But I mean, there were a lot of fakes thrown early on for complexity, so probably a lot of people trying to figure out exactly what's coming. outside hit for Navi. Ooh, good start for Obo and Blame F. Obo eventually goes down, and it's big trades for Simple and Electronic.
Yes, it is answering back with some of the P250s, 3-on-3. They're a little bit low on health, but it doesn't really matter against the USPs that much. It's all about the headshots. And Config, he's ready if someone wants to open that door. It's hard to clear him out. They don't have a Molotov like you'd normally use in a later round. You could try and burn out that corner. That happens all the time, but they don't really have that luxury here. So they're going to have to go and find him. And while they're doing that, I mean, there are more people on the A-bomb side that could try and look for him. Config goes just a quick peek. No one opening the door still. And he's going to fall a little bit further back. 50 seconds, and they want to try and see if they can crunch this bomb site, but there's a lot of presence here. This won't be easy. A good, strong kill would definitely set them off right. It's Rush to go down first, and Config in the corner, getting overrun, and now there's no safety for Poison. He's going to get shut down. He could never escape that, and that's Na'Vi winning another round, which started in Complexity's favor.
Oh man, I thought the Complexity again, just like the first half, played that really well, and it's just all taken away from them right at the end. In that 3-on-3 at the end, Config hears Flamey's footsteps at door, so he's starting to put the puzzle together there. He peeks outside, he sees Simple. He peeks again a little bit later on, he sees them in Mini. And they even had a 3-man trap set up, but the problem was they sprung it at the wrong moment. You had Poison up and Raptors who couldn't fight players in Mini. Config couldn't swing wide enough to fight in Mini because Flamey had him boxed in, and Rush in the site peeks out. So they had everything set up. They got all the information, they got the proper defense. It was just mistimed of when they all decided to fight.
I love the fact that Electronic just backed off after he got clonked through the box with a scout. He just took 96 damage and thought, you know what? I don't want to be leading this party anymore. I'm just going to go back and wait somewhere else.
I mean, when you get shot in the head by a scout, it doesn't even really feel like a party at all. You're having a really bad time.
Just an instant hangover, really. I just drank
you
hangover
just go
juice.
sit in the corner. Oh, this party's gone south. Config with the Deagle, not gonna land any shots, and now lower bomb site is in a lot of danger. Blame F has dropped down. Poison is gonna be here with the scout. There's Obo as well with the Deagle, but question is, what can they do to stop this? I don't think they can do anything.
Yeah, I doubt it as well. I love this move from Flamey, just getting out into the smoke, and he could explode right through in case he heard any footsteps on the other side. A grenade will also make sure they get softened up a bit. And now it looks like Complexity is saying, you know what, we have some utility and some armor. Let's just save it, which I think is a pretty reasonable choice, all things considered. It's just that they're also going to be 12-5, and that's a pretty sizable deficit that they're looking at the moment.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think if you're a Complexity player in the server, you're looking at this situation and thinking it's such a low percentage win. So instead of going for it and full saving next round, just have another do-over. Unfortunately for them, there's some low HP players, and that's not saying that this retake would be doable. They should go for it, but there's an opportunity in this round. Electronic's an easy kill, Simple's an easy kill, but with 5 players alive, I mean, the crossfires are going to be really brutal trying to retake the lower bomb site. So 5-12, and even though the scoreline's desperate, that's just not a high percentage retake. I think from here on out, you'll see them go for every retake, pretty much no matter the scenario. They have to start trying to create something.
Yeah, they are running out of runway here. 3, 4 HE grenades being picked up. Rush, the only one, doesn't want to join it. But we love this whole idea. Let's see if they can get some explosions outside. They will toss them in, but Na'Vi quite far away. Didn't even wait for any kind of contact there. Just toss them all out. I feel like you're supposed to see if you could at least get some contact before you do it. Blame F will get the kill on Boomage, and Swift grenade return. A Simple will get 1 kill. There's Flamey with the follow-up on Config. And I don't know, they've taken a bit of damage on the Na'Vi side. They're Simple, down about a third of health, but now they're going to relocate back towards the B-bomb side yet again. Oh, and that is a good kill.
That's an important kill. Because, I mean, especially in a 3-on-3, Complexity is going to go for that. Blame F has this scout now. Bomb is not planted. They're slowly clearing out everything in the lower bomb site. Don't want to get caught off guard. But that's allowing Blame F and Rush to get close to ramp room. And remember, they're going to have to go for this. Nice little coordination on opening the door. Plant going down. No one peeking just yet. Simple. He's got nobody protecting him. If any of those scouts peeked, that would have been very dangerous. Instead, he's going to be able to get into some safety. And a low percentage retake coming in for Blame F and Rush. No kit
Yeah, and they would love any kind of aggression here, any kind of a free opening into a 2-on-2, and they're just not getting it. NAVI playing this one pretty disciplined. Which you like to see. I mean, that's good news.
That would be a simple, I would imagine. Just saying, you know, I've got contact, he's close up, he's got electronic behind the silo in the lower sight. He had Perfecto over in the control window, so he's the one just kind of maintaining position and saying, if I shoot, you just peek off my contact. And since he never makes anything, or never sees anything, it's a nice, easy win for NAVI. 13-5, just 3 rounds away from taking this first map.
Wow, that grenade did land right on top of him. 13-5. Even if you factor in that, you know, what could have been in the first half, it still would have been NAVI with a pretty good lead at this point in the game. So we really need to see a real change of pace here for Complexity. They do have the AWP on Poison, and they're on the CT side now. So let's see if maybe the defense is why they picked the map. If maybe it's going to look better than we're expecting. It's kind of going to have to.
Yeah, well, I mean, they don't get another slow start. You know, you're not allowed to do that in 2 halves. They did that on the T side, went down 0-6, had a little bit of a fight to come back, but they need to get started right away. Perfecto, that's a nice headshot onto Obo, gets caught in an awkward fight. Good swing from Perfecto. Ramp room is lost, and now the defense has to start shifting. Perfecto takes his eyes off outside because he's got to go to the lower bomb site. Config is here as well, but he's all alone for the moment and traded immediately.
I just realized, oddly enough, Jason, a slow start turns into a quick ending. So there's always that. Rush and Poison are left, 2-on-4. Yeah, you think about that for a second.
I mean, yeah, that one's a doozy. Nice shot from Poison. Simple's already in the site, though, and he hasn't pounced. 2-on-3, and another one for Poison. Navi's getting a little bit lazy in holding these angles. Flamey's gonna come down vents, but it looks like Poison's even kind of ready for that. Oh, there's a timing on it. They need to get this bomb planted right now. Poison again. It's gonna be an absolute nightmare. The flick down doesn't connect, and he's brought very low, but now Rush gets involved as well.
Flamey walking in. Oh, he's just a step away from taking him down. Then it's a 2-on-1. 15 seconds on the clock. And Rush, he's so exposed out here. He almost has to wait for the bomb plant now, but even that could be scary. There's the peak, and Flamey will take him down. So close, but some of these clutches just seem to... They can't go the way of Complexity for whatever reason. 14-5.
I don't think Complexity's won a single clutch in these. Maybe one, but I doubt it. I can't recall. I only recall the ones that Simple's taken in the first half, so none of these late round scenarios are going their favor. And it's a shame. As we've mentioned it, I mean, it seems like if they could have had just 1 or 2 of maybe the 5 or 6 that we've seen, this could be an entirely different ball game. Instead, it's Navi just burying Complexity on nuke.
Well, there's Config with an opening, just a deagle, and it's taken down Flamey. So it's a good start. There will be some revenge, and also Boomage outside. They did drop Config in there, so Perfecto able to make that work. But they've invested a lot into this round. Not everything. They still have some money left. I don't know why they didn't invest more into this round. Are they playing for a 10-round overtime comeback?
Yeah, I mean, I think most of them would be sitting at, what, like 3,000 or low 3,000s in their money. I think they just felt like they couldn't get a solid buy, but I know your reasoning. I think at this kind of a scoreline, this far back, I don't necessarily think there's a wrong answer to criticize. You know, you're either fighting with barely enough to really have a clean battle and maybe preserving, you know, 14 rounds on Navi, or you're just way too far gone at 5-15. 3-on-2, there goes Rush. Simple finds him. And it's a 3-on-1, although BlameF does have an AK-47. However, he has burned down to 75 HP.
Yeah.
Simple's only died 6 rounds, Anders.
Yeah, and maybe you think, well, maybe he hasn't been in the action that much. But that's not true either. He's been in all of the action. He's also got 22 kills. It's outrageous. He's pretty good at what he does. And BlameF, again, given the economy, even though you would love to try and clutch it, I think as soon as he's off the fire up there, it's better to try and walk away. That will make it 15-5 in favor of Navi. I don't even know the scale of the breakdown that Navi would have to not find one more round out of the next 10. It's hard to imagine, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't think of what would have to happen. I don't know. There'd have to be a whole lot of weird events occur. And this is a game, remember, a lot of the pregame and a lot of the positives about Navi was simple and electronic, always being there for the team. This is a game where electronic hasn't even had to do a whole lot of work, so Complexity hasn't even had to face, you know, the second beast of Navi. Flamey's having a good performance. He's got 19 kills, 11 deaths. Perfecto and Boomich are doing exactly what they should be doing, is just providing a solid baseline. 13 kills on Perfecto, 12 on Boomich. And it seems like they know BlameF is there.
Yeah, they checked it the hard way, throwing explosives at him. Had another one coming in
and
there.
And a Molotov.
So, yeah, it's a good thing that he's moved out of the position, but you have to imagine they're still going to be a little bit worried and actually go and check it, which, if they do, he's at a big disadvantage with the health.
We'll see. Off angle. Electronic is going to clear it. The shadow shows. And right through the smoke for Poison is able to steal one away. Maybe a second, but the timing's not there. And now jumping on top the pier over the smoke, but they've already crossed his vision.
Yeah, they're down there really quickly. Flamey is holding up in the lobby. And if they get the bomb down, then Flamey's position just increases in value a lot, because he could suddenly be the guy to come down the vent late, make sure no one's rotating in this way. It's all just really, really good. Obo sneaking into a dangerous position. They might come from the door as well, and they will take down Config from that position. Obo's still alive in there, but only for a second. That was simple. Narrow angle on that door, and now it's a 2... Well, make it a 1-on-4. Forget what I said.
Poor Poison just pulls out a flashbang. Man, Navi, that's a powerful hit. They actually had downstairs control so quickly before anyone from Complexity rotated there, but they were being very cautious and clearing everything out. That allowed Complexity to actually rotate into the proper positions, but I mean, basically it just ended up giving them a chance to get their heads ripped off. So 16-5 is going to be the first map victory, and that's an exclamation point for Simple. What an absolute beast. Not only high in the score charts, but clutches one left and right. And Complexity never had a chance on Nuke. That's rough for them. They're down 0-1 in the series. We're gonna do a break. We'll get the Des to talk about this one, and then we'll move on and see what Complexity's response will be. So stay tuned.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here. We've got the best teams in the world and Complexity. But Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! This is it. It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it
This
is.
is the best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time
time, flanking around. Flame is hunting him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
Yeah, I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown! This isn't the Astralis that I know. Electronic in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies from. Oh no! A beautiful spray! Electrons have got it! 16-14! Now we do it!
Who's ready for Vitality versus Complexity? I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down Vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we're gonna destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor. Victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered.
Blade, a very confident win over Complexity here. Must be certainly feeling good for you guys going into Dust 2. But the one thing I wanted to touch on is we heard comms from your previous game where it was kind of chaotic and crazy. We just had a bit of a clip coming out from Simple asking the guys to keep it kind of nice and calm, keep it not so much screaming and crazy. How important is that to success for you guys? Because we've heard your comms a lot and it's always kind of very frantic and kind of crazy.
Yeah, you know, CS region a bit emotional all the time, and usually a lot of teams have team speak like we have. But of course, we're trying to always to ask the players to speak more like like chill, like not to be so chaotic. But at the same time, it gives you some positive tension, like tension when everyone is focused for 100%. And sometimes it helps, but actually we are trying to make some rule, like for example, if two people are speaking at the same time, the third guy needs to speak only if he has some really important info. We're still working on this aspect, and I think we'll improve in the future.
I'm convinced that this change and Simple Blade, the communication, it's got to be coming from us, boys. It's got to be coming from us. Our investigation going on here. Blast putting it on blast. That's definitely got to be it, right? Because I don't know otherwise if that's working out. I mean, crazy comms or not, right now, Navi, they're manhandling Complexity. So it's getting frisky. What do you think, Maniac?
Listen, we really talk about Simple, obviously. There is a lot to say about what he did in this game and these clutches, but I want to focus on Flamey for a second because he had the highest ADR of the server by a large margin. I thought he was key at the beginning of this game to completely shut down Complexity. If you look at the scoreline in some of these plays right here, it was 1-0 before, now he's 3-0, now 5-0 again, and he stops them Ram. So Flamey was a difference maker. He was extremely solid in all of his positions. Even in his rotations, you have an example right here when he was coming in from heaven and destroyed everyone on the side of Complexity. So I want to give him props because it had been a while and this was probably the most solid version of Flamey I had seen in a long time.
This is the reason I love and hate Flamey all at the same time, though, Maniac, because he can do that in a game, and then he can completely drop off and be a non-issue for teams, right? When he plays like that, that's when you know that Navi are one of the best teams in the world. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen all the time. And we said, Electronic, he always shows up as well. Well, today, he didn't necessarily need to on Nuke, only 9 kills to his name right there, Simple doing the lion's share. But I just quickly want to touch on the side of things of Complexity. I don't think that their first half was bad if you take all the clutches that Simple was able to win out of the equation. Their game plan had actually felt pretty good in isolating parts of the map, having Navi total up, and Blame was finding a lot of room and taking a lot of responsibility as the captain and in-game leader of the team. Obviously, when we flick on over and we see the way the second half went, it doesn't look great, but the first half, it was just that microcosm, it felt all right.
Now, this was going to be the concern coming into it. Were Complexity going to have the firepower to go toe-to-toe? Were Simple and Electronic just going to run roughshod over this team? I mean, it seems like right now we're getting the answers on Nuke, and it's a fairly straightforward answers at that right now with Simple just kind of taking over. But maybe we want to start talking a little bit about Dust 2. I mean, that's going to be Navi's pick.
Well, if we...
So...
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I jumped the gun on that one. If I take Cat's point, it can also apply to Dust 2, right? The game plan from Complexity was good. It truly was. And it is one of the sad facts about playing versus Navi is that you can actually lose 16-5 and play good Counter-Strike. That's the feeling I had watching this game. But whenever you get these clutches, whenever you get the opportunity to close the round, if you do not, they will steamroll you. This rule will apply on every map in Counter-Strike. You cannot ever lose these 2v2 bomb planning situation. Obviously a 3v1 versus Simple. These were the turnarounds of the map. Complexity had a good nuke plan, definitely, but it wasn't enough when they couldn't convert. So if they can do it on Dust 2, there is a topic of discussion, there is a third map that can be brought up, but the problem is you cannot allow Navi to get away with these rounds.
Yeah, I feel like it's unlikely, right? Because you think about it, Complexity, it wasn't like opening kills weren't going their way. There was a lot of situations where multiple opening kills would go in their favor, and then Simple and Electronic and Flamey and Code, they would happen, and they would turn those rounds back around. And then with the clutches on top of that, come on, Simple. Like, you just see it. And you're right, you and I were talking, Maniac, in the chat. You do just watch it and you go, yeah, you know he's going to win this round, even though he shouldn't. Like, he shouldn't be able to win the rounds in the way that he does. But this is the Simple factor, and you can't take that out of the equation at all when we're talking about NAVI. So moving into Dust 2, if he's fired up and playing this level of Counter-Strike on a map like Dust 2, where it's even more open field and the AWP can do even more damage, I'm really scared for Complexity.
You're really scared for Complexity. So no way for Complexity to get back into this. We've done a lot of talking about Navi. Is there anything we're looking at here for Complexity to get them back into this? Config, you know,
Blamef?
Is there anything?
Blamef is the man. He's the man.
Throw me a line.
Now, Blamef is here for you. If you're a Complexity fan and you hope that they can make a comeback, well, his prestation, his performance on Nuke is actually source of inspiration. You can hope, you can think he will. Blamef is probably one of these players that don't get shut down at all. Even if he's having a hard time, even if his team is not finding the solution, he will take his responsibility. He'll go in, get stuck in, and make the difference. So he is the one man that you have to keep an eye on if you wish for Complexity to push it to a third.
Those clutch rounds and swing rounds we were talking about as well, they don't always necessarily go Navi's way, right? Like, even though Simple won them all there, you'd never expect them to convert all of those. Maybe one a game, yeah, but not as many as what we just saw. And when they were doing more top rushes and it was getting a little bit brawly, you could see that Complexity could stand toe-to-toe. So moving into Dust 2, it is another comfortable map for both teams. And here, there's a chance that Complexity can make this one closer, but it just feels like they're not warmed up enough to take it to Navi here today.
You can see Rush really adapting to Europe. He's got the sparkling water now, gents. Maybe that's adding to his gameplay. Hey, don't knock it, Chad. I know, actually, you were over in Cologne, so yeah, you've had your dose of sparkling water. All right, that's going to be it for us here, gentlemen, on the desk. I think it's time to take a break, and when we come back, we'll see just how, Complexity fare on Dust 2. Are Navi going to take this series 2-0, or will Complexity, the mix, come out victorious and take us to map 3?
Week 3 of Blast Premiere. We've got some top-tier Counter-Strike coming your way.
The 100 Thieves and G2!
Down now, 2 quick kills. They should not lose this game right now. This is not a team that yet has the pedigree to beat an EG.
It is Valentine's Day, guys, but what happens under the desk stays under the desk.
Dad and Dad, we're back together again.
So what we have to do, we will win this game. Deal?
But they're coming in from long as well. Faze's gonna be there. What an upset. It took all 3 maps.
And this is gonna be a spicy one. 100 Thieves versus EG!
They take them down in overtime and win the whole series 2-0.
A banger of a match between G2 and OG.
Chance for this, and it's down to 1v2 to close it out.
EG versus OG for a spot in the spring finals in Moscow.
We are legends of this game. We will rip, shoot hits. Deal? That's all, Alexi. Go.
It was an upset last time and everyone was shocked, but here we go. OG absolutely living the dream, and they will take him down for a second time.
Let's focus, boys. Let's focus like we played first time against them.
Yeah. They've done it. They've bounced back on Dust 2. We're going to the final map of Blast Premier Spring Series, baby.
Let's take the fight.
And G2, 1 frag away, 1 HP away from shutting down the dreams of OG.
There we go. G2 Esports first place in Group C. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you in a couple of months, of course, for the showdown. And for now, enjoy the rest of your evening. There we go. Bye.
And welcome back. We are here with the second map. It's between Complexity and Navi. That first one went by really quickly. That was Complexity's map pick on Nuke, and they lost it, well, and if you went for a little cup of tea or something, you might have just missed all of it. So now we're on Dust 2 instead. I hope you got your tea ready. Jason, what have you got?
I've got coffee. I'm more of a coffee man myself, but I am still ready to go despite not having any tea.
All right.
We're gonna have to see some kind of a significant bounce back out of Complexity. This is where you hope, you know, guys like Obo, guys like Config don't start out slow. They had, what, 2 combined kills between both of them about 6 rounds into Nuke. That can't happen again. And obviously the big one that just hits you right in the face is someone from Complexity is gonna need to win a clutch at some point.
Yeah, you would think even by random chance there would, you know, there'd be a chance. Like if you just played enough rounds, surely one of them you know, you happen to find a lucky kill and that's it. Can't be losing any 1 versus 3s to Simple either. That has got to be put to an end. We'll see how it goes. I mean, if Simple continues, I don't know if there's anything they could do. He was ridiculously good on that first map.
Yeah, that's the real problem. And I mean, remember, also on the first map, the one with the player we didn't see that didn't have to step up in any way was Electronic. We still have to see if Complexity can weather the storm of Electronic coming into this. So a lot of question marks. There's a lot of danger, a lot of ifs coming in for Cole here on map 2.
Yeah, they really are. It was even hard at one point to hold on to the what-if kind of story. Like, oh, if they won that clutch, if they won. There's so many of them, you just felt like, man, this is not meant to be. It's not happening. We'll see. Second map coming right up, and Navi will start on the CT side, Complexity on the T side. They've bought a couple of smokes, good for that long crossing, and a P250 on BlameF. Always good to be taking fights and challenging, and it looks like they do want to run, at least for a little while, for long. Not going full speed at it. Waiting for the flashbang to set it up, and Electronic is in that corner, and he could be in a really weird spot if Boomich gets smoked off up there. That could be really weird.
Yeah, this is, well, I mean, it is Electronic. He's very precise. Pop Flash comes in, and, ooh, that's a good find. He's dropped immediately, and now here comes the hit towards the bomb site. Boomich over the top of the smoke is going to find some damage, but no kills yet for Navi. They're in a retake scenario.
Simple, waiting up by that Gandalf box just for a little bit of a swing. Bomb being... Oh, and no one's checking it. They didn't even know. I thought they were planting on the other side. That could be a big mistake. Boomich goes down to the meantime, though, and they take care of Simple. And now those USPs, they're sort of running out of firepower here. It's a 2-on-4, and they're going to get shut down. P250 on BlameF will do a lot of work in the round already with a double kill. And Flamey's just trying to fall back away from the fight. Inobo won't let him. That's a good recovery from Complexity after being a little bit shocked by Simple.
Yeah, he was a big surprise that come out there. It's a good thing they just went straight up 1-for-1 with him. Didn't let that kind of danger continue. Great reaction from Poison there for the opening kill. Good job all around. Pistol round goes to Complexity on this T side, and they're going to continue the attack. 2 MAC-10s, 2 AK-47s, a scout on Poison, and it's a full investment from the defense as well. Simple's got his scout also.
it's a good start for Complexity, but I don't want to start the celebrations early. I want to see them make it through this next round. Then we'll get to it. Then we'll order the champagne and all the rest of it. But they got to make it through the scout and the Deagles here. Scout in the middle, a little bit of a setup. Config. Can't believe he didn't even get tagged in that. Looked like there was plenty of time. He's making an escape from the Deagle as well. He is lucky to be alive. Finally, he will go down, but still, that's good enough for that mid-fight.
Yeah, but nobody from Complexity is there to guard the AK-47. No one's there to pick it up after it's gone down, so Electronic has that in hand. Obo's going to come up catwalk, so at least Electronic is trapped for the moment, but if he... A couple nice shots here. There's the first. This is why it's dangerous. Rush is at low HP, and he's got to hide. So low HP and a scout inside the bomb site is not an ideal scenario, but Obo saves the day.
There's a pretty wild spray coming out from that AK versus the MAC-10, but he only really could hit a headshot there, and it's not necessarily easy to do. So they will live for the round, even if they give the AK-47, and it will be another round here where NAVI don't have really that much to fight with. Boomich buying a single smoke. I wonder what for. Is it just for the cross in the middle? Yeah, so they're all gonna run long, just faking it out, hoping. I don't think this would work. Even if they went long, what are they gonna do?
I don't know if you know, get a lucky headshot with that P250 on simple, able to clean some things up with USB. Yeah, I mean, it's very low percentage, right? Let's not, you know, make things up, but there's still some danger to it. I think more than anything, that smoke is just, yep.
You started to tell that story and then you lost faith in it yourself along the way, Jace. I like that.
I mean, I was just trying to, you know, outline, you know, maybe the one circumstance, the one outcome that could have been deadly for Complexity. I think more than anything, that smoke is just consistency. You know, throw it every single round. Make sure Complexity see it every single round. You know, any information you can masterly on is a benefit, no matter how small. Complexity's just going to walk out mid. They'll find it free. They'll find it open. And certainly from here, you just kind of execute an attack onto that B-bomb site. And, yeah, so what'd you have for breakfast today, Anders?
I had,
let me guess. Cheese?
Yeah.
Eggs? Avocado?
Yeah. And some coconut oil on top of all of it. That's it.
You've, yeah.
I've perfected it. It's the kind of breakfast you eat it and you feel like maybe I shouldn't just eat anything else today. So, you know, fair play.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah, it's
what kind of
though.
eggs? Sunny side up? Dippy eggs? We talking scrambled eggs?
Yeah, I just scramble. I just make like a little egg omelette. I put the cheese on top and then like I flip it around on top of the cheese, so you get like that grilled cheese effect. It's all. It's like a whole art. Like I'm improving it all the time. Become pretty good at it. I, you know, could add little details to it, like a little pepper if you want, like a little red pepper. It's a real work in progress.
Wow, pepper! You really treated yourself this morning.
Yeah, I know. It's this is exciting, you know. You never know what could come out of it.
All right, first gun round underway. AWP on simple. M4 is picked up around it. No kits quite yet for the Navi side. Boomich can buy one, but he's not going to. He goes for 2 flashes instead.
Wow. Okay. So looking to make this not a round where the bomb even goes down. Check in. I mean, some confidence maybe. Rush going to be putting out the smoke and just jumping right around the corner. They could catch Flamey if they keep going. He's kind of stuck over by that car, which is really uncomfortable. Let's see if they want to use a bunch of grenades to try and get rid of it. I don't know if they know that he's there yet, but if they do, could definitely Molotov him out of that position. There's one attempt. Gets put out. That does kind of confirm that he's there, though.
Yeah, a little bit. Flamey just lying in wait. And we see that smoke faked once in a while, though, right? If that Molotov is thrown and no one's there, someone can throw that smoke, use the utility to kind of throw some kind of a fake to your opponents. Regardless, the important factor is that Flamey gets out safely. But that's valuable utility to get him into a safe position. He's going to have to go up towards Catwalk where Electronic is waiting. Boomich playing at Elevator. So this defense is going to be at range, and it's going to be hard to stop this cross. Here come the smokes. Wall is set up. Good angle for the spam, and he's found Obo, who stopped to take the fight.
Yeah, that's actually so much damage. And once again, this time it's Flamey playing by that box. Last time it was simple. No one's covering it. If Flamey swings for it, that's going to be a free kill. Now, it'll happen after the bomb goes down, but with the health that's on Config, this is really not ideal. BlameF here with the flank, but he might be too late. Even if he gets this kill, I don't know if it's going to make any difference. Now it actually definitely won't. All he could do is maybe give away the AK-47. Oh, when he doesn't get that straight away. So now he's about to get shot in the back. It'll be Perfecto to take him down. And that's a flawless round out of Navi. Nobody goes down. Oh, dear.
Yeah, that couldn't have gone worse if you're Complexity. All that space over towards long, Navi just played perfectly. Nice spray down from Boomich right through the smoke. Obo doesn't need to stop for this fight, and he's feeling very frisky, and obviously this is the second time we have seen them fail to clear that box. I don't believe they had a Molotov for it. They did have one, but it was on BlameF in middle.
Yeah, but it's worth keeping in mind. I mean, it's twice it's happened, and we'd hate to see it happen a third time, so hopefully we won't have to. Complexity though with the bomb plant and the 3 rounds they can buy, and even in the next round if they get the bomb plant I think they're still good to go. So got something to work with here. Nice aggression, and Obo, he will almost lose that fight, but not quite. Simple getting one and the cross and trying to see if he can shoot them through the door, which is not a bad idea given how low on health they are. The grenade only do a little bit of damage on a Config. He's hiding from the flames as his team is about to show, but BlameF is in the middle and he's already got a kill, so while they're thinking about if they even want to retake, they have to worry about whether or not they're going to run into BlameF somewhere.
Yeah, someone needs to clear him out, and this is taking way too much time. Boomich, gonna back away from that fight, and Navi have to save.
Yeah.
They can't comfortably, I mean, even going for a retake of BlameF wasn't here was gonna be difficult, but certainly with this presence on Catwalk, the possibility of a flank coming in at any moment, and Navi don't want to mess with it. Now, backing off, remember, they survived the previous round that they won with 5 players alive, so there's gonna be plenty of cash to drop weapons over. Flamey can drop one. Perfecto might even be able to buy something of his own. So Navi's gonna have another strong buy in the next round, but a good hit for Complexity. Up to 4 rounds on their T-side attack.
I mean, this is an ugly start for both sides, really, but that one opening is enough, even if the trade is there right afterwards, and such is kind of the nature of the B-bomb site. At least for a minute here until the doors swap back once we start playing on that version. It'll be interesting to see what kind of an effect Simple would have had in that mid position. We'll see.
I think that's going to be a whole new nightmare. With Simple with the AWP. I mean, there's going to be a lot of players that make that a whole new nightmare. And I think the fun thing about it is it kind of, I feel like, we've seen it. I think it's just going to make Oppers more comfortable to play. I think you're going to see a lot less defenders actually in the B bomb site, maybe a rifle close up to the double doors with an Opper in middle. That seems to be like it'll probably be the standard defense, but that ability to just kind of turn around and spin towards the B bomb site is going to be really, really fun. Oh, by the way, it's also going to be cool for the T side if you can get into the B bomb site and peek through those double doors and actually hold it, so you don't have to smoke it off every single time.
Yeah, it definitely works both ways. Kind of look forward to it. A lot of grenades on Perfecto landing over here. He's going to be up on the box, but he did get dropped down to 45. Simple outside looking into the middle with that AWP, but they're hoping for someone to go peek. Well, they're not going to find anyone, so a little bit of time is going to be wasted early on here, which is not a big problem really for Complexity. Will be a big problem for Navi if they let go of this round. Then I feel like the memory of that nuke game is going to be just a fading one for Complexity, and they'll start to get warmed up into this game a bit.
Well, remember, I mean, we mentioned it a couple times, you know, in the later stages of that T-side on nuke, they started looking really good. The game plan started really clicking and working very well. The desk also said that the game plan was quite nice. So you have to imagine, as long as they're not getting destroyed by Simple or losing every single clutch in the game, they can put together a very effective attack here on Dust 2. All 5 players shifted to this long cave, and Rush is going to lead the way out. Flashbang off the wall, follow-up flashes as well. Boomich catches one, and the trajectory gives away his position, and he's got nobody close by. It's all up to his own flashes, and he's got one. Now he can sink deeper into the pit. A little bit more damage, but a big trade from Obo.
It's a nice take of that pit area, but Flamey is really quickly there with the flank coming through, and the rest of them are holding over by CT spawn, and I think one of them up on Catwalk, so could be really dangerous. Oh, they're looking for it, and Flamey, I don't know. He's supposed to be going once the attack on A is actually happening. I feel like he's way, way too early.
He's maybe way too early based. Oh my God, what a wipeout. Jeez. He might be a little bit early, but it's, I don't know. I feel like it's hard to judge him in that position because he might be early in terms of the contact that's happening on the map, but definitely in terms of the round timer, he's not early at all. You know, he's turning that corner, what, with like 25 seconds on the clock?
Yeah.
And BlameF is still just there waiting, or 20 seconds? Like, you're thinking at that point, everyone's going to be attacking towards the bomb site. Maybe one person at the corner, but you're definitely not expecting him, BlameF, to be in that position wide open.
Good spray, good return as well from Rush. Will give them a 2-for-1 trade. They did also hear that AWP on Simple, so that's a bit of a warning sign to them. They're all here, and I mean, they have enough grenades to make it hard for Simple. He's all the way down the middle anyway, but if they go for it and get the bomb plant down, there's not going to be any threat from that AWP or anyone else, really. Man, that was a strange round. Even at the end in that 2-on-4, there was about 8 seconds when the bomb was being planted, and there was a guy right next to the actual site. I was a bit worried for any kind of jumping nonsense going on.
Jumping nonsense. Ooh, Molotov forces them into the open. You gotta better be certain they're gonna Molotov that corner box. Flamey's there again. Simple's gone down. Great transfer from Config. Alp is picked up and recovered, and a triple kill to close out the round. 6-1 for Complexity. They're off and running.
Yeah, things are starting to look really, really good, and especially getting that AWP away from them. What a devastating loss in a round where you'd actually hoped a lot for that to have some more impact. They're going to have another one in this round, and I think that's, you know, that's a little bit of a bonus to NAVI, I suppose. Still not anywhere near the double AWP territory, which again on Dust 2 is kind of a classic way to deal with being behind. Rush waiting for the Molotov, putting it right out and running through his own smoke. Perfecto getting shot down. Great opening, and Rush almost winning the round, just getting these 2 kills. That is huge.
That's fearless, and Na'Vi have a real issue. This is 3 rounds straight that Complexity has shown they can take long and exploit that map control, and it leads to round wins. And long is such a critical part of the map for Dust 2. BlameF, as we know, off on his own in middle, watching the flank, waiting for his moment to pounce and go for the lurk. It's simple. It's all on his shoulders. Up on Catwalk with that AWP. That spam. This time Obo wins it. And Simple might have to start thinking about falling away, but BlameF is there to catch him.
See if they can actually get this AWP away from Simple. BlameF is in the middle. Could be catching Simple as he's waiting around on Catwalk. I don't think they even know yet. Doesn't even matter.
Oh
what a
my God.
headshot. Oh God, this Complexity team has absolutely come alive. Rush and Obo in this round. The headshots from these AKs are just instantaneous. Look at the kills on NAVI. The most is Boomich on 4, and then it's 2 on everyone else except Perfecto on 1.
Yeah, they're starting out the same way Complexity started on Nuke. Not even any fragging production. Even if you have some cool calls, even if you have some advantages, if the kills aren't coming, it really doesn't matter. So now he's going to need somebody to pick up the energy. Maybe they're all yelling, as we heard in their team speak. Maybe they're all freaking out.
They could very well all be yelling at the moment. Maybe a bit of yelling before it all goes dead quiet here. Because I don't know what's left to say at this point. 7-1. They're really getting banged out on Dust 2, which is exciting. It's Mirage is the 3rd map. I don't know what I was expecting. It's not that I thought Dust 2 would absolutely be Navi's map just because they picked it, but I was expecting something different than this at any rate.
I mean, after we saw the Simple on Nuke, you're like, oh God, if that's the Simple that's going to show up today, there's an issue. But he's not even getting a chance. And I think part of the reason why he's getting so neutralized is because Complexity's emphasis on long. Remember, Simple's being very mobile with the AWP towards middle, towards Catwalk. When they attack long, you know, he's not even really able to have the impact until his teammates have already gone down. So this has just been a really well-called half, I think, from Complexity so far with a 6-round lead. Dropping out towards middle. 4 players going to attack. Big trade for Poison. 1 player left to take over that B bomb site. It's Perfecto.
And he just wants to stay hidden back here. Wait for his time. There's only 30 seconds left, so if he could have stayed alive even a few seconds longer, it would have been interesting, but still, he did a pretty good job now. Simple, almost walking through the smoke. He's just going to try for the wall bang, but Rush is there
Sweet
to secure the round.
Christ.
Yeah, that's a little bit close.
He brought Poison down to 1 HP. If he gets that kill, and it's simple, right? You know he's got a chance. If Rush isn't peeking that window, almost an opportunity for him.
8-1, man.
There's only 14 kills across the board for everyone at NAVI combined. Just no fragging production coming out. Good flashes out long. Config has somehow found some safety for a moment on top of the barrel. It eventually heats up and burns. And here's an interesting scenario for Complexity. All 3 members dedicated out towards long. You have no presence in mid, no presence anywhere else on the map. But there's plenty of time on the clock. It feels like you either need to back off and start taking map control towards mid or start having presence there, or you kind of need to press the envelope relatively quickly because you don't know what's happening anywhere else. They could be pushing upper dark. They could already be in T-spawn. You're already boxed in. It's just a question of how fast you want to make this play happen.
Big price to pay if you have to go back through middle and upper dark to check all that out. I mean, the time that'll take you. Yeah, you're right. That's maybe an even worse problem is having to cross this whole midsection without being able to throw the right smokes. Boomage has found maybe an interesting angle. He's waiting for a flashbang. He's going to get it there. We'll turn around and spray right over. That is deadly. Even just the one-on-one trade there is still really good. Simple, trying to look over the box to find whoever he can. 40 seconds now and waiting for that bomb plant to go through. Poison is going to be the one to put it down while Blamef is out in the open covering him. A good grenade landing on both of them, in fact, and they should be losing this round. But Poison doing his best to make sure that doesn't happen. Could he get Simple as well? He's slowly leaking into war. Simple knows it, and that is a lot of patience for Simple to pick up that kill. I usually don't see Simple being that passive, but it was the right play.
Yeah, with the AWP as well, just waiting for that slide in. Well, he knows also that it's their turn to make a move, and you also have to have some trust in Perfecto, your teammate. You could see when it's a 3-on-2, Simple, the lone player on defense, is being passive to let the 2 players begin that retake. But when it's down, you just kind of have to trust that Perfecto is going to be able to do something, because when both players at Complexity are trapped in the bomb site, you know their first priority after the bomb plant is to get out of the site. If you sit there, you're in a lot of trouble. And Simple knows that, and he's just waiting for the slide into his crosshair. Double up setup picked up for NAVI, and they're going to look to make a comeback of their own.
The first half on Nuke was 10-5, and those 5 rounds really weren't enough for Complexity to do much of anything. So let's see if NAVI can get past the 5-round mark here at the first half at the very least, for a little bit more of a foundation to build something on. Config sneaking in, and oh, I can't believe he almost stutter-stepped his way out of death. But Simple will re-peek it and take him down anyway.
Well, 3 players in upper dark, and the bomb is going to rotate back around through T-spawn. So Perfecto is going to get some attention. He's got help. He's got Boomich in the site. He's got Simple with that AWP already cheating over, just crossed by mid. So this hit is figured out already. And Complexity better have a knockout punch in these initial battles, or they're going to get stuck without any access. Simple's arrived. And they're going to be shut down. No chance to even get out of the choke point. Flames in their way. Nice shot from Poison as Perfecto drops into an easy kill, but a 3rd round for NAVI.
They've been trying for a while to get that triple boost looking over the smoke into the B plateau, and they don't really get rewarded for it. But I'm kind of curious, even if they had got rewarded, then the bomb was on rush all the way across the map. Seemed maybe they would have just had the pick off and gone somewhere else. Either way, as you said, a 3rd round for NAVI. Still the double up setup in play. They're going to go for the boost on Catwalk with Electronic being up there quickly. And out the middle, they could be going for it right away. Simple is going to miss a single shot. A lot of people on the other side. He misses one more time. They really don't want to fight him. They're going to smoke him off instead. And now they're going to see if they can crunch this bomb site. Perfecto on his own. Oh, Simple. He actually got a kill right through the smoke of Perfecto. If he can stay alive, maybe get a kill. There's a headshot, and that might be the round. They still could have maybe lost it, even with the success in middle. But Perfecto doing an amazing job in here with a double kill of his own. And in the end, it's just going to be Perfecto going down here as Config is in a 1 versus 4. Shot in the back by Boomich. That's a dangerous round.
Man, what a... I mean, that's heartbreaking for Complexity. Your strategy just gets straight up demolished just by some lucky kills. Electronic spamming through smoke, Simple through the smoke as well. That's the entire middle portion of the attack that is supposed to help you take that B bomb site just gets thinned out by half. The third player sticks around as well to make sure no one's jumping through. That is a brutal way to lose a round for Complexity. Still, they had so much money built up, they can buy again.
A little bit of spam coming through the door. Boomich only taking 9 points of damage. So it'll be fine. They're already centered around the middle right now for Complexity. I really like that fast mid to B attack. And I think, you know, if not for Simple getting that shot through and Perfecto getting a double kill, that's probably around where they at least have a bomb plant and a decent chance of fighting for an after plant. So Complexity might want to revisit that at some point.
That's what makes it so heartbreaking. If Electronic doesn't get a spam and Simple doesn't get a spam through the smoke, if those two kills don't happen just by blind luck, then there's no chance Perfecto gets a double kill because you have enough players coming in that it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. He would have had to pull off something truly magnificent. Electronic here waiting for a pop flash. He's got it from Simple, and he's got Blame F, and he has a bit of information. Simple's going to have to rotate over towards Long No in support of Boomich. And he's hoping to pick off one on the cross.
No jump down happening, but Simple. It's going to stick around. It's dangerous to stay here because you don't know if they jump down, if you're about to basically be run down by someone with an AK-47. It's going to be a quick bomb plant instead. And a 4-on-4 for the retake. Some good Molotovs there on NAVI. If they can isolate them on the catwalk or even up here with Poisonous holding by the Gandalf box, it could be interesting. But NAVI are setting up rather slow retake. They do have the long control. Can they find a way to get in here?
Simple's moving up as well. Here it comes. Molotov out towards catwalk to prevent the repeat. Config swings out. He's dropped first. There goes Oboe as well. And again, this late round situation for Complexity, it just does not work out. Rush maybe only needs one kill. That's important. He swings a little bit more. Flamey takes the shot. If he can get this, he's done it. Simple finds him around the smoke. And Flamey's just barely got the defuse. 15 HP away from a heroic effort of Rush.
Yeah, wow. Even with the smoke and everything, he was actually running out of time then. That is a very, very close retake for a 5th round on the Na'Vi side. But with the bomb plant and with the round loss bonus, they're able to put together a buy here, Complexity, which now it's starting to get critical. If they let go of this one, they could see Na'Vi end at 7 rounds, which I think Na'Vi would be pretty happy about, given how this all started out a first half of Dust 2. Again, 4 of them in Upper Dark where, you know, they've been trying to do that boost many, many times. So they're going to do it this time. They're just going to try and see if they can rush it. Flamey behind the box with the AWP. He'll pick up 1 kill. It's friendly flashbang. And wow, what a great defense between him and Perfecto. They just set an absolute blockade up. No one could enter.
Yeah, I mean, this Na'Vi defense really flipped the switch at some point. 5 rounds straight for Na'Vi. And in those 5 rounds, they haven't really even had a close round just yet. I mean, 3 of the rounds have had 4 players surviving for Na'Vi. And remember, they got that double up on board right after their first round win during this stretch. That double up has been really painful for Complexity to try and break through. Either way, this was looking like a dominant half for Complexity, and Navi's pulled it right back.
Playmif quick to the corner on Long. A couple of friendly flashbangs to help him out. They suspect that he might be in there, but it's hard to swing to try and find a quick trade. Config for Boomich. Flamey not falling all the way back, but again into this car position where you're definitely vulnerable. If you miss the first shot and they get out and then start throwing grenades, it could be hard to escape from this position, although they're going to fall back. That's interesting.
Might not be the wrong call. Look at the minimap at the moment. 3 players for the Na'Vi defense over on the A side of the map, and Flamey's pretty isolated at car. Thankfully, Simple's got his back, but it's Electronic's duty to rotate over to help Perfecto. He's doing that just now. Oboe with a bit of presence in middle. That's not going to hold people back for long. Now 2 players in the B bomb site, and you have that dreaded car bomb site crossfire ready to go.
And 45 seconds, they really need some success, and it's not going to be the exact opposite. A grenade, and then Perfecto with the spray down. Electronic hiding in the corner, and he's going to get straight shot down. He just needed to get that 1 kill, and that would have been the round immediately. Now it's a double AWP for the retake. That could get really awkward. Now, they might be able to find another gun somewhere, but still, that's a bit odd. Simple just running
Simple's
in.
mental.
Yeah, what is he doing?
He dropped his AWP in middle. He's looking. He wants one of these AK-47s, but he didn't realize that they died in the tunnel. Now he's got... What a crazy, crazy bastard.
He just put it all on the fact that he might find one of them. Now it's on Flamey, and he might just be thinking, like, what are you doing, bro? Why is that happening? Almost a kill. Pistols out. Could he get it through the box? It's so close. Flamey, this might be genius. Oh, what a clutch that is. And he's going to be on it right away with the kit. That's huge. Once he fires that AW, he is exposed and out in the open, and he still picks it up. Simple just laughing, but that's an 8-7 finish of the half. And a good comeback for NAVI, winning the last 6 rounds in a row. We'll see how it goes in the second half when we come back after the break.
Can he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and Mayern, everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted in IP. They know they have to move quick, because otherwise, you know, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it, too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try and see if he catch one.
That's
Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And oh, the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know if that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You could absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now he's scared enough that he can't even flank. So he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray. Okay. He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping, was NAVI, and there's the head on display! Oh, he takes it! FaZe Clan winning a round! Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins! He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th! Mayern's still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. KNG, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern. But they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb. Solely focused over on ramp. He gets them both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay. He still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site.
We return to the second half, second map here between NAVI and Complexity. After a bit of a strange first half, it was looking like Complexity was running away with it. They were up 8-1, and then it was 6 rounds in a row for NAVI to finish it 8-7. So who comes into the second half feeling really good at the moment, Jason?
Navi, for sure. I mean, that has to surely reinvigorate them. And for Complexity, I think the problem is losing those last 6 rounds. It feels like a long time since you've actually won a round. You had such a great start to this game. You had an 8-1 lead, and to have that kind of a lead slip away, it feels like a loss in and of itself to a certain degree. So, I mean, again, just gotta hope that you can get off to a good start. Someone is gonna deliver in this pistol round to get some good energy back into the Complexity side. Electronic takes a bullet to the face right at the start. That's not bad.
Nobody likes that. Makes you feel like you're not even welcome. Down to 8 health. So he's gonna be taking some sort of secondary role, or you set him in first to just check for the other bullets. Use him like a bit of a decoy. Simple. Oh, that could have been a great shot for him. If he could have got that, they would have swung long. They might still try and do that, but it would have been so much more effective. Config with an excellent headshot. He does get tagged up, but he'll just start to fall back. It's a 5-on-3. There'll be a bomb plant here, but it's still Glocks. They don't have a USP. The P250's down at long. That's a real big issue, and Electronic is the one flanking with 8 health.
Well, you can leave both low HP players there. Perfecto's got a decent angle, especially with his teammate in the site, who backs off and leaves him high and dry. Flamey with a double kill. Now Electronic can get involved, but yeah, no HP left. Flamey's gone down. That's an impossible fight to win. The bomb's not even planted for him if he was to take it. So Diffuse comes in for Complexity, and they're off and running again.
Yeah, that's very, very helpful. And again, just the early damage, meaning there was not much that Electronic could have done in the end. This is a very important kill. I actually think if Simple gets that one, even if he gets traded by Config's probably just going to get shot in the back almost immediately. So, good round. Now, because of the bomb plant, we're going to have AKs real quick, and they're actually going to have some pretty good weapons on the Complexity side to fight against the AKs.
Perfecto leading the way out, and there's a spray at the corner. Complexity doesn't have this. Molotov is out. One's already crossed the vision. Simple is going to get involved here. He needs that kill, and he's got it. Good spray control, but his teammate's gone down, and now he might want to back away. Electronic is already up catwalk. This is huge. Complexity's not going to expect this. They're not going to expect it whatsoever. The closer Electronic gets, the worse it's going to be. And Config might go down for free. There it is. He falls, rifle on the ground that cannot be recovered. But BlameF can't take this fight, not with the UMP. And the bomb site is lost.
Man, they already don't expect it, but when they actually turn the corner, what they see is Boomich, who's by that first corner at the catwalk. So now they're 100% sure that that's the most forward player. I think if it had just been Electronic out there, it could have been such a different scenario. Maybe they actually checked the bomb site, but they just didn't. Simple walking up behind. Should be a free kill on Obu, and it will be. Boomich also helping out, and running away is BlameF, only barely making it around the corner. What an uppercut here in the second round after losing the pistol. This is Navi saying, yeah, you're not going to have as much of a good start here in the second half as you did on the first.
Man, Complexity took so long at that corner fight that they never sent anyone back. Part of that is the result of Simple winning that battle at corner, that initial one that gets him the opening kill. That takes manpower away from the player who's supposed to fall back earlier to come look at catwalk. Complexity essentially was just playing poker, was just kind of bluffing the fact that they would have defense at catwalk, and Electronic calls it and gets a great angle. It's a great push towards the A bomb site, and in a round like that, like you won't usually see that in a gun round, but when you have Deagles and just 2 AK-47s, it's worth taking that risk. So what a great play from Heroic off the back of or Electronic off the back of Simple's kill.
Well, there's a scout in play and a FAMAS on BlameF and a couple of Deagles, so Complexity could find a way to answer back in this round and do some damage. Ooh, good timing. Here's the Molotov being thrown early on and goes straight for it. That's a sneaky kill from Config.
That really is. We'll see if they can actually capitalize on the opening pick. Navi not really doing a whole lot. They're pretty content just to have mid control for the moment. Some utility being placed out towards Catwalk. No aggression there. It's Oboe and Poison to defend that B bomb site, a Deagle and a Scout. And for the moment, Na'Vi just want to apply some pressure on Catwalk, and they're keeping 3 defenders locked into this site.
$40 seconds. Don't want to be too alarmist, but it is a round where the clock is running low, and we're watching Na'Vi on the T side. You never know what might happen. Russian Config are holding out on long, and that could be enough to stop them even with the pistols here. Good damage. Config, though, he can't escape from this corner, and he can't get a chance to reload. Blamef, though, has taken another kill on Boomich up at the Catwalk. 17 seconds now. They've got to run even on low health in a 2-on-3. This is actually looking really good for Complexity to bring it right back even after losing the second round. There's Blamef with 1, and he'll follow it up and close it out with a triple.
What a nice hold from Complexity. What a nice round from Blamef. That is huge to get back on their feet after losing round number 2. It was just too costly the whole way through for Na'Vi. Every time they went somewhere, players were able to slow them down, deal damage, and get a kill, and Rush is all hyped up. So, 10-8, 2-round lead, and this time Na'Vi not going to invest in the round. Deagle's being picked up late, no utility, no AK-47s, nothing of the sort. So we'll see what they can provide.
Why if they left the bomb?
Just no faith that it's actually going to work, do they? They've already lost.
Like, let's go B, but don't bring the bomb. It's not, we're not actually going to make anything happen, but let's just go there.
Maybe they're trying to send a message, like we don't need the bomb.
Well, that would be very cool if they ran B and killed everyone and never planted. That would be a message. I appreciate that. Certainly searching for the kills out middle. Simple was hanging out for a while, but in the end, he is going to get shot down too. So this is almost certainly going to be 11-8.
Yeah, I mean, those are the only plays that Complexity can make, is things like Simple just kind of sliding out and trying to find a duel in an angle. With no utility, you don't have anyone to set up any kind of an attack by your teammates, so it's just hope you find that one dig. Now back to the long cave as well. Flamey and Perfecto. P250 jumps out, it goes down. That at least gives Flamey the information of where Rush is playing, but no chance for him. 3-round lead for Complexity, 11-8, trying to force us onto a third map.
Yeah, this really has turned out pretty well. From getting badly beat up on Nuke to suffering a 6-round in a row loss in that second half. I mean, that's something that might take away just a little bit of your spirits, but not right now. Complexity seemed to be a little bit stronger than that, and that's probably good news. Simple's got the AWP, spotting in middle but not seeing anyone, and there's a Scout still in play on Poison, not quite upgraded to the AWP level yet. A 3-round gap. This is really anybody's game at this point in time. See how long before Na'Vi figure out what works on this T side.
Oh, they better find something soon. Complexity is getting close. 5 rounds away. That can disappear very quick. Electronic has no vision around that smoke, but equally Config will never expect him to be here. Oh, this is a crazy position for Electronic to be in. He's gathering so much information. Here's the tags. Here's him falling back to the B bomb site, and he just gets to sit patiently.
Still about a minute left. Mid is potentially a little bit weakly defended. Blamef, I think, could easily get smoked off even with the AK-47. It's hard for him to go for too much spray through. That might be a very well-timed smoke, in fact. Lands right on top of Simple. Oh, but Electronic is already in front of it. Blamef, he's checking for it. He's got the right idea, but that flashbang, the timing is godlike, and it'll take down Blamef. He stood no chance.
Yeah, and now look at the utility. It applies pressure to middle. The B defenders say tucked into the B bomb site. Back to A we go. You got Poison with just a Scout towards long. He has not upgraded that weapon yet. Can't get the AWP. Run boost to initially start the attack. It's a brilliant grenade, but is it going to be enough? There's the tag, there's the kill, and another one for Poison. Off of the grenade damage. Towards long, and he's boxed in. Back to the A bomb site, and this is spectacular. He eventually goes down, but he's done the damage, and Simple never looks left. That is the round for Complexity.
That HE...
What a great performance with the Scout.
That HE turned the Scout into an AWP. That's all they needed.
Yeah.
Wow. Every shot is a one-shot just because of that. I mean, some great kills coming out as well, P. That's the movement speed on that Scout. That is a round that Navi wins 9 out of 10 times.
Man, that's wild. What great shooting from Poison. And now he's got the op. Now he doesn't need the HE grenade to bust something like that out. 12-8. Navi on the back foot. And this time you're not getting that incredible sky-high performance out of Simple. You're not getting 4 or 5 clutches won by him alone. You're also not getting Electronic, who I believe is at 17 kills for the 2 maps in this series so far.
No, there are a lot of things missing, and we're actually seeing, you know, close rounds that are being won by Complexity, which wasn't even a thing on Nuke either. They lost all of the clutches. So a lot of things have turned for the better. That explains the 4-round lead, and also slowly but steadily growing economy here off the Complexity side, which will continue to help them out for quite a bit. Some Deagles in play, but yeah, this, I don't know. Navi, you feel like after that 6-round run at the end of the first half, they'd be way more fired up and way more aggressive maybe, but haven't really seen that yet in this round. They've sort of been poking for kills, and then when they've been losing those fights, they don't seem to do a lot.
I feel like we've just seen them a lot of rounds with a lot of Deagles. It feels like they've been in such a weird money situation. That other nade, it's going to be a little bit late. If he throws it properly, it's going to get kills. But again, Poison's already warmed up, boys. You went at him last round with the Scout. He knows the angle. He's going to pick 2 off, and Blamef has no issue with the final 3.
I would just like to see something a bit quicker, maybe.
All right, Anders. Well, I mean, know your audience here. It's Navi on the T side.
Yeah, I guess.
Listen, you're lucky they haven't timed out in 3 rounds so far in this half.
I should just settle for that.
Yeah. Don't get greedy. Here you go. Fast-paced out long. Let's see how this works. Ovo needs to find that kill. Boomage is fighting in the flames, eventually burns, and Rush has the follow-up kill, and this is just entirely shut down for Navi.
Oh, well, that is a play. Now, he obviously doesn't have the bomb with him, but he's actually got the B-bomb side on his own. Could be real interesting now.
And there were 4 players on the other side of the map for Complexity. So they have to all be cautious in how they rotate, fearing a lurker in middle. But of course, it's simple to open this round up for Navi.
And Perfecto's listening. If he could catch Blamef, they all have to respect that a little bit. He's going to be walking out. Does get the first shot there. Perfecto, and he's back around the corner. And they can't hunt him, and they can't go into T-spawn to fight him. They have to worry about this bomb site. Suddenly, it's a 3-on-3. And Simple, 1 single kill to turn the entire round in the favor of Navi. That is really spectacular. Now they need to follow through. He tries to do it there, but a great retake comes in. And Perfecto's in the middle, and he can't get there in time. It's just not going to be possible. Well handled by Complexity. A quad kill on Rush will seal the deal.
Yeah, and I mean, the Perfecto did everything he could in mid to delay that to find the 1 kill onto Blamef, but with so many bodies coming at him, I think he made the right call in backing off. Unfortunately, Simple after that spectacular kill, him and Electronic could not hold off this retake at all. Good shooting from Rusher, excuse me, him and Flamey couldn't do anything at all to hold that off. So, 14-8, and that's what we just discussed. If Complexity want to take this map, they have to win some of those post-plant scenarios, some of those clutch scenarios over Navi, and they do just that in round 22.
Oh no, out on long again, and a very similar result. Well, only worse, in fact. At least last time was only the double kill out there. Simple baits out Config on that shot and then takes him down afterwards, but this is still, we're not really looking winnable, is it? 2-on-4. They're going to be quick out the middle, trying to go for that B-bomb side again. They take a fair bit of damage, trying to cross even with the smoke up. And Blamef is hiding all the way in the back of the bomb site, waiting for them to come.
Flamey He's never going to clear it. Has to take a risk somewhere. Oh, no. Not off of that. Simple spots one going to to lower dark. Poison never saw him coming. Good kill from Simple. This is going to be a win, and Blame F has got to be punching his desk already.
Yeah, it's a shame Flamey couldn't actually go and pick up the grenades that Blame F had. He had a couple of grenades up there. Simple coming through, and he'll go down. That's a smoke put up, and he just decided to try and see if he could beat the timing. It will be another retake. Another round being won here by Complexity, 15-8. But that was much too close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. But this is cool look at Complexity at the moment, because one thing they've done well on both sides of this map is control long A. They've only had really one issue defending long A. That was in the second round in which they lost. Other than that, they've been spectacular. On the T side, their success out long A, the ability to take that away from NAVI, was what propelled them to having such a great start. 8 rounds on their T side of Dust 2. And now you add in the fact that they're able to actually complete these retakes, win some of these clutches down the stretch of this half. And I mean, this is the recipe for a map 2 win for Complexity. Double up setup on Config and Poison. And Config, with the timing around the flashbang, misses an opportunity.
Well, it's not quite Juggernaut level yet, but it's looking much, much better. Aggressive take there at the catwalk, trying to see if he can maybe go and fight them, but Blame F will still go down. Don't know if that quite did enough. They were actually chugged in, essentially playing off the flashbangs. That's a pretty good kill. Drops the bomb down middle. That's
it's awkward. The bomb. Yeah. That actually makes that kill amazing. Look at how much it's delayed this. And look how much it sets up Config with the AWP, which they know is in middle, which is why Electronic has to be so cautious, and he's caught by a nade.
Boomage. Finally gonna go and pick it up. Did cost them a bit of time. They're really far spread out for being 3 people alive, 1 long, 1 mid, 1 upper dark. I mean, eventually, surely, some of these people are going to have to group up. Not going to be Flamey, though. He's dead on the ground. But the other 2 will have to group up.
Yeah, he took a real hard shot to the side. Nice kill from Boomich.
30 seconds.
Now, they've hit this B bomb side late, and they've been able to take it a couple times, but they've never been able to hold it after the fact. So here we go. Config with the off has a chance to hold them off entirely. Another missed shot, and now they swing wide. And now a Molotov into his position is no fun. Whoa. He's going to burn, but not before he takes Boomich with him.
Spiteful inside of the flames, and Poison will get the last one. It's 16-8. What a great return for Complexity, having been beat up on Nuke in a bad way. They don't let go here on Dust 2. You love to see it. That means we're going to go to a third map, which I believe will be on Mirage. That should be really interesting. I really look forward to that. Maybe we could get a bit more of an even game on that one. We'll see what the analysts say before we get there, though, so stay with us. We'll be right back after the break.
You got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week.
NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Whoa. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the 4th as well. French CS.
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a D from JKS. Corner. And Kenny's going to just have to hit some heads. He's hanks for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot onto Valda. Hunter's going to help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3, you'd think he's got no chance. 1 player back default, 1 in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive. Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. Wow. 3 frags from him. Let's see if they can get out mid.
again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward, only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job. What? Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Valda on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B side.
Yeah.
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my god.
He's gonna get them both.
Oh, Kenny's gonna die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just gonna feed.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP, and the door's open. Amanek's gonna rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted.
Oh, he
3
can't even
seconds.
cover that. There's no way.
Amanek robs the round.
Close the door. Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
Once
but
again, running into the blender versus Fur, Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close though. And
quite...
Kenny is now moving in
wait,
for the kill. Interesting though to make it a 1v1. He drops off, and Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was in this moment. Jax pops up behind him, pops his hat right off.
Keita, a crazy good start to your T side, but then they managed to claw back 6 rounds at the end. What was going on moving into the second half? What did you say to the guys?
I think we had like a pretty good idea of how they play on T side, and I think we had like a really good start on T side, but we still knew that even though the half ended bad, like it was a good half, and if we got the pistol going, like unlike we didn't know that we could get roll it, and that's what we did pretty much. Like we won the pistol, then we got ecoed, but then we won the next round back, and then from that point on we just got rolling pretty much.
And you closed it out very successfully. You've got the momentum, and you're going into Mirage, but how do you avoid that end up happening like it did versus OG?
I think the OG game was weird. Like sometimes we get a bit like shaky and our comms break down a bit, and I think it's just because we're like being an international team and like not being fully used to each other. And sometimes when we have them shaky starts and we lose the weird rounds, we can kind of lose confidence. But I think we just like this man, we just need to have a good start, just get the comms rolling, super confident.
This is going to be the key going forward. I'm glad that Keita's so straightforward in that interview. Get the good start, get the confidence. He's got the firepower on the team who can actually do some damage. And I mean, we saw that clearly here on Dust 2. Complexity swinging right back at Navi after getting dominated on Nuke. So gentlemen, I mean, let's hop right into it. Chad, what did you take away from that second map of the series?
I really love the T-side approach there from Complexity, right? The fact that they just kept going into long bedroom, and then as soon as that molly came, like, wait a couple seconds, allow the CT to get to no man's land, drop the smoke, a barrage of flashes over the top, isolate them. I love that, right? It puts so much pressure on them. The resilience in Navi to come back within the first half, that was all fine and dandy, I suppose. You know, the CT setups were very dynamic, but you could see here that Complexity, they're no slouches, right? The individual stepped up. Poison, we were questioning whether he was going to have a good game or not. He showed up in a big way.
Yeah, absolutely. This was probably the most, I want to say, established performers from Poison that I've seen in a long time. I mean, he talked about in the interview that he was having some issues on the side and his head is probably not in the game, but here he was a key factor absolutely for Complexity. I agree with you, their T-side was a thing of beauty, and even though Navi did put up a great fight at the end, there was some moments that were just heartbreaking for Navi, and we can talk about a little bit later in this segment, but they got flustered, they got frustrated, they weren't exactly sure what they were supposed to do, and the second half they just couldn't figure out the solution.
Were you hearing a lot of shouting on the comms in the TeamSpeak Maniac?
Yes, absolutely, and more than shouting, I think we heard, or rather I heard frustration. I heard this, this typical situation where people talk about the round that just happened, and even though I don't speak Russian, I know what it is. I know exactly what it is, that kind of discussion, when you are actually just talking straight after losing the round. But I have the round, I think I have the breaking point right here, where things go absolutely wrong for Navi, and this is actually one of their first gun round, pure buy round, and it starts well. 40 seconds on the clock, Electronic gets a beautiful flash from from Flamey. That's now a 5 versus 4. They have more than enough, 33 seconds to work with. They're still in a position to get back into this game, and now what we will see in the next 5 to 10 seconds is the lack of decisiveness from Navi. Look at this, look at the crosshair. They don't know exactly what they're doing. Are we gonna boost? No boost. You use a smoke. We try and do a run boost, but we fail it. The nade is in our face, and then we have the guy that we were talking about, Poison. He exploits that problem. Look at the lack of flashes, the lack of, I don't know, someone jumping in front of him or something. It's too easy for Poison, and then you have a 5 versus 4 with 33 seconds left that turned into an absolute bloodbath. This right here, coupled to my ear on the TeamSpeak, I guarantee you that was a breaking point for Navi.
But that run boost actually separated them, right? It actually made them going out onto the A site more 1-by-1, which allowed Poison to go for those re-peaks. So obviously overthinking a scenario there with no flashes in tow. If they had just gone out and traded, maybe a completely different scenario. We have to point out Electronic, yet another slow game, right? If we're going to say Electronic and Simple always show up and then one of them doesn't, well, we have to sit here and say, yeah, they didn't. And the fact that he's not performing, he's a huge entry frag potential player for this squad. And on a map like Dust 2, where I've seen him do some dirty work before, not being able to do that on the T side, clearly where Navi was lacking, that's a problem. It can't happen when we're looking forward to Mirage here, Semler.
No, it can't. This is where the firepower is really going to have to step up to the fore. And if we're not seeing that level of performance on both teams, there's going to be problems here. But I mean, in particular for Navi, everybody predicted Navi to win. If Complexity take this, it's a massive upset. And so right now, Navi, there's a lot of pressure on them, and they have to not fall into that trap of not playing to lose, right? Instead of playing to win, you're just playing like, oh no, we're making mistakes. Oh no, we're losing a grip. Oh, you know. Watching this, I got the feeling of Liquid last night where, you know, they're starting to feel good about themselves. First map went so great. They take their foot off the gas, and then oh crap, they're already in the game, and now how do we get back into this? And oh, it's too late, and you know, we've lost the series. I'm wondering, are we seeing the same thing here, gentlemen, before we throw the break?
I think we can tie that up with the Electronic debate, right? Because of most of these T-side, as Chat was rightfully pointing out, he brings so much firepower and so many entry kills that actually sometimes Navi don't even have to figure out a solution. Because the round just goes on its own, Electronic does his thing, suddenly it's 5 versus 4, and then we do the power play. Now, he's been quite silent. He's been quiet and silent, actually, in these first 2 maps. So they have to come up with solutions. They have to handle weird and uncomfortable situations, and they do not find a solution quite yet. So either Electronic show up, or Boomich will have to be way more directive in his IGL style.
I think you're bang on there as well, Summer. The complacency creeping in. After you just batter someone on map 1 and then go into map 2, probably assuming it's just going to be another easy map, and they show you that it's not, you're bang on. The fact that those rounds trickle away, oh no, we're frustrated, we got to get back in this. Then they get back in it, like, oh, this is easy now that we're all trying again. But then no, they get into that second half and it wasn't to be that way. So yeah, if they're not rattled now, if they're not woken up now, they have bigger problems. But I think coming into the third, we might get a close affair or a Navi steamroll. I don't see this one being another blowout from Complexity.
I see who's got my back on this desk, huh? Yeah, I got you, Sponge. Good man. Pizza's on me next time. So I mean, what are we looking for? what are we looking for here for the
I'm so sad
for the third map? That I mean, one player to watch from each team. Maniac, we'll start with you. One player to watch from each team here going into Mirage. Who's going to make the difference?
Can I say Simple? At this point, it feels like I'm cheating if I'm saying Simple. It's a bit too easy, right? But sure. I cannot not say Simple. So there you have it.
I got one for Complexity. It's Rush. I think Rush on Mirage, he can actually have a lot of impact. And if I have to lob one in for old mates Navi, it's going to be Flamey over towards that B bomb site with Perfecto. Those guys might get exploited here.
Man, this is going to be a fantastic third map because we could start the day with a massive upset here. Complexity, you got it within your grasp. You can definitely pull this. I know, right? Everybody. Well, the prediction. The thing is that I don't care, right? Because we've all predicted Navi, so we all lose. There's no.
Do you think Jason goes back to Complexity if Complexity wins? Do you think he kills for?
Well, obviously, he's just like, hey, look, in the WhatsApp I sent you in the chat, dude. I clearly said Complexity. I mean, I don't know what the hell you put a Navi up for.
Jason's not a flip-flopper. He wears Roman sandals, so he'll stick with Navi.
Well, we'll see if he'll, get the job done as he roams into this third map alongside Anders. We're gonna get into it right after the break.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people, oh man, will you live for yours? That's what I want to say, Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
All right, welcome back. It's the 3rd map. I'm happy we got to this. The odds are looking not completely even. Navi still favored a little bit, but in complexity, must have convinced a couple of people on that Dust 2 map. That was looking pretty good. Jason, who's walking away with this 3rd one on Mirage?
I don't know how you can go against Navi. I still don't. As much as I would like to, I know Complexity very, very strong, and I'm pretty high on them myself. I'm really excited to see where this Complexity roster is going to go. But at this point, I don't know if you can reliably predict them to overtake Navi in this series. So I'm just going to have to stick with guys like Simple, who already had one great map, Electronic, who hasn't showed up yet. If Electronic shows up in this game, it could just be over.
Yeah, that would be something I'm kind of waiting on that myself a little bit. Although there is a conspiracy theory going around, Jason, that you in fact did pick Complexity for this. What do you have to say about that?
I picked Complexity late last night, and I woke up this morning and had a change of heart. It was all above board. Changed the prediction, in time. We've had a situation where one analyst has, tweeted that he wanted to change his prediction. We've had you change your prediction on the live broadcast. Both of those broke the rules, and we let you get away with it. But, myself, I followed the rules, and here we are with the Navi pick.
Okay, well, it's actually a common police tactic. If you ask someone a question and they give a long answer, it tends to mean that they're lying. So you went on for a while there. Usually if you're telling the truth, it's just dead on straight, Jason. So.
Oh really? What's the time limit? What's the breaking point there on that kind of an interrogation technique?
Go on for about like 8 seconds, then it's like then it's starting to get suspicious.
Okay.
All I'm saying,
Right. Well, I was looking over at the monitor of the game we have, and I was trying to coordinate, trying to burn as much time as possible.
Well, that's professionalism for you right there. I appreciate it. We've hit it dead on now. We're back at the game. It's the final map. 3rd one coming up now. Complexity and Navi, with Navi starting on the T side, Complexity on the CT side. So let's see if it's going to be the shocking upset. Everyone predicted Navi to win, and that started out looking like an incredible bet, but now, I don't know, it's a little bit up in the air. We'll see what's going to happen. Blamev has been one of the superstars so far of this Complexity lineup, and he's out in the middle with no one to fight, and it looks like this could be a very, very quick hit towards the B bomb side. Rush and Config are going to be the early responders in this one. A bit of a jump. Oh, underhand throw. Grenade right on top. That's a huge grenade, but no kills yet. Config finally picking up the one there, and he's almost running out of bullets. This is so dangerous. Blamev has shown up to try and save the day yet again, and he's going to get the 1 kill at least, but Oppo falls, and now Blamev is on the flank, and Poison is in the market.
Yep, bomb's being planted right now. Config had just rotated away. That's an awkward timing for him to come back into the fight. BlameF on the flank. Flamey loses track of it, and he's picked off a second. BlameF, a triple kill so far in the round, and it's all on Simple. Bomb is planted perfectly for him.
And he has a P250. This is absolutely doable. He's going to fire the gun, so now they know exactly where he is. Tapping the bomb a single time, but it's a long defuse with that 10 seconds. It's Poison that has the kit, and BlameF will do it. A quad kill, and with the kit, they're going to be able to win the round. What a great round out of BlameF.
Man, that's one of the rare times I think you'll see Simple. I don't even know if I want to call it a mistake, but maybe a misplay of that 1 versus 2. He was so convinced that there was a possibility that bomb was being diffused in a position where he couldn't see it, not trusting the plant spot, and that's why he overextended at the end. That's what made him such a nice target for BlameF. But what a round for BlameF, pushing catwalk and going for the flank. Quad kill right out of the gates, and it's 1-0 for Complexity.
That is going to give them a pretty good start. With the bomb plant, they're only going to have the 1 AK-47 because I guess they just didn't get enough kills on the rest to try and pick it up. Or maybe they're just happy with the pistols. Also, only armor on Simple, so this is sort of the one-man army type play.
Well, if you're going to give it to anybody, might as well be Simple. He's walking up A ramp for contacts. Smoke off towards halls, and Obo is never spotted, which makes Simple easy picking. There's the AK-47, there's the armor, and Config was able to find Boomage at pretty much the same time, and now goes Flamey. It's going to be 2-0 for Complexity.
Yeah, with a free AK-47 in the mix if they want it, which I'm sure they will. There's Obo picking it right up. So that is... They can't get any better than that. You don't lose anyone. You get a couple of kills with the FAMASas. You pick up an AK-47. Now it's going to be the rest of NAVI buying, with Simple obviously having a bit less. Or maybe they'll throw something over to him and it'll be Boomage taking the hit for it. Looks like that is what's going to happen here. Anyway, 2-0 in favor of Complexity.
Molotov out towards top mid, and Navi's gonna battle, but very patient to start with at the very least. One thing we've seen, hold the thought, Config with an off angle is gonna back away. One thing we've seen with Navi, or at least I've seen a number of times with Navi on this map, especially on their T side, I frequently feel like I see them run out of utility, like, you know, 45 seconds to a minute within the round. You'll see them with very few smokes to actually utilize. They've got 2 left at the moment, but keep your eyes on that in the future, because there's a few rounds we'll see where they just don't have the resources to make progress into the sites.
Wow. MP9 up close. Big win there for Rush, and Config is right behind. They don't really sense that anyone else is behind, but they're going to leave Rush here. This is so smart. He's actually moving forward to check over at the hallways, and that means they can start to gravitate towards this A-bomb site. They're going to know what's coming. Rush is so far pushed up. They should have a pretty good defense here. Obo inside of the site, and BlameF. Could he cause a distraction? Enough for Obo to go for it. There's the shots coming out, and now isn't even showing up with a headshot taking down Boomage. Shots all falling apart here. Not a single kill again here for Navi, and that is so much money now in the bank of Complexity.
Yeah, things are, I mean, I want to say looking good, but it's only 3 rounds in. At least a great start. AWP on Poison. I think the scariest part, if you're Navi, is 1 kill per round is what they're averaging so far in this game. It's only Perfecto, Simple, Electronic with 1 frag each. So the fragging woes continue from Dust 2, where they equally started it out very slow and really struggled to get on the board with any kind of individual effort. Deagles are out. The next gun round is going to be very critical.
I really like this aggressive defense in the middle, even if they haven't had many fights behind it. I just think it sends off a good message early on here. And they don't overextend it either. They run up to top mid as a little group, and then, you know, they don't find anyone. They don't press the issue. They sort of fall back and leave it alone. A little bit of a peek there. And maybe a little bit of danger, too. Obo definitely hearing that deagle.
I like this, though. This is cautious from Complexity in a round like this. They do have 3 players ready to collapse. Actually, make that 4. 2 players on catwalk, 1 in the window, and Blame F. Oh! Obo gets caught by the boost. Blame F pounces from Connector. He's going to go down eventually, but he's got a teammate on catwalk to help out.
Yeah, Config gonna get 1 more kill. If Rush could get this one, he'd probably reset the danger in the round just like that. Simple has still just got the deagle, and he's quite far back with the bomb at 35 seconds. So I don't know if Flamey, even if, especially against the AWP, but even if not, would have had a very low health to try and create an opening. I don't know if that's what Simple was waiting for. Maybe he was waiting for a flank that's never gonna come. So he's in the middle now, and I think with the 22 seconds, it's not really feasible for him to do a lot here. Rush could be back in the window in a second, and if he walks the whole way, he just might run out of time. Config's going to spot him out, and that's the end of the round. 4-0, and they lose 3 players in this round, but I don't know. There was a moment there where it was looking a bit worse, so I guess a pretty good recovery for Complexity.
Yeah, a really nice recovery. As soon as this kill goes down on the one in Connector, yeah, it feels like there's a highway open into that A bomb site where Poison was alone with the op. So good recovery from Complexity, but you got to be worried now about Navi. It's crazy how this story can change when you go back to Nuke now with the context of Dust 2 and now this start on Mirage. The clutches and the fragging of Simple on Nuke just bailing them out of so many spots. Otherwise, this has been, I mean, outside of that, this has been a pretty great series that Complexity's putting together.
Yeah, they really seem to have sort of mentally recovered themselves. We were doing a lot of criticism of OG yesterday, but it's something we really didn't see a lot out of OG. Once they went spiraling down, it seemed like they never really came up again. Complexity got badly beat up on the first map and had some rough runs on Dust 2, but mentally looking quite strong here, continuing to fight. That's actually a shot on Flamey. That connects with him, and the grenade, I mean, it put him on 1 health. Obo being a solid anchor on this A-bomb site.
I hate this style that Navi's bringing out in a map where they're not getting kills. Ooh, is the gun barrel showing? Now he sees it. That's easy for Obo, and he even catches the AK on the drop. Get yourself 1 more, because you're silent like it's a movie. Obo is an absolute beast. Triple kill in the round, and it's going to be 5-0. Navi haven't even done damage in this round.
Yeah, they really are just showing up 1 at a time, aren't they? Like, it's all very, very timid. This is not the kind of Counter-Strike you expect to see out of Navi. I know we make jokes about them being slow and everything, but usually they can get into the fights once they actually get going. Wow.
Flawless victory. It's not even about speed or pacing in my mind. It's just like a lack of like conviction. Like Navi doesn't actually look like they want to take those fights. And in a game, in a round where you're coming into it 4 rounds in, you have your first buy round. You've got 0 kills on Flamey, and he's just dry challenging up A ramp looking for a fight, but he hasn't won a single fight in this whole game. Like, Navi doesn't have any success to go off of so far. 2 kills on Perfecto, 2 kills on Simple, 1 on Electronic. Flamey and Boomich are at 0.
Yeah, something has got to change right now for Navi. This is kind of an incredible beginning to the whole thing. Config will take down Boomich. There's the Tech-9 return in the B-bomb side, and he was the only one there. So once Rush goes down, it's a free bomb plant, but it won't be easy to hold this. 4-on-4 for the retake. They have that AK-47 and a couple of flashbangs that they've picked up in the meantime. Poison will take down Simple, so that's a pretty good start to the retake. Man lead now, and Config and Blame if are going to be coming in from Catwalk. Poison and Obo on the other side. And all the way back at the benches. Nice shot from Electronic. I actually thought he was in trouble, but I guess not.
Oh, he's need to flex a little bit more. That AK, that's a dangerous peek. Poison clips him. Still, no progress up Catwalk. It's Obo to start things off, but the Tech-9 is in response, and there's Flamey as well. The bomb plant, Poison had a chance. The reload is coming in. Flamey, shoulder peeks. Now he's committed, and he's got it. First round on the board for Navi. He's going to go down with the explosion.
That is a bit of an unlikely round for them to be winning. And, I mean, it's not every day you're going to get a round like that either, where 1 kill on the B-bomb side will give you the bomb plant with no one else there. So that's a bit of a shame, even if they've been looking good here. Now, they have had like 3 rounds of Complexity where they've had 5 people alive, so they have the money to lose a round.
Yeah, I mean, they have money to lose this one as well, but they do invest in an expensive double op setup. That's one thing we can keep our eyes on later on. We've seen Config push up catwalk and mid in this game so far. He's the support player at the B bomb site, so keep an eye. If he's the one being aggressive in middle, Rush is going to be left alone, and if Navi's aware of that, I think we'll start seeing more of those really aggressive hits off of Config's contact in mid.
Well, with the double up, they've really switched it up. Now, Config's the one peering deep into the B hallway with Rush in the middle, so that was a nice grenade.
Keeping things delayed in mid for as long as possible. A lot of utility being used, and an opening kill for Rush. Config has that deep angle now, which is going to allow Rush to cheat over towards the other side of the map. He can actually just leave market entirely.
Yeah.
Config is safe from catwalk, and that's a peek that didn't need to happen. Now Poison's in a tough position, and remember, he's exposed as well to Palace. He's got to be very careful. That's going to force him to sink back.
Under 40 seconds as they start to make their way towards the A-bomb site, which they're clearly going to go for. They're going to try and boost in through the window. I like this. It does give them another angle of attack against Poison. If he misses one shot on Boomich coming out of the smoke, it's done. He's looking the wrong way. A lot of trouble now. Let's see how much Obo can get done, because he has been amazing in this A site so far. Rush goes down, and Obo with the first kill. He needs more, though, and Simple will take him out in a second. There's only 10 of them left as well, so if Obo had got one more kill there, that could have been really awkward, but that's a good round from NAVI, finally.
Yeah, that round looked good. Obviously, the mid control for quite some time helped out. Even losing the first pick, this was a 4-on-5 victory from NAVI. So things are getting better, slowly but surely. A nice pinch on that A-bomb site. And for Complexity, I mean, thankfully, Config is staying alive with his armor and his AWP because he's the one with the lowest amount of money. They're going to buy again in the next round. Poison at 3,200, Blame F at 2,500, Russian Obo at 2,000. But that'll be the last investment that they can make. And I think maybe even if Boomich finds Config here at the end, they could be in a tough position, but he's not going to go for it. So second round for NAVI. And Complexity in some having some money issues.
Yeah, finally. It's been a minute. They're still going to be able to put together a buy in the round, but won't be quite as luxurious as it was earlier. That is a very, very important shot there. Now, I think this next round is where it gets real interesting, because if NAVI win this next one, it's 3-5. It'll be Complexity out of money. Good chance to get up to 4 rounds, and at that point, it's sort of an open game again. So let's see if Complexity are going to let NAVI all the way back in the game, or just let them have a bit of a taste early on of what victory feels like before they take it right back. Or they're ready for this peak on. They really want him to push forward. Oh, dear, he just unscoped. He might have been able to see Rush.
There's some smoke in the way, which I think is why we didn't see him with any kind of information. Electronic might be ready to bust through it, playing his games, but this is a bait setup for Config and Rush, and they like to do this frequently. Electronic gonna back away. Rush can pounce at any moment. No indication shown that they realize Rush is in this position. And here comes the flashbangs. This is gonna be tough to hold off.
Yeah, will be. Let's see. Rush not flashed so far. Second one jumping right out the window. Gonna be the one kill, and no one's turning for it. Electronic was focused on something else. That's a miraculous triple kill. All of it with a FAMAS. And Simple. Not gonna have any shot of doing this. Not gonna have a shot of escaping either. Blame if it's right behind him. He is being hunted from all angles. It's gonna be Obo as well. Yeah, he's so locked in. Oh man, another flawless round for Complexity. That is so many already in the first 8 rounds.
Yeah, I think even this blind, that flashbang right there might have actually almost been a benefit to Rush. He was so blind he didn't even see Electronic jump by initially. Didn't even have a chance to pull the trigger, even if he wanted to, even if he couldn't contain it. What a dominant win for Complexity so far. Yeah, this is 4 rounds and a half where Complexity has had all 5 players surviving.
Great stuff, really. I mean, back with the double orb. I'm also noticing more fan cams now around Mr. Lake, so there's always that. More people joining in, more people starting to believe. How would it feel, Jason, if you made that change to Navi and then Complexity win? I feel like, we'd all lose the prediction, but I feel like maybe it'd be slightly worse.
No, I'd be fine with it.
All right.
Here's the thing: the change of prediction wasn't so much a lack of faith in Complexity. It was also partially just because I'm in the lead, so there's no reason for me to risk it.
Oh, I see. All right, playing the game, that makes sense.
You gotta, playing a deep game here. If everyone's gonna go for Navi, where's the glory in that? Just
no
preserve
upside.
that lead, baby. I'll find a gamble somewhere else. Ooh, that is a very bold play to make against Simple.
Yeah, it really is. But then again, it is Config.
Homeboy didn't even know what day it was in the interview he gave this morning.
It's not relevant to him playing Counter-Strike, is it?
Oh, this is a classic Navi round. Let me just check the time on my TW Steel watch. 20 seconds left, and they're just now getting over to A ramp.
Yeah, so any hiccup, any mistake, and it'll cost them the round. There's the initial jump out. Deep Molotov will land behind the bomb planter, but now the bomb is on the ground with 10 seconds.
Round's over.
There's the hiccup. There's the speed bump, and you're absolutely right. The round is done. They cannot win it at this point in time.
It's so stupid. Why is this like a decade of watching this?
Oh, man. It's also tradition, though. You have to appreciate that, Jason.
There is something comforting in that Navi just doesn't change. The consistency is.
We've got
like a warm blanket.
We've got a global pandemic. The whole world's gone crazy, but some things do just stay the same. I think it's it's nice.
Nobody can travel. We have to wear masks, but Navi is still executing strategies at 15 seconds in the round. So something's going well.
Yeah, that's gonna be like a childhood memory for for all of us, or just we think about it. We think back. We're like, yeah, that was back when Navi still did that, and it's still happening. It's kind of great.
Jesus Christ. That's so frustrating. It's play method connector. It's actually made me a little bit angry. 7-2 in the favor of Complexity.
It's the fact.
Poison, yeah.
It's just the fact that the entire team has been switched out. Like Zeus and Edward and all those people not around anymore. It's still happening.
They've gotten younger. They brought in Flamey. They brought in Perfecto. They brought in Electronic over the years. They brought in Boomich, a new in-game leader.
I'm telling you.
They go right back to the old school coach.
What it really is, it is the long setup. It's a long con to set up for their own watch sponsorship in the future. Like they're playing like a decade-long game, and then it'll be like,
Mate, it's time. You've primed it perfectly. Like, I don't know what we're waiting for to sign this watch sponsor. Here we go. Good trade from Simple, but again, 30 seconds on the clock, gonna start making their way in. Config not peeking yet, and Simple's forced to be the aggressor. And oh boy,
they got plenty of time.
They're locked
seconds.
in. I mean, for them, this feels like a lifetime.
Yeah, they're like, don't even worry about it.
Nobody's making the move, just... this is tough. Boomich gonna make his way in with the bomb, and there it is. Round should be over. Simple's gonna cross over, and yeah, he had no chance of picking that bomb up.
8-2 now, with questionable money on the Navi side. Don't know if they would want to maybe just go for half pie here. Some deagles and armor or something like that. An expensive round for Complexity, losing 3 people, but they get to save the double AWP, so I think they are fine with it. And they're also heavily in the lead. This is just looking very cool at the moment. For one of the teams, anyway.
Yeah, for one side of the coin. 3K on Simple and Electronic. 2,000 on Perfecto. It's going to be a save. Not even really a half investment. Perfecto and Boomich have bought pistol and armor. Everyone else just the pistol. But Navi need to close this half out very well. They need to have a Dust 2-like resurgence.
They do need that. But I don't... it's not going to be in this round. Got bombed in the middle. Flamey runs into an AWP. Config playing a bit of a game with Perfecto. He's low on health. Does fall back. I was halfway thinking maybe he wouldn't, because it's Config. but he managed to restrain himself.
Yeah, despite all the odds.
They should make like
Perfecto
a
moving into position. Yep.
Should make like a little piece of content where they like wheel him into his gaming chair, but he's in like a straight jacket or something, and like they just take it off him and throw him into the chair and just let him play. That's how he arrives at every tournament.
Okay. They have to untie the straitjacket from like a 10-foot distance with a pole. They're like, no one get close.
Yeah.
He's ready. He's locked and loaded.
Gotta be careful
Like
he doesn't bite you.
Yeah, who's that? The Ace Ventura 2? Oh, that's a reference that's just not worth diving into, isn't it? Kids these days.
I like how you bailed on that. It's good.
It's so quick. I was just like, nobody's seen that. That movie came out in like '97. Oba wasn't even born yet. There's just no point.
There's no point. Oh man, 9-2. It's a 7-round lead. Obo and Poison have done a very good job over at the A-bomb side. Now they're playing aggressively forward towards the ramp, which is something they haven't really done yet. They've been much further back with Obo inside of the site and Poison at the CT spawn, so this could catch someone off. Simple's on the other side playing patiently. Oh, and that might be rewarded here. He actually misses the shot, and Obo will take him down. I take it all back. He's not rewarded at all.
I just can't believe how scared we're seeing Navi play. And how the inability of them to win fights. Perfecto getting to a new angle. He's finally cleaned out. That's a great flick from Poison, but he's got to look behind him. He's got to look up to Palace. All the pressure from middle is gone. They've eliminated it, and now he's got them zoned in. He misses the shot, but his team is set up for the win, and Boomich with 45 seconds and an AWP is going to do nothing.
What a run. 10-2 now. Complexity up now, winning 5 in a row, and all 5 rounds there have been no bomb plants. In one of them the time ran out, and otherwise it's been all kills all the way. Top fragger for Navi right now is Simple at 7 kills, and that was in 12 rounds. Bottom fragger at Complexity is Poison at 6, and then it bounces up to Rush at 10. So they're doing so much better on every metric right now. It's Complexity outperforming Navi in a spectacular fashion, honestly. This is, you know, we thought maybe there could be an upset, but this is, I mean, the style in which it's happening is in itself upsetting.
I knew it would be close, but I mean, if you know that the Navi team that's going to enter the server today is just a shadow of what it should be, I think we're seeing more people with confidence in Complexity. This is not a good look for Navi. Obo inside the site, gonna find Flamey. He was low HP, but he's got so much things happening around him. And there's Perfecto, some life out of Navi yet.
Just a tiny bit, but also I think maybe a couple of mistakes for Complexity. They seem to get way too panicked to try and retake the site before the bomb is even down. Rush showing up, and the smoke is fading. He's out, and the opening is gonna get the one. Transfers it on, a second kill, and a missed shot from Config. That could have, and I don't know. There were some mistakes from Complexity in that round. They almost still win it. 10-3.
The problem is the trading for the Navi side. I mean, at its most basic level, it is the fragging, which has been an issue this whole half. But the amount of double kills that the Complexity players are able to get in these situations, Rush should have never gotten 2 kills there. The fact he's able to do it is very frightening and sets them up for the win. And Navi's only bailed out by a missed shot. Back to an A execute set piece, and at the moment it's just Obo at triple boxes. You've got Blame F aggressive in connector, and Poison with an AWP in window as well. So there's not a better time for this hit than right now.
No, and if they wait, look at Rush. He's all the way over at the B kitchen, so they're gonna start to bring Config back. You're right that the time to go was 10 seconds ago. Every second from here on out, Complexity are gonna be a little bit closer and a little bit more heavy on that A-bomb side. And that could be a real issue. Initial smokes are up, all the traditional ones to try and put down that wall. A counter Molotov coming out, and also an HE grenade, but it won't really do any damage here. Now, just looking over the smoke, Obo. Great kill once again. He's good for 1 kill every single round, and sometimes more on this 8 defense. That's so valuable. He's going to go down afterwards, and a quick bomb plant will at least give a chance for Navi to try and bring in a 4th round here. It's a 3-on-4, though, and Poison, that's a big kill to take down Boomich. I might have to take it all back here as they're running out of players. Flamey with the CZ. He's going to get 1 on Poison, and nearly a follow-up. He was out of bullets. Oh, no. He couldn't actually do it, and now he's alone, missing the shot. They're coming for him, and it'll be an 11th round instead for Complexity.
What a great retake from Config. That was hectic the whole way through, and NAVI could never calm it down. They even preserved the double up setup. Complexity have an 8-round lead. I don't know if Poison actually saw him inside the smoke or if he just got the lineup with the boxes, but between him and Obo, these are some great finds through smoke. It doesn't look like he sees him, right? Maybe he did on his screen.
That is... It's not a lot of rounds to go into the second half. Even if they get the last one somehow, it's looking really weird. We're not seeing that assertive NAVI. You know, we talked about the combination of having Simple and maybe Electronic join him, like the duo of those two punching through a bomb site. None of that has really been going on.
What you're seeing now is them being tactically lost as well. This is 3 back-to-back-to-back set pieces at the A bomb site. And they just seemed everything else has failed, so why not go for it? You're at the last page of the strat book. And they're going to run out of utility. They have no smokes. Both ops are still on the board. Poison with his over towards top connector. Config with his at spawn side. There's nothing to get Navi into this site. Unless Complexity makes a mistake, this should be a Complexity round.
A little bit of an opportunity. Again, just pointing out, Ovo did get his mandatory kill, which is still really good. Poison now showing up with the AWP to shut it all down. And Config with the final kill, 12-3 in favor of Complexity. An absolutely brilliant first half here for them. Ovo ending the half at 17-10. That is some spectacular A defense. Let's see how this goes in the second half for Navi when we come back after the break.
All right, so what's going to happen now is I'm going to split you guys into teams. So each one of you will end up with a pro player to coach you through the Blast performance map. And what you'll be competing for, this beautiful little trophy here. Yeah, it's so amazing, isn't it? See?
No money?
No money, no.
That's pure silver.
Silver?
We got yeah.
Right.
We're all.
Yeah, done already. No, trust me, it'll definitely be worth it, guys.
Who's the best out of them three?
Oh, you put me on the spot.
Well, ranking-wise, I think.
Ranking-wise, it's on this guy, yeah. It doesn't work like that. You go back over there. You got to wait for your spot. We're going to let these guys choose from the hat who they get out of you guys. Starting with you, Dupree.
I'm going to go with this one.
No,
that's one. I got Fredericks.
Oh, he got who he wanted.
Dream team. Yeah, we got
Dream team. Rush, your turn.
This one. Oh, you get to pick one. Yarmolenko?
Oh, it's me. It's me.
And you got the
congratulations, bro. We will win.
I don't have to choose. It's not Grace, it's you.
Yes.
Sorry, bro.
He's my mate.
Sorry.
All right, let's go get ready. Let's go and try that performance map. It's training time.
Okay, so if you're moving, it's not going straight, except with the pistols sometimes. But, you know, it's not going forward.
It's nice that you've played before.
What is it?
This is the mouse.
Cheats, yeah.
Really good one in
Who do you think the best teacher is going to be?
I would say Dupree's pretty calm when it comes to it. It would make a lot of sense. You'd be able to explain it pretty well.
I guess. Just press your keys.
Oh, it's just complicated.
I gotta say, this is where my expectations are high for Rush. There's good synergy here, man. I can feel it.
So you've gone for Rush. I'm taking Dupree then.
Yeah, no chance in Apex.
Apex as a coach, maybe. He likes to have a lot of fun, but I don't know, man.
Right.
The mouse. This is just trapping. It's not like pivoting, okay?
Him like running around in a circle on you?
That's better.
All right, put the mouses down. That is the end of the training. No more cheating, no more time. Let's see how they're going to get on now. All right, it's time for us to see these players actually show what they learned in training here. And we'll be starting off with Dupree and Fredericks. So let's see if they're ready. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, let's get this over with.
Really close, right? Oh, he's Jung really low. 1 HP. Nice.
I'm holding him. He can't cross the side.
Top gun, crossing.
Nice.
Let's go,
Take down,
boys.
take down.
Whoop star.
Nice.
Keep
Nice
this
job.
up, boys. We're playing insane right now.
I can see
Against
him.
like this, we're gonna.
I couldn't see him, man.
We are playing insane right now. Personally, I thought it was Navi that looked like they were suffering from a bit of insanity, but yeah, in another way, I could see how that might work out. 12-3 in favor of Complexity at the end of the half. That is spectacular playing against Navi, and all of us predicted that Navi would take it. Doesn't really feel that way right now. Now, the good news is, Jason, they're on the CT side, Navi, so they cannot run out of time.
Yeah, that's something. That's something to be happy about, I guess. It all rides on this push. Oboe gonna find that kill. Oh my lord. Well, that should be the round. Quickly and violently, and the bomb is being planted. And CT spawn. That's where you'll look for the rest of this round to play out. You can see Perfecto with the flashbang. Simple's gonna have to get 3 kills on his own. They're looking down, they're jumping past, and Poison's dropped him. Config with the follow-up, and 13-3 will be the scoreline. Complexity looking to end this quickly.
Yeah, really great focus. I mean, the timing on that as well. Poison actually jumped past the flashbang that was being thrown in to retake that long corner. So, 13-3, and I mean, NAVI, kind of wish we could hear a little bit of team speak from them. I mean, I don't know what we would get from it, maybe with a bit of translation, but this is definitely looking like a very deflated team. One that isn't really ready to fight their way back into this game. We haven't seen anything out of them yet that looks like that's going to be possible.
No, they look like they didn't even really want to be part of this game from the start, or at least this third map. This is not a good look in any way for Navi.
They are...
Electronics gonna go down. Bomb site's lost. Ooh, there we go.
Here's some kills. Bomb plant in a good position though for Config. Unless he's gonna go all the way through, which could also be the case. I was gonna say, it looked like they are suffering from the same kind of mentality that OG were suffering from yesterday. The sort of, don't really know what we're gonna do, what's the plan here, and just slowly fading away. Config is a brilliant triple kill. Oh my god, he's so accurate. That's an ace on him, by the way. He got the first 2 kills too. 14-3. Navi probably thinking maybe this is our chance, but it absolutely isn't.
He's only died 3 times, Anders. Config is 23-3.
No way. You're making that up.
Every round that he's died, Navi has won. That is absolutely wild. We knew he was going to have to show up. Remember, he had that quiet start on Nuke. Dust 2 is okay, but here he is in the 3rd map, and he's closing things out for Complexity. What a great performance out of him. 11-round lead for Complexity.
He is so good, isn't he? Rush will get the return, and Poison will be there with a grenade for Electronic. Another bomb site. Well defended, or is it well taken here by Complexity. Perfecto doing a bit of work with the Deagle. Can we get one more in here? Doesn't seem like it. It's now a 2-on-2. And Blamef and Config started to fall back a little bit, see if they can find a safe place to be. Flashbang to set it up. He's picked up the Galil, but that smoke is making it hard to see. And there is a bit of a crossfire with Blamef also helping out. He's going to get the 1 kill, and Config will stay alive again with no kills, but still 15-3. This is the juggernaut, isn't it?
Yeah, they've hit that momentum. There's no stopping them now. They are just demolishing Navi as they run right through them. And, I mean, that's the kind of round that we were kind of lamenting, wanting to see out of Navi in the first half. It doesn't have to be like a full-on rush like that, but you can tell Complexity, like, they're just working as one unit. As soon as they decide to actually commit and attack these bomb sites, it's just, there's no slowing down, there's no stopping, fire won't phase them, and Poison is through the smoke. A clever route that he's running, and he's gonna find Flamey out in the open. Config is gonna help him out, and this map should be all over. Simple has no HP, so you gotta leave it up to Electronic and Boomich.
They're in so much trouble. There's a quick bomb plant as well. Molotov on Flamey, on Blamef, and also a flashbang there on Rush. Is he gonna set it up for a teammate? Config is just right on top of them here. A little bit of a wallbang shot as they turn the corner, but Config will still win the fight. Now it's a 2-on-2. And they've had to relocate that AWP, but Simple on low health coming in from this. How do you even check for Blame F here? He's going to go for the spray, and Electronic will actually hit a good headshot. That's not bad at all. They know where Config is. Jumping past him the first time around, and the Molotov is making it hard. A 10-second defuse, and Config is running it. Oh, he catches him inside of the smoke. What a disgusting way to end it. He doesn't even die. It's 16-3, and he is completely immortal here on the final map.
Oh my god, I want to see that from Simple's POV, how he missed that, but 27-3 is the final score of Config, and he embarrasses NAVI in this third map. He embarrasses NAVI in this series. They get wiped out. They never showed up. 2-1 in the favor of Complexity. Heading to a break, it will come back with the analyst.
Here, RBK gets a solid entry, but shotgun, it's inconsistent, but it is enough. Just popping out of the box, and he lets one off the
Counter-Strike is not just about headshots. Audio is your best friend, and I'm going to show you some tricks using the sounds of weapons, utility, and the map so you can always stay one step ahead. I'm Anders Bloom, and this is Audio Advantage. Weapons in CSGO come in all different shapes and sizes, and they make all kinds of different noises. Aside from their primary use, here is how gun audio can become a tool with which to fool your enemies. In certain situations, the defense will know as much of what you're doing from seeing you as they will from hearing you. If you're jumping from high ground to low, it'll emit a loud sound that will tell the defense exactly where you've gone. But if instead, just as you're landing, you fire off a loud weapon, this will obscure the sound and thus make it impossible for them to figure out where you've gone. A lot of the time, this will give you the advantage needed to win the round. Another high-intensity situation revolves around the 1 versus 1 defuse. Here, a defuse again triggers a sound that will tell your enemy exactly what's coming. But with a scoped rifle, you can add another sound to the mix, thus confusing them and thinking that you've come off the defuse. A lot of the time, this will trick them into delaying the push, and you can win the round while they're waiting around on the other side of the wall. Flashes, smokes, molotovs, decoys, and HE grenades. So many options to bamboozle the enemy. You've seen the fancy executes, the smoke defusers, but have you tried this? A clever way to use the audio emitted from utility is to throw them in one direction and then go somewhere else. A popular example here is the middle of Inferno, throwing a grenade to top banana and then going to the A bomb site. If your opponent is close enough by that they can hear the grenade going off, they'll think you're headed to B, thus giving you a huge advantage. Because some grenades, molotovs, HEs, and smokes can only be carried one at a time by each player, they give away critical tactical information even when heard across the map. If you hear 2 or 3 smokes going down on any given position, you know that there has to be 2 or 3 people in that position, thus giving your team a critical tactical advantage. Finally, we have the maps, set in multiple locations around the world, all with a different unique sound design to help you trick your opponents. On a map like Nuke, you can sometimes sneak a teammate down to the lower part of the map. But past a certain point, either at the door or at the window into the B bomb site, they either have to break the window or open the door, both of which will make a sound that will give away the game. But if at the same time, on the upper side of the map, you open the door or break open the windows at the ceiling of the A bomb site, that'll cover the sound and confuse any enemies into thinking that you're only in one of these positions. clever way to trick your opponent is to intentionally leak audio. As you're stomping forward in one direction, let's say on the B ramp, you can suddenly stop and walk backwards, reversing course. Anyone hearing you will think that you've made your way into the B bomb site, when in fact you're now back, waiting for them seconds later to show up. That's it. Some tips and tricks on how to use audio to your advantage within the game. Try it at home. Impress your friends and annihilate your enemies. Share your audio skills with us, and we'll share your clips on our social channels, showing off the best in audio advantages that CSGO has to offer.
Nice!
He's the one.
Let's
go!
Yeah!
Nice. Well played.
Hunter kick! Hunter kick!
Let's go! Let's go!
Holy shit!
I'm just grinning watching Jason Lake's reaction because you gotta know, like, you gotta wonder how that guy's feeling. He's watched his team, who nobody has any faith in, take down Astralis and now just humiliate NAVI. The guy's onto something. He's cooking with gas with this roster. This is a team now that can really do some damage. What in the hell's going on, gentlemen?
Well, I don't think it's fair to say no one believed in them. I think we said Navi should beat them. It's not exactly the same.
No. I was talking going into London.
All right.
We're going into London, right? You know, where it's like, who are these guys and what are they going to do? They're clearly the underdog of the group. And then they beat Astralis. And, you know, it's like, whoa. Complexity are taking the world by storm. That's why context provided. Sorry, Maniac. I didn't mean to cut you off. Please
It's all good. It's all good. I mean, I am, what's the word I'm looking for? Flabbergasted, I think is the word I want to use. I mean, I have no idea what just happened, honestly. There was... We should focus on the positive, right? We should focus about complexity, what they did correctly on that CT side. I actually have a clip ready to show some of the ideas that they had and how they were proactive. This is one example over here, but you can look at the scoreline. The damage was already done. It's 9-2, different control, and we see Obo here going in, taking the fight too simple. He doesn't care, goes in with the M4. That's one main carry, I want to say, that's out the window, and you will see just how simple things are. Obo is caught off guard, but still wins the duel versus Electronic. What the hell is that? It's not supposed to happen. And look at how disjointed that is from Navi. Even though Perfected gets the kill, Poison is here for the trade. Things look just too easy. And that was the problem this whole side. I was watching Navi completely falter, and I typed to you guys in the WhatsApp and I said, I feel like I'm watching an old couple get in an argument at the restaurant. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be. It feels uncomfortable to me to see this happening in front of our eyes. So this was Navi completely falling to pieces, honestly, but focus on the positive. Complexity. What an upset.
Look, let's not... Well, I just want to make sure that we're real here, right? Because for Complexity, one of the biggest strengths we've posted for this entire team is their firepower, right? We know they have 4 individuals who are hugely strong, and that was shown in the server here today. But NAVI, it's not like they made it difficult for them. If you know that a team is really good with firepower and their communication is in with a second language, what do? Well, you displace them with utility and you throw in fakes to confuse their communication. We didn't see any of that from NAVI. NAVI go for the 4 spies early. They're playing into the first couple of gun rounds with no to very limited utility. They're limping out one at a time, trying to take aim duels on an aim map's paradise. They're giving Complexity all the win conditions that they could possibly want. So not only were NAVI capitulating there in TeamSpeak, arguing and falling apart there, their entire game plan was pathetic. Let's be honest, if this was Blade behind them and he's going, yeah, this is cool, just limp out one at a time and try and take fights against guys who have fantastic aim, well then they didn't even think about their opponent coming into this matchup right here. So yes, Complexity played fantastically well, but NAVI gave them the perfect win conditions to slap them in the face with a wet fish.
And that was a massive COD that they got slapped with right now, and it hurt. Because really, I mean, what are you going to do? Reactions from the players on NAVI just looking stunned, looking demoralized completely. I'm glad that you bring up Blade. I was about to bring up Blade in terms of if it's all against the game plan here, if this is the state of NAVI, I mean, who can you turn to but the leadership? You know, is there a leader on NAVI right now that can actually get this team out of these doldrums?
Well, what I can tell you is that throughout the evolution of that map, who was talking on TeamSpeak changed. It started with Boomich being somewhat in control, and he had a couple of rounds where I felt like he was giving the right impulsion. The A split throughout window was one of these examples where I felt like, wow, he's really got a hang of it. And then the situation just deteriorated. It went bad and suddenly it went silent, and then I feel like Blade had to step in. But it wasn't an organic process. It wasn't like it's normal to do. I think he felt like he needed to say something. He started more and more giving ideas at what was supposed to happen, but there was really no fire left in NAVI. They were completely defeated. I feel like they accepted the fact that they were going to lose. And every duel they would lose, you could hear in the comments like, yeah, he's there. Yeah, he got me. And it was on and on and on. It was just a slow descent into hell.
Well, you know who kicked
If your
them into
biggest
hell?
tools aren't
Blame
firing.
F.
Sorry.
Chad,
Right.
Chad, I gotta interrupt here because we have an interview with Blame F that we have to hear before we can move on. And so, Blame F, let's hear it.
So Nuke was your pick, Blame F, but it didn't go to plan. After that moment, what were you saying to the team? Because when I interviewed Config, his confidence was sky high, higher than I'd actually ever seen it in quite some time.
Yeah, I think that Nuke game was really weird for us because that was the map we were most confident on. I think honestly we had a really good game plan, and I think we in the end lost a lot of close rounds that we shouldn't have lost. They got like a really good start and just got like 5-0, 6-0 hit, and that was like well played by them. They just ran us over, but after that I think we got like back into the game and we actually had a lot of rounds that we could have won. And on CT I think we just fell apart. Like we didn't rotate when we had to, and we didn't listen to the reads. We knew like some of the strats they'd like to do, and we didn't really react on it. So I think in the end they were just way better than us and Nuke, even though I think that was the one we were most confident going into the game with.
Now, Dust 2, I felt like you guys could have got a much better T side, but even then, it didn't really matter because you went over to your CT side and it looked hella strong. At that point, did you kind of realize that you were probably in Navi's heads because they always go for this Dust 2 pick and they couldn't manage to seal the deal many times in these kind of situations?
I think like Dust 2, we knew that they either like try to abuse long or they do like a lot of default. So that was mainly what we tried to do. So we tried to shut down long a lot with like 3 or 4 guys and always make sure to molly blue and in house because we knew they were like jumping out behind blue and stuff. And then if they didn't do that, then our game plan was just to make sure to throw nades in the face when they took short control, and it worked pretty good. So I think they just played kind of as we expected, but I agree with you. Our T side Dust 2 could have been way better, but I think just we made some stupid mistakes, and in the end we got a little bit hesitant, but it was a fine T half like overall.
All right there, man, fully in control of the situation, clearly had a read on Na'Vi, and had a game plan. They executed well today, Complexity, and, well, now they get to move on in this bracket. They get to continue forward towards that massive prize pool that's on the line. So let's go ahead and bring up the bracket here so you can see, still in the upper bracket, Complexity. They go into the final, and now we get to find out who's going to meet them there. Vitality versus Faze Clan. That's our next best of 3, and it's going down in about 7 minutes time, gentlemen, the first map. So we got to be a little bit quicker than we usually are. But what are we looking for in this match going into it? Let's talk about Vitality, and then we can hit on Faze.
Well, I'll just say it like that. The numbers from ZywOo this last month have been absolutely out of this universe. And it's all I'm going to say. I'm talking about 1.41 rating in 23 maps. The next player behind that list is Simple at 133. So I know that Vitality is way more than ZywOo. I know we can talk about a lot of things, but I feel like we should not give him the Simple treatment. We should not accept that he is exceptional. We should talk about it when that's the case. And he has been completely lights out recently.
Yeah, I look at this Vitality roster and I see a lot of old names, right? And that right there is where I get a little bit disenchanted, right? Against G2 the other day, they took advantage of a team who was clearly fatigued, who was not on top of the game. And look, that's not Vitality's problem, that's G2's problem. But coming in here today, Vitality need, right? If they want to be able to compete against a FaZe clan, who I think are looking hot to trot, ZywOo at that exceptional level that Maniac's talking about, RPK being the tank, and then you need Shocks to be the clutch factor when the chips are down. I think Masuda is starting to grow into his own. At Apex, he's got a lot to deal with as a little bit more of a flux in-game leader. He's not a percentage in-game leader, right? They have actually completely changed their style since Alex was in this team. They're a lot quicker, they adapt a lot more on the fly, and that right there are my problems. I don't think you're going to have too many chances to adapt on the fly versus FaZe clan. I think they'll just be shutting you out.
They've got the firepower with the veteran stars. They've also got the young guns on FaZe. And so these are the last 6 maps for Vitality. I was going to say wins. I mean, it's nearly there. They've done a good job here. They've had some solid results going into this. It was a little spicy versus NIP. Obviously, it didn't go their way. But, I mean, NIP are kind of up on that level right now. They're looking better and better. It's not a team to be taken lightly. Now, going into Faze, their opponents, I mean, are we keeping eyes on the veterans here going into this match that are going to measure up against ZywOo, Maniac, or is it going to be the young guns who do the heavy lifting?
Well, FaZe have something very good going on for them, is that in their last very significant series, they've had different profiles in terms of who is carrying and who is doing the lion's share of the job, right? You have the series versus ENCE, where we saw the resurgence of Rain, probably his best series in 2020. I looked at the numbers and he was absolutely lights out. Nico has always been Nico. His numbers have been steady, right? And then you have a game versus Big, where it's actually the young gun, the double B, Bemis and Brokey were the ones making the difference. I think that Brokey had a reference game versus Big during DreamHack, and the amount of rounds, even if they ended up losing that map, but the amount of rounds where he had the difference maker, he was winning the clutches, he was getting all these entry frags, it has given me, or rather it has made me a believer in the Brokey project. It has made me a believer in his ability to develop and become a huge player. So I've seen different winning phases. I've seen different players carrying the team, and it makes me feel like this can happen at any point.
Yeah, look, you've got two guys who are championship mentality of Nico and coldzera, and now you've got these two young kids who all they want to do for 24 hours a day, and this is out of coldzera's mouth, is play Counter-Strike, right? So you mix that together, you already have the hunger to be number one from those two and leading the way, and then you have the hunger just to compete from the other two. That is a pretty potent mix.
And well, you know, we actually got the chance to hear from one of those young guns who's just been doing nothing but grind CS. Bemis had a chance to talk with James Banks going into the match.
Now, this Vitality game, is it easy for you to find confidence going into a game like this, or do the nerves still get to you a bit?
Obviously, I still get shaky before every game, but with every match, I feel like I'm becoming less nervous, and I feel more confident in myself.
And lastly, how important is it to a young talent like you to get an opportunity on a team like FaZe? Because it really doesn't happen all that much.
I think this is probably the best opportunity that a young player could ever get, because the experience that you get by playing in a team like FaZe is insane, and this is what young players need, just experience.
There you go. He's about to get experience. Right now, they're fighting in the upper bracket against one of the very best players to have played CSGO. ZywOo is coming up next, and we're going to find out which maps are going to be in that series. And I'm going to hand it over to our analyst to see where we go.
All right, Chad, I'm going to take a risk here, and then you can tell me what you think. I think that Vertigo and Train will be out the window, and I think we'll see Nuke and Mirage as picks. Thoughts?
Okay. Yeah, look, the bands are bang on, mate. You've nailed those ones right there. I think for FaZe, right, they can have a very flexible map pool when they want. Mirage is something that they've been leaning into a lot recently. And we heard Yanko just the other day saying that could be a worry, right, because they've been picking it a lot. They could go for Dust too if they wanted to mix it up and move away from Mirage, right? That's another one which I feel is almost interchangeable for them.
Ooh.
Okay, there we go. So they will go for the Dust too. So I think, you know, if you are the guys on Vitality, that's probably... I don't really like Vitality on Mirage anyway, so I think it's happy that they've missed that one right there. Maybe they'll ban it in the second phase.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's why I could see this Mirage pick coming in, because of course you have the veto coming in from Vitality. They have been looking uncomfortable on Mirage, to say the least. Dust 2 is a better map. I'm not going to say a good map. I'm not going to go down that road, but it's a better map for Vitality. And now for the last map, what is it left? Overpass and Inferno? Yeah, that's got to be Inferno. It was never going to be Overpass if they had the choice. So that's very much common ground for two teams, right?
I'm going to take that nod as agreement that it seems like common ground for both teams to wind up on Inferno here. And well, you know, I'm always a big fan of Inferno as a third map. It just leads to more exciting matches, more exciting ways to close out series. And well, Nico, you know, starting to look pretty sharp. As always, I'm pretty sure him and Cole just sit side by side, you know, so talking about the deadly duo, I mean, they're over in Belgrade together in Serbia. So, I mean, it's a lethal combination. Did we fault by leaving Rain out? You guys talk about Cold. I'm always one to bring up Rain just because I feel like he is just quietly one of the most dangerous players on that team. He just goes under the radar all the time. Doesn't, you know, no drama with Rain.
He's also been a little bit quiet recently. I think we have to be honest. I was one of the most vocal voices when Rain was at the top of his game, and I thought for some time he had a place legitimately in the top 5 of the world. When FaZe were on that throne, he was one of the best anchor ever, but he did quiet down. And I think the reason we mention Nico and coldzera all the time is that, to me, they represent championship temperament. They represent championship mentality all the way. And this duo brought together, I feel like they could be unstoppable in what they bring. I think coldzera can maybe calm down Nico just a little bit in terms of, you know, emotions, maybe getting a little bit carried out himself. But coldzera, whenever I hear him talk in interviews, I just drink everything he says. I'm like, this is exactly how I'd like to think. This is how I'd like to be when I was, if I was a champion, not when, if.
I'm ready to get this one started, Matt.
There we go. That's what I'm thinking too, Chad. I want to start getting into some of the action here. Always a good time watching FaZe go to work. And well, Vitality, you know, they got their work cut out for them here today. So we're going to hand it over to our commentators, Jason and Anders. Fellas, take it away.
All right, yeah. Thank you to the desk. I think it's going to be a really interesting game. FaZe and Vitality. I really can't wait for this to get underway. I had to go. The odds are kind of even. Most of the people I think went with FaZe. I feel like I had to try and see if I could sneak in an extra point in the whole prediction of things. I went for Vitality, but FaZe have been looking cool recently, so I don't really know. I'm interested in the fact that the odds were so even.
Yeah, I think, well, that's obviously a lot of faith being passed over to ZywOo. I mean, he's a player, obviously. If he just goes nuts on one map, he can take it away. I think FaZe is one of the teams that is geared to most be able to deal with that, though, because they have Nico, they have coldzera, and obviously the young guys, Brokey, Bamas, and even Masuta are playing very well at the moment. So I think this is going to be a really tough test for Vitality and the strat calling that Apex is bringing to the table. Everyone in lobby for Vitality, except for Shox, who's out on the roof, but he's going to be throwing utility for this upper hit.
Yeah, smoke for Heaven, flashbang, there's one and the second, but Rain, great headshots. The flashbangs did nothing at all to him, and he's finally going to be going down, but that is an excellent beginning to the defense. Now, it should be a bomb plant here, and it's a 3-on-4 for the retake that's coming in. Brokey's got a kit and a couple of flashbangs. Let's see what they could do here, FaZe.
These flashbangs could be everything. You can see Brokey just lined up far back. Here they come, Bamas and coldzera to lead the way in. There's the first, there's the second. Nobody blinded at all. The drop down comes in. It's a SWAT team retake. First kill, Apex and Shox are the last ones remaining. And Shox is rotating around to Heaven. Oh, this is a godlike play. He's got coldzera. They're gonna have to deal with this. And Brokey, oh, they didn't see Apex come through. And Vitality has done it. What a great late flank from Shox.
Yeah, that is. But the whole thing is, that flank would have meant nothing if not for the fact that the bomb was being stopped on the other side, because they were actually, he couldn't have swung wide enough to get it. Wow, what an unlikely round this is, just in every way. That looked like it was going to be a great retake, and then suddenly it turns. That one kill from Apex again.
Yeah.
Shox couldn't have done anything from up there. That's wild.
No, I mean, that's great. And they were shoulder to shoulder, and through the smoke, it was just never spotted out. Brokey was just a little bit in front of him. That is a harsh way to lose a round. So good on Vitality to win the pistol, but now they have this Deagle scout buy that has become so popular to overcome.
Yeah, people love it. And again, I don't know what the stats are. Maybe we don't even have enough data to really put any meaningful stats on. It'd be fun if someone did, though, and just to find out what is the outcome of it. In the back of my mind, just from you know, the eye test, almost, I feel like it doesn't work out nearly as often as people want. We'll see if it does this time around, though.
Ooh, nice little dink onto Nico, and Rain's already passed him. Or Rain's in the vents already passed it. There's the late peek, but RPK was waiting for that, and that's no success for FaZe with these Deagles so far. And I don't think they're going to get any. Down the stretch, a good tag onto Shox, but this is going to be a near impossible hold.
Yeah. They Molotov one side, smoke off the other, and then they just overwhelm Bamas down there. So coldzera and Brokey in a 2-on-5. They might as well back on out and save what they have. That's a pretty decisive cut through there from Vitality. I think you're right, though. I think probably a lot of the reason for the odds early on was probably, you know, ZywOo, as you said, when he's having a good game, you know, crazy things can happen. But there is a certain decisiveness in the way that Vitality have been playing lately. Like, they're really cutting through some of these rounds. Like, they're following through on a lot of the calls that are being made. We've talked about this with Apex being not just the in-game lead, but very often the one that's on the forefront, finding the information and not having it pass through anyone else. Like, he's seeing what he needs to see on the front line, and then the calls are being made and everyone is respecting it. So I think that's like the other thing that I actually like a lot about Vitality.
Yeah, and I think also when you look at that kind of style as well, I think they have even rotated the roles around and shuffled the roles a little bit to make people more comfortable. I think you'll frequently find Shocks on most maps being in a lurk position, so he gets to play pretty much whatever style he wants off on his own, away from the team. And as you said, Apex leading the way. You have a young guy in Masuta who probably really likes being aggressive because he is a younger player and they generally like to be involved in the action. And then everything's set up for ZywOo to have success as well. So there's plenty of things going right for Vitality in terms of the strategic arena.
Scouted at Eagle, saved in the previous round, brought into this one. But if everything goes according to plan, it'll be a third round for Vitality as they overwhelm the bomb site. Oh, and ZywOo will get a couple of kills. Some good returns, though, in the middle of all of that. They do actually take 3 people down from Vitality, so that's not bad at all. I think they're going to be all right with that. This round, though, will obviously be the interesting one, and we'll see excited what they could do Faze Clan here early on. Brokey has picked up an AWP, and they're not going to have another one, which is fine.
I think even Vitality lost one of the AK-47s in that round. ZywOo went for a late pickup of the op himself on the offensive side. That was delayed to the last few seconds, deciding if he wanted it. He's got a good spawn for the door. Gonna blow it open and post up. No opportunity provided just yet. Shock's trying to go quick, and Brokey just narrowly missed that peek, and this is dangerous for Nico.
Yes, it is. Shock's down here. The spray is in. He's almost going to get the kill, but now he backs down into certain death. So as much as that was close, it'll actually be Shock's going down. So about to say as well, there are 3 people with no head armor, and there is a MAC-10 in play for Masuta, so it's worth really thinking about if you're one of the wrong guys getting caught against that MAC-10. Could be pretty dangerous. Nice pick off from Cold Sierra, and he's backing out. He knows that's a 2-man lead. There's no point in fighting any longer, and Bamasi's down here. Apex goes down next. ZywOo trying to fight his way back, but that's just not going to be possible here in a 1 versus 4.
And he just invested into this op. It's about to get taken away from him, but he might be able to find Bamas. No one else is peeking. There goes the door open. And Faze will want to recover one of the ops, and they won't be able to. So at least that's taken away from Brokey. They can drop some M4s over, so it's no big loss. But the first round on the board for Faze.
Yeah, I mean, so, this was a round that just started off with a lot of comfort after the initial spray for the smoke out there. They got the 2 opening frags, and they just felt like, all right, that's it, 5 on 3. We're going to be able to do this. And they did, so you'd like to see that. Money spent in this round for Vitality as they try and see if they can bring down Faze really early on. Again, they had to spend a fair bit of money themselves in that last round rebuying some of the rifles, so if they can collapse them already, then actually they're going to be off to a pretty good start, Vitality. So it's pretty early on for have a round that's going to be pretty impactful, I think, this one, no matter who wins it.
Well, smoke's outside. Nice little wall set up for Shocks. 3 smokes used, everyone else towards ramp room. Again, gonna challenge towards the young guys. But look at the setup. Nico needs to not die in this fight because they've got a decent crossfire. Bamas boosted up. Brokey to be a distraction. He's got the first kill. Now he hides. He's baiting for Bamas, who can have a triple kill. They wrap around. He handles it so well. What a great hold from the rookies.
Yeah, that was an excellent setup. That first flashbang that goes into the ramp just goes behind the box, so Brokey isn't flashed at all. And then he gets that kill, and they're just all looking for him. Look at the foot. Yeah, that grenade does nothing at all to Brokey. He just doesn't even care. And no one is checking for this. What a great setup.
That's such a... Oh, he's back. He's back, baby. 3-2, a 1-round lead for Vitality, but that's likely going to get evened up here as they won't be able to bring anything to fight with. Just a couple of deagles. A pair of deagles.
Heavy presence in the yard. It's going to be Nico holding quite far back out in the garage, so somewhat of a safe position. Should be able to try and hide a bit. I think he's got Brokey with him on the crossfire as well if anything comes up, so generally should be fairly safe where he is right now. We'll see what the Deagles could do. If anything, again, this is one of those rounds where Vitality probably not expecting any kind of a victory, but kills are important. And Nico swings into a big fight there. He's going to be going down. Get one more, that actually would be kind of cool. There's Misuta will picking up at least one more and a third. Now that is a big difference maker here. That's going to cost a lot of money all of a sudden for Faze.
Yeah, what a good sequence from Misuta. AWP dropped over. But he takes a lot of cash out of their hands, even though it was a great initial defense. So 3-3, all AKs for Vitality. This time Zaiwu not going for the op. Didn't have the money either. Anyways, even if he wanted to. We'll see what they can do to get back on board, because once FaZe have got these weapons out on the defensive side, it's been all FaZe. 3 rounds straight.
Go outside again with a pretty heavy force, leaving RPK alone towards the lobby, just lurking. They're going to try and go down quick, but Zaiwu gets picked off. Might have just been a random shot, but that one had a huge gap, and Nico took advantage, taking down Apex. And now it's, I mean, a big problem here. This is very similar to the first rifle round, where it's just 2 pickoffs in favor of FaZe, and then they're in a 5-on-3 and can really afford to relax a fair bit more.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Vitality might decide to go right back up the vents. coldzera might have a huge role to play, but with RPK outside, 2 players down low, they might want to try and find a way to get RPK involved in this round, although I don't know if Brokey saw Misuta. He might walk right into his crosshair. This is dangerous. Misuta's going to go all the way around. Brokey has no idea. Trigger discipline to see if maybe he could get another one, but they never cleared out Dark. Good shot from Bamas, and now he just has to delay. No need to peek, but he's going to do it anyways. And now you hide. You know the location of Shocks. Your teammates are so far away. Bamas is going to handle it perfectly.
Ooh, big risk. I kind of agree with what you were saying. I mean, it is a risk swinging like that. You knew there was going to have to be a bomb plant at some point. Still, that is definitely him winning the round with those 2 kills. And now it's a 1-on-3 for RPK. So at 30 seconds, it's just no way to clear all of this out. It might even be preferable to just pick up this AWP and save it into the next round, even though that doesn't feel that great either. He's looking for it, but he's got to know that there's someone over by the toxic room in the back. He does have a Molotov. That's interesting. Will burn out the Mars at the very least. Easy enough kill. Now 10 seconds jumping down. They're actually both there. He's going to go fight them all. This is a bit dangerous, but he will take him out. They could have both been caught off guard there. That was a bit more scary than I was expecting for a second.
Yeah, a little bit. I think the reason Bamas is taking those fights, there was likely some kind of communication that he was on his own. His teammates are pretty far away on rotating to help out, so the fact that he's flashing and taking that fight actually is the correct decision, if that were the case. But I mean, listen, there's a lot of talk about, you know, on the desk or a little bit towards the end about how Rain fits into this team, and my take on it at the moment is that I don't know. I'm fine with what Rain is providing, but mostly because Bamas and Brokey as young players have shown that they're ready to shoulder more responsibility way earlier than probably anyone in FaZe expected. Like, they've actually been performing so admirably in my mind. What a great benefit to FaZe and finding 2 spectacular pickups.
Yeah, because the expectation is something like, oh, we'll pick these guys up and we'll mold them, and then, you know, in a year and a half, there'll be some pretty good prospects, and then it's like 3 months, and you're like, oh, they're ready. It's cool. They certainly look ready. AK on Misuta, some pistols on the rest, a good amount of armor there on the Vitality. I think this is, again, a bet to try and do some great damage. And if you look at the economy on FaZe, that is super doable. If they get, you know, another 3 kills in a round like this, then they can keep the pressure on. I like this from Rain, though. He's pushed all the way into lobby. He's got so much knowledge about what's happening on this map at the moment.
Yeah, but Nico's pretty isolated by this smoke wall. Oh, they line up for him. A double kill, and he gets away. The nade comes out. Not as much damage as you'd like, but he's covering himself well with the Molotov. 4 kills for Nico in the sequence, and he's on for the ace. Apex finds 1 kill in vents, and he's going to offer it up to Nico. It's there for the taking, and Nico couldn't handle it. That's unfortunate, but a great job.
Apex is just running. They're just leaving him alone for the minute. Bomb plant here would be a nice little addition to getting at least the 1 kill there on Nico, and, well, he'll get the bomb plant. So 2 kills at a bomb plant. That's, considering how that started, not a bad outcome, but it's not enough to cost FaZe money. I mean, again, they can pick up the AWP, they're going to save some of those AKs, and they can rebuy all the rest, so they're still happy about it.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily cost them money overall, but it does keep a couple players pretty low. Brokey down at 700, or just one player very low. Brokey's pretty dirt poor, the poor guy. 2-round lead for FaZe.
I love the fact that that guy has a 3 FPS webcam. Every time. It looks
Who?
great. I think it's Bemas, isn't it? Or maybe not.
He hasn't been sent the care package from FaZe yet? The content camera?
I'm sure it'll arrive any day. RPK goes down to Brokey early on with an AWP, and now they're trying to see if they can find Nico out here. He's been pretty elusive, and he's shooting him in the back end. A great double kill for Nico once again. Apex now alone, just like last time. He's gonna get one more shot, and then he gets traded by Rain. That's a great yard of defense. There's so many people out here. The AWP for the back, and then Nico just being really hard to find. That's 6-3 and 6 in a row for FaZe.
This is pretty fun to watch. I'm liking this FaZe that's coming out. Everyone on that team seems to be itching to get into a fight, to find a fight. When Nico and they make contact outside, I mean, people are coming through mini. Rain's getting involved in the action. He's hustling to get outside and take those fights, not letting anyone from Vitality slip away. So this is pretty fun style that FaZe is bringing to the table. Close-up smoke, and again, a couple MAC-10s, upgraded pistols. Smoke wall, this time is going to be completed. And Nico's downstairs once again on his own. Smoke's up in time, but he eats some heavy damage. And the flying MAC-10 as they come through, but Rain holds down the trigger. A triple kill to perhaps save the round.
Yeah, that was some great control. That's actually very hard to get that spray when they're sort of jumping past and you keep having to trade back to the next player again. He did so much damage. I mean, you look at Sidewin and Misuta, it's not really a good setup for them to try and win a 2-on-3 here. And the windows have not been broken, so I don't know. They're going to have to make some noise somewhere. They have a minute left, and I guess, you know, that's something to work with. Maybe they could go out the vents and cheat them, actually. That would be fun.
Ooh, Brokey might have a chance here. It looks like he's almost getting nervous with how much time they haven't had the information. They have utility, and that's a mistaken shot. No, he's actually spamming. Trying to hit Bemas, but it's not going to happen. He's too far away, too shallow into the angle.
Molotov and a smoke again. Trying to isolate Bemas down here, but he's already doing more damage. And now all that time has pretty much gone away. Ooh! And he gets the revenge. Said, that's how you do it. The
teaching him a lesson.
Yeah, good old reverse wallbang coming in. Look at this from Rain. I actually think this is just really... This is not easy to control, especially once you give up on the spray and you sort of like you go back into it.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
It's yeah, you're exactly right. It's a tough sequence to pull off. Good work from Rain. 4-round lead for FaZe and 7 rounds in a row here on Nuke defense. Shocks again outside where he hasn't had a whole lot of success, but at least he's beating the nades. And again, a wall of smoke set up outside.
So worried about that. We'll take a bit of damage. And Cyber goes down to Rain. That was all the way over in lobby with the squeak door. Losing a fight there. So many of these rounds just start with FaZe getting kills. I mean, and then Vitality have to figure out how to sort of make up for that fact.
Well, Shocks at least this time has made it downstairs, and Nico wasn't the one who rotated, so there's no one early on to encounter him. It's actually Bemas who's already put himself inside of the site, so he'll be able to rack depending on which door opens. The question that Vitality hasn't been able to solve when Shocks has gotten these positions, or anyone has gotten these positions, is how do you work together with the upper portion of this attack? RPK's found an opening kill. That was Nico, who's been playing in mini. And Bemas is just waiting. Those windows will be broken. The nice thing about this position is sound cues everywhere for Bemas.
F4 and Rain, that's a double kill and the bomb down. So if Shocks wanted to do anything in this position, I mean, he's going to have to go back anyway to recover this whole situation. Apex actually will pick up the bomb and make his way down. I thought that wasn't going to be possible. So now Bemas is a little bit alone once again. And Shocks, even all the patience, is not going to be rewarded at the end. He did walk into it, but Bemas way too quick. Will pick up the kill. Nice triple for Rain. And an 8-round run right now for FaZe, and it's only been a bomb plant in 1 of those 8 rounds.
This is a great double kill that we just saw from Rain on top of the hut. That puts a stop to the tactic. They're trying to drop down vents to exploit the positioning of Shocks over at that window, and when that double kill happens, it sends it all to hell. That strategy is ruined. Timeout called by Vitality. They're second, as nothing is working on this T side.
No, it's, I mean, weirdly, it looked like it. And I was even somewhat optimistic on behalf of Vitality, some of the earlier rounds where they got, you know, they had some of those rounds where they got like 3 kills per round, like back to back, and I thought, okay, even if you're losing the rounds, you're actually doing a lot of damage to the economy. That means all you have to do is, you know, tag on another round and you're good to go. That's not true anymore. There's 9,000 on Brokey, almost 5,000 on Cold Zero, almost 5,000 on Bimas. So just broadly speaking, they have enough money to lose a round and still be able to buy. And that in itself is enough of a buffer, I think, for FaZe to continue to be really dangerous. So yeah, it's not good anymore.
Missed shot, and the spray comes in. Cold Zero blind finds his second, and it doesn't feel like this hit is going to go anywhere. Rain ends up with a double, so does Cold Zero. And that lead is just extended. Oh dear. Anders.
Yes.
Can we get an emotional update on how you're feeling about your Vitality prediction?
I mean, in terms of, if you were trying to talk about isolated about this map, it's feeling real bad at the moment, Jason. I'm not gonna lie, but they don't seem. I'd say they're getting beat up pretty badly, and they're losing some of the early entries here. But they don't seem like that lost kind of feeling that we maybe got out of NAVI and we got out of OG the day before. I'm not getting that vibe yet. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but they still seem to be. Look at Misuta coming down. I mean, they've still got a lot of things they want to try, and they're actually getting somewhere. But right now, FaZe are out fragging them, and I mean, if they can't solve that problem, they can't win the game, quite obviously. But it's nice to see them still, you know, putting on the pressure and trying to stay a little bit innovative in the early game here.
Well, I mean, this position has been had by Shocks before, right? Like,
yeah.
This time, at least, FaZe has no idea that it's happened. And it's that same question I just asked in the previous round, is how do you actually, you know, use this position to your advantage? Every time Vitality have attempted to do it, to sync up the two sides of this hit, the verticality of it, one half of the attack has just gotten straight up wrecked.
I mean, if you wanted to get real clever about it, you could open the squeak door down by the toxic room and open the squeak door up at the A-bomb side at the same time to try and cover the sound. Good trade at the very least, but Brokey, he's going to continue with a deagle. Oh, what a bold play. He has an AWP to back that up. If that goes south, then big rifle lost and pretty much no chance to reply either. That is so cool. Rain taking down Apex. What an incredible version of FaZe that we're witnessing right here. And now the flank from Misuta comes in, but it is way, way too late. He's going to get one more kill, but they're on the other side. 20 seconds, and he walks into certain death. 10 rounds in a row for FaZe, as they are bringing this first half to a very, very impressive closing.
Brokey's doing such a good job there, just playing bait that whole time between the shot. This is smart. He knows his smoke has plumed. The follow-up nade, he's ensuring nobody can pick up the bomb. And during all this craziness, Rain takes advantage of all the attention from Vitality being put towards ramp room and is able to just push up and pick off one player. And it's just so brutal. And again, nobody can exploit that positioning in the lower bomb site.
Frustration continues to grow. I can't really blame them. Quick up on the mini hut and getting sprayed down by Nico. They were expecting, anticipating, counting on him being somewhere else. A nice flank from Apex that needed and probably should have been a double kill, but it wasn't. And now Misutra inside, win a 2-1-3. They should be catching Rain. I actually can't believe he's still alive and he's there for another kill. Oh no, it's all gone horribly wrong. They had a chance for that double, and that probably would have at least given them a chance for a bomb plant here. Now it's Saibu in a 1 versus 3. And things are looking grim. And speaking of Saibu, he's got 6 kills. Not even anywhere near the impact that I think most people are maybe hoping for. And a missed opportunity. Rain, I can't believe he lived through that round. Triple on him, 11-3. This is really, this is really the thing that I think is really shocking at the moment. It's just the amount of opening kills in all of these rounds that have gone FaZe. I feel like it must be all 11 rounds where they've had the opening.
That's very, very possible. I think the bigger thing is that what a incredible half this is from FaZe. Every time, no matter where Vitality's going, remember, they go outside, they've been demolished by Nico. They go upstairs, Rain is having a phenomenal game. They've gone to ramp room, but Mouse and Brokey have been able to just absolutely demolish them in a variety of different setups. So I don't even know what the answer is. Even when they're given space outside, as we've seen, they can't do anything with it. And we've seen this smoke wall busted by just the standard Molotov a number of times. And that's just simple stuff that Vitality, those are simple traps that Vitality is falling into.
Yeah, I mean, that actually should not be happening. That's fairly fundamental. Coldzera maybe just so excited about how well they're doing. He wanted to fight that on his own. I don't think that was necessary, but when they're this far ahead, you know, sometimes that'll just happen. 4-on-3 as the bomb is being planted. Nico will make it a 3-on-3 with clever play. Low on health inside of the smoke on top of the box. Ooh, and Bimas will go down. So now it's a 2-on-3 and maybe a chance for a 4th round here for Vitality. It's really not that much, but I think they'll take it. It's been a rough first half for them already. Deep Molotov won't force anyone out. Nico coming in from the high ground. He's one single bullet away from death, and that's going to be brought in by Apex. Now Brokey fighting 1 versus 3, and a little bit of an overextension. He'll go down 11-4 in the first half in favor of FaZe. All 11 rounds in one giant block. That is such a lot of dominance. Great to see out of FaZe. Really, really cool first half. We'll see if there's any chance for Vitality in the second half. It's coming up after the break.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, you called me a noob. You called me a noob in 2016. Maybe it was just a joke, and then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's alright.
There's an Intercafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Lige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm gonna take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Oh, of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Oh!
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexi and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, you know, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you beat in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time at Lobby, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
So I'm gonna...
Actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. No, Lourdes. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right, see you, dude.
We are back once again. It's 11-4 in the first half in favor of FaZe. Jason, you predicted them to win this one. How are you doing it? What's the secret, Jason?
You know, you just gotta pick and choose your battles, Anders. You know, this one felt quite obvious to me. I have a lot of faith in the guys like coldzera and Nico. I tend to, I don't know. I'm just kind of making that up as I go, and I didn't really have anywhere to go after that.
I appreciate your honesty. I was waiting. I was trying to see. I was hoping you'd come up with some like a platitude. You just got to pick the winners or something. I got something stupid like that. It's fine.
Yeah, no, I got nothing.
Buy low, sell high. Thanks. It's Rain to go down early on. Usually a bit of a champion at pistol rounds, but he's gonna get schooled by Apex with the USP. Shox ready. Oh, that is a deletion. He just put him out of his misery. And this round, surely they cannot lose. I'm going to jinx them, Jason. They're winning this round right here. Shox trapped in the corner, and he will go down to Bamas. So now it's a 2-1-4, but they're still winning it.
They're gonna crunch in this door right now. They're gonna open it up. There goes one more kill.
Still winning.
Curse is coming to fruition. 2-1-3, and there's definitely not nervous. Not nervous at all.
So
and FaZe looking for the next mistake.
It's already won, as we like to say in Denmark. coldzera. Nice shot from Bamas, and now he's going for it again. He's going to get one more headshot. This is such a turnaround. And now up on the high ground, it's Bamas versus Saiwu, and he's going to go for the plant. Please don't contact me on social media if this backfires. He's going to go back in through the hut. He's got a USB and everything. Saiwu has no idea that he's also battling a curse at the same time. So, yeah, this is a little bit uphill. He does not have a kit. He's looking for him in the right place. Oh, this could be genius from Saiwu. He's actually going to go find him and shoot him in the back. No, he misses the chance. Oh, Bamas is there. Oh, what a clutch coming out. A quad kill. Never doubt my power.
You idiot. What have you done? Oh, no. Well, Vitality, information is on Fire Anders on Twitter, ROF Anders on Instagram. Feel free to contact him at any medium which you prefer.
How do you say sorry in French? I don't even know.
I don't know. I think you just wave a white flag.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, I might just shut up for a little while here. Just take like a round or something.
Yeah, take your time. Maybe go get a glass of water. Oh dear. 12-4. That's one of the more brutal turnarounds we've seen in quite some time. Actually, since yesterday, there's a pretty bad one. I'm pretty sure Shox just hit 3 players with one shot there. Unfortunately, none of them were kills. And, I mean, FaZe is still in an issue. They're boxed in. They've got to fight their way out. And Apex is forced back. And Brokey, even though being tagged up, he's got no fear. Jumping out the window, but it's just too slow. Apex, another tag. What a great performance.
Yeah, good hits from Apex. And you're right, a 3-for-1 deagle shot. I can't actually remember if they must have happened before in one of the games we've been casting over all these years. But I've never really noticed it, so that's kind of cool, even if there were no kills behind it. 45 seconds in a 3-on-4, but with coldzera being that low, it's a little bit of an awkward way to try and get into a bomb site. Again, if anyone dies or gets tagged up, it's practically a 1-on-4, right? And they're covering
Would you say that Vitality's definitely going to win this round?
You know, Jason, just cruel now, aren't you? Why would I do that again? But yes, also, they definitely will win this round. 20 seconds. Bamas entering from Mini, so they're going to try and crunch from 2 different ways. Coming in with the high ground and running in with the kill and taking down RPK. So into a 3-on-3, 10 seconds left. The bomb is going to be planted, and they're coming up the ladder. Wait, that's just being held? Oh, what have I done?
Oh, why is it like this?
They're really not gonna like me, are they? 13-4.
Yeah, 2 in a row. You're 2 for 2 on jinxing Vitality with these big leads. 13-4, excuse me. Oh.
Well.
What can you say about that one?
I might have to have a talk with FaZe about maybe getting some of the prize money at this point in time. I feel like that sounds reasonable, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm the same way with my predictions that seemingly jinx teams. I think MIBR is scared to death of my predictions. Liquid's usually not too happy, which is kind of bad news for them.
Yeah, I know Dead is not always happy with you when that rolls out.
I feel like you and I could probably, if we hire like one of those, like a voodoo expert, you know, like go to New Orleans maybe and find one of the witches they have over there and you know, get some lessons and that kind of stuff. We could really start a whole new business of jinxing your opposition. There's got to be some superstitious people in Counter-Strike that would go for that.
Oh, I'm sure there are plenty of them. Yeah, I'd be down to do that. I think it could be maybe we learn something along the way. I think that's not a bad idea.
That's a market in esports that hasn't really been discovered. So if there's any of you out there, any of you Bushcraft or Voodoo or Wicca, aficionados, get in touch with us. We're gonna look to start branding in that direction.
Tarot cards, anything else like we'll do it all. We'll find out. I know people have done, like science debunking of all these things, but not in an esports context, so we can still believe. It's 14-4 at the moment, and I mean, if Vitality wanted to try and build a comeback, I'll be sure to jinx that away, don't worry. So I think it's looking good for FaZe at the moment.
Maybe just give it a pause. If they get up to like 8 or 9, then you can bring back the magic, Don't overuse it so early on.
An AUG and an AWP there. Some good scope weapons, especially for Apex out of the yard. I think that's a pretty good look. Ooh, and they are lining up for RPK. Good double. He even comes back for more. Pure confidence here on the tank, and he will take 3 down. A flawless round. That is looking pretty good. A 5th one on the board for Vitality. And let's see how long they can run it in for here. No bomb plant, but still enough money for FaZe to buy. Looking at the scoreboard just for a hot minute, it's Rain all the way to the top. There was a discussion on the desk before we got into the game about Rain and where to put him. Semler said he always, likes Rain and sort of wanted to highlight him, and I guess he was right to do that. He's at 21-10 right now. B'Mas right behind him at 19-8.
Yeah, Semler gets things right once in a while, so, I mean, good for him. Those are things to celebrate. Here we go, live into round number 20.
You managed to say that in the most condescending way possible. I appreciate it.
Oh, no. Here we go. Smokes out for Nico. Molotov in towards the stairs as well. Utility out. Oh, this is going to be an attack towards Mini, it feels. Or at least to get Nico in towards Market, that close wall. Not Market, Warehouse. And he's going to wrap around it. Tough to clear to the right, but he'll take the risk. It's just Saiwoo with the AWP.
And running out like this is dangerous. It looked like maybe they wanted to sort of, they run boost Rain across, hoping he won't get spotted, which is kind of a cool idea. I was worried for Saiwoo for a minute, but he's fallen really far back. It's a little bit of damage onto Rain, but otherwise, they're going to go for this lobby, I think.
Well, I guess you can leave Rain in this position, although he's starting to get aggressive. They don't really have a whole lot of utility to get back safely. Nico's taking some big risks, and they still haven't spotted Saiwoo in CT spawn, but they have to know, if they haven't seen anyone yet anywhere outside, this has to be the position of Saiwoo.
Yeah, but even if you know, it's just so tricky. Nice shot. That forklift is just covering so much. Oh, nice throw. Run in there from Nico. That could have been the end of it. They will trade him. 4 versus 3, 20 seconds, and hiding back there. Not going to get Molotov out with that one. Yeah, that is a really huge position at 14 seconds now. Shox just has to play it cool, and getting 1 kill right now probably wins them the round. So there's that opening, but Brokey takes him down. Oh dear, that's the bomb plant. Otherwise, they couldn't have planted just yet. There will be a plant going down, and now a 3-on-3. That's real awkward.
Really, really awkward. But thankfully, if you're Vitality, no one from FaZe has been able to get out of the bomb site. They're all in relative safety at the moment, but there's no real way for them to help each other. Brokey had no HP for the fight. Big win for B'Mas. And now it's Coldzera. He has to have this against Saiwoo. Maybe he didn't know the door was open, but that's an easy frag. And RPK managing 2 angles and almost pulling it off. 15-5. FaZe have 10 chances to close this out.
I didn't say anything that round, just to want to make that clear. It's not looking good for them, though. 10 rounds in a row. I mean, FaZe did bring in 11 in a row on their CT side, proving that it can be done. But that doesn't exactly make it easy.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That death onto Shox is brutal. Double off setup now. Shox with one, Zywoo with the other. Nico is gonna get killed trying to get down the vent. Apex was following him. And through the smoke, Zywoo gets nothing. Going for a couple timing shots, and Faze is not hitting the brakes at all. Full speed ahead.
Right into that second orb of Shox. So that'll put an end to the running. Nobody wanted to follow that up. Finally, they're going to make their way in, but Apex is on the crossfire with a great double, and he's going to continue. Nice work with the AUG. Apex has really been having a hard output in this game overall. He's got a quad kill in that round. He's up to 18 and 6. Yeah, I want to see that continue. This is just encouraging to see Apex still doing as much as he is. He just needs someone to join him right now. Misuta's playing fairly well, but I think if Zywoo or Shox or both could you know, do 30% more each, then I don't know if they'll make the comeback on this map, but at least it'll be more competitive for map number 2.
Yeah, there's been some curious sequences, especially in the second half, that Vitality have really dropped the ball. Shox with the AWP gonna stick around, go for more. He's got Apex to help cover. 7 kills in 2 rounds for Apex. And Vitality just 8 rounds back of forcing overtime.
And no money for this round either, so the next one's probably going to be a little bit of a freebie to add on top. This is definitely interesting. This is the map pick, by the way, of Vitality, in case you are confused. Oh, the HUD does say it. It's really helpful that works out. Good job, Blast. Now, so the second map, I think, is... Go on, what are you laughing
at? Nothing at all.
Just losing your mind
Apex
slowly.
outside. Yeah, what is the second map? Go on, Anders. It's Dust 2.
So I'm just reading out, maybe nice. Someone's got their headset on, they're walking into the kitchen, they got one of those wireless headsets, and they're just, you know, they can't see it, so a little bit of radio broadcasting.
See any other information on the HUD that you want to read out to the viewers?
I'll come up with it. We'll do it a little bit later on. We'll get the information. Listen, I like to, you know, at least try and pretend to be useful every once in a while, you know.
It's good, yeah, I understand. I know that feeling well. Well, 4 players gonna walk right at Shox again. The AWP, this time it's Glocks and a P250s. Held his nerve, he's held his trigger, and again he's gonna have backup in the form of Zywoo. And both AWPs are getting the job done. Rain does eventually find Shox, but they should be just fine.
Yeah, it'll be alright. I mean, the benefit, I guess, in some sense for Vitality is losing a rifle or 2 or even many in a round. Doesn't even matter because there's no saving for another round. It's just all on this. Need another 7. Faze will buy all of the AKs, and I think what's really frightening about the level that they've brought into this game, Faze, is that it's so hard to imagine that one of these next 7 rounds won't just be a round where they have a couple of great entries. Like, the firepower is completely off the charts for this team right now.
Yeah, there's still so many win conditions for the Faze side of things.
Yeah.
This is going to be an incredibly difficult comeback for Vitality, especially with your curse thrown into the mix, because we know that's going to happen at least once more in this map.
I promise I'll save it until it's 15-14, but if it comes to that, I'm not a responsible human being. If it turns out I have that kind of power, I am for sure going to abuse it.
Oh yeah, no, we've known that forever. That's why you've never been granted superpowers. You would be an evil human being.
I mean, yeah, can't argue against that.
Tapping away with the AUG, and that's kind of deserved. Just sitting and tapping into the smoke, and here comes the hit. Shox, though, advanced position in radio room is going to slow things down. Brokey is going to fall. Misuta's got a chance to hit pause. All the rotation is in, and Faze is absolutely demolished.
I'm actually... it's almost like Rain just stopped for a minute and said, can you just cut that out? Can you just sit down? Oh, this is going to be probably a kill on side. We might actually just go for it inside of the fire, but he'll burn to death. So a 1-on-3 turned into a 1-on-2, and Nico's got 23 seconds, and that is a big disadvantage in these kind of clutches, because eventually you just have to run and try and find the last player. So he's quickly running out of time here. 15 seconds, gets a headshot. Oh, almost transfers. That was so close to working out. That shows just what a lethal player he could be as well. It's 15-9, and yeah, no bomb plant means kind of tricky with the money here for FaZe.
If that had been Shox peeking first, he might have just closed out the map right there. A player on top of the HUD, if he was able to track over to him second instead, he had such low HP, it wouldn't have mattered. Vitality doing a good job of holding on, though, despite all the struggles. 9-15, but surely FaZe want to get this over with. Now, you start getting into a pretty scary territory once Vitality get to 10.
Yeah, I mean, it's really starting to look interesting, right? Especially if they have rounds like those where they don't quite get the bomb plant down, so then they have to go on to Deagles and Tech-9s. Although, again, with the firepower that's here, I mean, I don't want to pretend either that this round is one where there is no danger because, you know, again, a couple of opening kills for FaZe, and it could go horribly wrong. Molotov is in, smoke is up, and they're going to drop down the vent every single one. One guy staying behind, but otherwise, you know, they all make it through. No one dying just yet. Brokey's going to be dropped with the bomb, and that's a little bit of a hiccup. Yeah, they
never saw Shox. Yeah, they're working on it, but it's not going to happen. Vitality has covered this bomb very well. Interestingly enough, Apex leading the server at 24 kills and 17 deaths. On the other side, it's Rain with 23, Bamas with 21.
What a champion. This is kind of the mindset thing that I was talking about earlier when, you know, you see a team that just sort of spirals out of control in a game and never even does anything. Even if Vitality end up losing this, which is, I think is still very likely, you have to say they weren't broken. Like, they kept fighting throughout this game, and I think that's just a great sign no matter what. So I guess that's kind of the Apex kind of highlighting that principle for a second here. Good grenade, and Apex wanted to fight. He had a big chance there. Cyber will find Brokey anyway, but that could have easily been at least a 2-for-1 trade. Deep grenade, and Nico, oh, no, not likely to be alive at all. He's dead.
Man, fighting against ZywOo outside with no smoke wall set up to protect against that AWP, that's a tough battle to win. And FaZe lose 2 members to him. Coldzera's hoping for some re-aggression outside. He'll get it. The question is, oh, he is patient. He's patient enough to wait. Shox walks into the trap.
Is that necessary? If you're Shox, do you really want to do that? 4-on-3, still over a minute left. Man.
It's big risk, big reward, right? If he can pull that off and Coldzera isn't looking for it, if they just fall away from outside and he's able to have that flank, he shrinks the map. He gets a better idea of where they're coming. But here we go again. This is cool from FaZe. A smoke wall set up to deny information. All the utility being used as if someone or the team was going to be making a run outside. Rain is going to stick around by Mini. It's going to be an upper bomb site hit. Oh my god, but Masuta and RPK haven't budged. This hasn't fooled anybody.
Yeah, but 1 kill and the bomb site's open. This is actually a really big deal. Masuta hiding in the corner. They're wrapping it around them. He knows it as well. Good kill for RPK. That is critical. Now just needs the 1 refrag, and they're good to go. There it is, and he'll follow it up with a headshot. That actually was very close, I thought. If RPK doesn't get that first kill, you could see Masuta is just... he's locked in and has no way to get out here. 15-11. Looking really, really interesting now. And again, no bomb plant. If they get that bomb plant, then it's just such a different game for them.
Yeah, that's the real issue is why you're seeing this go rifle to half buy, rifle to half buy. But if you even go towards back to the first half, Vitality was only able to get 1 bomb plant during that entire 11-0 run from FaZe. So, I mean, both teams have not had success on their offensive getting into these sites, getting the plants and playing a post-plant situation. It's been a lockdown defense on both sides for both teams.
Apex looking to try and see if he can make his way up secret. They are all there, and I don't know what it is that makes him turn around, but it's probably a real good thing that he did. He would have been caught in the hallways, I think. Now he's just playing for the Molotov to be put down. Oh, no! That's
oh, my
brutal.
God. That's crazy. That's why people choose to jiggle peek that, not just hold the angle. Shox has way too many targets, and they're going to lose it off that. Nico has just won them the game.
That is such a spectacular way. Like, that's a statement peak right there. It is done. 2 versus 5 here. Vitality don't even know what hit them in this round. And Faze look amazing on Nuke, even if it took a while to close out. This is just such a cool performance from them in the first map. Obviously, there's more to come. Rain will get a kill, and Nico will close it out. 16-11, a powerful performance from Faze, even if Vitality did everything they could to try and get that comeback. Dust 2 is going to be the second map, and we'll get there after we've spoken to the analyst, and that's coming up after the break, so stay tuned.
Could be a whole new direction for this team. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what maps they're prioritizing. We're about to learn with the rest of the world here, so I think that's fair enough.
People probably underestimate how dominant they were. I'm sure statistically they probably have all the records. I don't think they'll ever be beaten, quite frankly.
NIP were just an amazingly fun team to watch.
It's going to be really interesting in the beginning. It's a new lineup, a lot of the younger players, less experienced players than I'm used to working with in the past.
Well, now we have to see what this new NIP roster without any of the legends on it, what they're going to be capable of.
Impossibly good. I mean, it legitimately is the case that when they would win those 87 maps in a row, and what people forget is that was just like the first, I think, 6 months or something.
Because on every level, NIP could dominate, and they're similar to some of the teams that we have today, where there's just so much raw talent on the team.
It's kind of like Astralis when they were in their prime. Yes, someone could beat them, but that was actually the unlikely scenario. And in fact, you knew if they played that team in the next tournament, they'd just go and get revenge immediately and be right back on top.
And they had a bit of that hive mind Swedish element, the way that Fnatic had it in 2015, somewhere around there, right? It wasn't like there was a fixed strategy to it. It was just, oh, look, Get Right got 3 kills because he somehow managed to sneak all the way onto the opposite B site and then backstabbed everybody. And you could expect that every game. It was the meme where, oh, where's Get Right? Look behind you, because that's where he is. And 9 times out of 10, he was shooting you in the back. Forrest is Forrest. He could just do it all. He was a god. Freiburg, fearless. He had the trust of his teammates, the king of banana, coming up with the big plays, opening up bomb sites, taking over entire sections of the map. But what was great about that team was that you could always tell that it was like a brotherhood in that team.
In terms of how important NIP's era was, so I actually thought it really established CSGO as a game, because at the time it was considered an inferior game to CS Source and CS 1.6, and most people thought it was a joke. So I think actually to have some big legends from 1.6 come in, dominate the game immediately, therefore showing there's something to this game. There's a reason it's not just a different team winning every event. I think it actually legitimized the game, and then even though they were very, very dominant, they were only dominant for the first couple of years. So then finally, once the game had built its way up, then other people got their chance and we got to have more of an open scene.
They were such a special team, and they had that magic around them.
You almost can't overstate how dominant they were.
A stunning performance there on Nuke Yanko, especially with the 11 rounds in a row. Though get a little bit close towards the end, you guys comfortably close it out. Now I'm going to just go straight on to Dust 2 with this, because Dust 2 can be quite a 50-50 map for many. I know it's a comfort pick for you guys, but is there any concern that you won't be able to close this out 2-0? Because we've seen it before, right? Dust 2 can be just such a 50-50.
Yeah, I don't think there's any concern. Dust 2 can be a little bit random at times, but we're just really comfortable on the map. We feel like we have a lot of solutions on it that we can even adjust, even if we kind of miss some of our reads during the game. I think we just understand the map really well, and that we have an answer for a lot of things. I still think, despite our pick, I don't think Vitality is a slouch on the map. I think it can still be a very close game, but yes, we are very confident in our pick.
And for you guys at the moment, right, you seem to again found yourself 5 players where anyone can pop off at any time. So even if Zywoo goes off, do you guys ever really need to worry?
Not really, no. It's just one of those things where you say he's probably going to win them some rounds that we are not supposed to lose, and just scrape it off to a ZywOo round and keep playing. We think in general we're the better team, we're the better unit, so we just need to be strong mentally in those situations, be able to bounce back, and we know that in the long run we can beat them.
There you go. Confidence from YNK, from Yanko. I mean, that's exactly what we expect from him. He's got so much talent on this team. They should really have an answer for everything. I mean, given how dominant that first half was, I mean, what are we taking away from this here, Chad?
The scoreline doesn't really do the game justice in my mind. I think FaZe absolutely destroyed them here, right? When I watch Vitality play and they're speed running the game and all they do is try and play momentum-based Counter-Strike, I understand where that comes from, right? It comes from Apex. That's the way he's always played CS. Very quick, very ahead of the pack, and now he's trying to bring that into a team environment. But if you're going to play that style of Counter-Strike against a unit with this many star fraggers in it, look what gets happened. You get shut out. Look, there's just multi-kills across the board, and it's hard to deal with.
Yeah, and it was really hard to watch as well, if you're a Vitality fan, I guess. The man that we had on the screen right here, Bimus, I think he was key. Some of the times he was tested downstairs. Pretty much everyone on the FaZe roster stood up and rose up to the occasion when he was put to the test. And I agree with Chad. I think from Vitality, there should have been a change of rhythm, to say the least, or a change of perspective midway through that T side, because obviously the run and gun wasn't working at all. FaZe had always an answer. They were always in position. Now, if we flip over to the second half, I do believe Vitality had a way back into the game. But you cannot lose a 5 versus 2 in the pistol round, a 4 versus 3 in the force buy, almost lose a 4 versus 1 versus Nico. And the problem is, because I'm listening to the comms, there is absolutely no calm. I feel like they are terrified in these situations. Vitality is a team right now that is aware that they don't know how to play some situations. And it is critical. It is critical to believe in what you're doing. Even though you're not running the best strategy, even though you're not running the best setup, I would prefer you believe in what you're doing rather than second guess yourself and doubt it as you're doing it.
Oh my goodness, that got a bit too real there. Just like, oh, they're aware of their own mortality and it's frozen them in fear. They don't know what to do. I don't know where we're going with this one, man. Well, I do know in a sense, because we're going to a second map, and that's going to be Dust 2, and that's going to be FaZe's pick. And so I almost want to just kind of like, broom this nuke under the rug, and let's see if we can focus on a map where perhaps ZywOo can save Vitality and he can turn things around for the rest of the team. I mean, do we? When we're talking about Navi, we talk about Simple and Electronic kind of taking the oxygen out of the room for the rest of the team and kind of leaving that team wondering what their identity is. Do we ever approach the same thing with Vitality, where ZywOo, the focus is so heavily put on ZywOo that the rest of the players are kind of left wondering same way?
Well, I'm just going to weigh on this one quickly because I'm listening to it come, so I have this very exclusive access, and I can tell you that it feels like no one is actually forbidden or prohibited to do anything they want because of ZywOo. I don't feel like they gave him priority. I don't feel like he can do whatever he wants. I feel he kind of fits in the structure that they have created, and then he just does the best that he can, It doesn't feel like he's really sucking up the air as you're talking about. That's not the feel I have from listening to them, at least.
I think with the old version, maybe similar, right? When they had Alex in-game leading and everything was about making sure you get the most impact out of ZywOo, and probably a big reason of him being the best player in 2019. But it's clear that it's two different game plans. It's two different in-game leaders and two different styles of Counter-Strike that we're seeing here. Now, moving into Dust 2, ZywOo can still be a factor. Everybody on this team can be a factor. Apex just top frag. That's not something that I expect him to do while carrying the in-game leadership mantle. But the problem is, I think if FaZe, like we saw the other day, they literally just bullied their way out long versus Ents with double AWP setups. Not only that, if they know that they can get straight down the guts in mid, they just send 2 players straight down. They'll fight you if you know that they have to send 2 players over to B to defend that side of the map. FaZe is so good at finding the holes and finding those entry frags, and I just feel that even though we know Dust 2 can get scrappy, they're looking hot to trot right now, and closing appeared to be the only issue, and it felt like there was a couple of gimmies from them anyway, just some fast rushes, hoping they would just bully Vitality out of the server.
So is that the answer here on Dust 2? Or are we just looking for FaZe to keep bullying Vitality?
I think RPK is going to be the man that we look forward to. Chad is talking about the long bullying. Well, RPK is going to be the one in that position. And Dust 2 famously is one of the maps where he shines. I mean, his numbers are great on Dust 2, better than on other maps. So he's going to be the one being put to the test. And then please, I want to see Shocks. Can I just get Legendary Shocks just a little bit? Like one game.
No, can we get Legendary
Maniac.
Shocks just to see Maniac smile again?
I'm smiling all the time.
Sad, frustrated Maniac. The sad, frustrated Maniac. I don't know, man. I don't know if I could go all day with this. I need Maniac to just get a little bit of a booster pack here or something. Just give him a little bit of a boost. Help him out here, Chad, please.
What do you mean?
Put all of your French chips, Maniac, put all of them, get all of them, and put them on G2. Don't worry about Vitality. Pretend they don't even exist anymore, and hope that maybe one day ZywOo can join G2, and then maybe you can start getting excited.
Okay, all right. Well, I think on that note, gentlemen, it's a good time to set it up for Dust 2, and let's see. Are Faze going to get the job done nice and clean, or are we going to have Vitality fighting back for the sake of Maniac Vitality? For the sake of Maniac. We're taking a break, and we'll be right back.
NAVI, described by chaos.
That's an easy kill right there.
NAVI are going to be an actual challenger this time round.
But here comes Simple!
I believe that we can win any of these teams.
Force him to walk forward, and that's it!
I have high hopes for them. I think that replacing Zeus was something that was inevitable. He knew he had to step away.
Firepower. I think we have the best team as an individual.
And it's going to be an easy two-piece because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
But definitely the wild card has to be the new guy, Perfecto.
Electronic is the player that everyone needs to be scared of. One of the best players that I played with.
Can he stand tall one last time? He lines them all! No! A beautiful spray!
I feel like their standout characteristic for NAVI is its potential.
Say surprise. Everyone is tired of losing, and we just want to prove that we can win tournaments, we can challenge best team in the world.
Armor could... Oh! Simple, but Device is lying in wait, and Simple's ready for that as well!
And I think it's the most that I want, just to show everyone their place and just to play our best A+ game.
We're like a very momentum-based team. Like as soon as we get like rolling, we're unstoppable. There's just no way that we're not gonna win trophies. Anything you do, you just can't stop us.
I haven't really gotten to see that Liquid. I've seen a Liquid that goes deep into tournaments, but I haven't seen that Liquid that dominated tournaments.
Last year it was a little rough. We had a big downfall in the second half of the year. So this year we're just looking forward to have a more stable high than a really low low.
They're one of those teams where we saw having time off doesn't help them.
I think that Twist, like when he's going off, like he's just going off.
Runs forward, grabs himself that AK, but Twist takes down Wolves!
He is a monster.
I think Twist is our wild card.
I'm keeping an eye on him. I think that he's going to be one of the players that could really be the card that sets Liquid above the rest.
Player that people need to look out for on our team is Stewie2K. I know that like all the pro scene like really respects him, but I think the like general public doesn't as much, and he's a really good player. If we had to pick out one, I think everyone has the same person in mind. I think it's going to be Elish.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second!
You know, looking at him from the outside in, he still has a lot more potential to grow as a player, and he still has a hunger, so I can see him being higher up in the ranks this year.
It's hope. That'll be the word that I'll choose to sum up Liquid, right? That hope that they will be the ones to return and hoist the flag once again at the top of the peak.
Let's go, Liquid!
Nice! Yes! That's my boy. Sick ground. That's what I'm talking about.
I miss
Yanko in the background.
I miss Yanko so much.
I had a similar moment just hearing his voice. I was like, oh man, that's Yanko. We should find a way to hang out at some point. Well, that is the first map done on Nuke. An exciting game in every respect. And now we're going to go into the second map. That's going to be on Dust 2. What are your expectations coming into this particular map?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I'm kind of a little bit nervous to see what Vitality is going to come out with. I mean, Apex carried them through decent stretches of Nuke. I think the big thing to take away is it felt like FaZe just kind of had the read of exactly what Vitality was going to do every step of the way on that map. It seemed like they were prepared for pretty much anything. Even if they let that last a little bit longer than they should have, they seemed prepared. And if that's going to happen on Dust 2 as well, I think it's going to be super difficult for Vitality to get into this game.
Yeah, well, the odds seem to be, you know, suggesting something similar here. Can't really argue with that. Ultimately, I think it's going to be real tricky for the Vitality side to try and do a lot here, but we're going to give them the chance anyway to see what they could do here on Dust 2. That's coming right up. And Faze are going to be starting on the T side and Vitality on the CT side. And, well, they do have at least one P250 to fight back with here. Always like to see it.
Ooh, a little bit of nade damage on a Brokey, and RPK's got the opening kill. Now that P250 goes over to Nico, who's going to challenge and lose just as quickly to RPK.
Another trade coming in. It's now a 2-on-4 and a good start here for Vitality. Just fighting Bemas. And I'm not going to say anything. Just don't even worry, guys. This is a 1-on-3, and he's swinging for a lot of people there, and they'll finally bring him down. So, round 1 by Vitality. Apex excited as well.
He had some pretty wild shots, Bemas, in that round. If he had been able to get away and reload, that could have been a dicey 1 versus 2. Yeah, RPK just having Rain and Nico telling him to sit down. Didn't quite go that way in map 1, but he's at least starting map 2 out very well. He even, one frag we didn't see, rotated back and got another one of those little one-tap headshots towards Catwalk as well. So good start for the tank.
It actually looked like that first headshot that he got out on long, that he was behind the corner when the bullet connected. It's like he curved the bullet like that stupid movie you love, Jason.
I think that movie's fantastic. I mean, it's not, but it is for some reason. Nice shot from Apex, and see, this should be a mop-up. Nice bonus money for Zywoo, and yeah, it'll get shut down.
Wow.
It's the same kind of like, I don't know, you know how like there's different kinds of good, like some movies are just actually good, and then some are so bad that they become good in a weird way.
There is some sort of horseshoe thing going on there.
Like maybe like 10 years from now, we're going to look back at that movie and think it's awesome in the same way that like the original Judge Dredd movie was from the 80s.
Yeah, you could well be right. Maybe that's the key. Maybe go back and revisit it at another time. Yeah, I think you're right. It could be edging close to that.
5 AKs on the board for Faze, 2 SMGs on the defensive side, and nobody watching middle. So Faze is just gonna walk their way out with no indication this is happening, no flashbangs to clear close, and they're just free to set up and go for the B split whenever they want. Vitality's laid out the red carpet.
Oh, they're in a lot of trouble on this bomb side. Misuta and Shock's in the corner. He's flashed, so first one gets in for free. Second one's going to be going down. He can't get that double kill, which he desperately needed. Impressive kill for Misuta. He probably could have been dead no matter what there, but at least he took someone with him. And now a 3-on-3. Great grenade. Oh, no, so much damage, but it doesn't matter. They're getting the kills anyway. Look at that. Rain and Nico on 3 and 4 health, and still looks like they're going to win the round here. I don't know what Saibu's going to be able to do. He's going to set up a flashbang, but 3 people, and they peek him at the same time. Nobody goes down in the afterplant, and Faze win the 3rd round.
Yeah, they just barely get away with one. That is phenomenal damage done. I thought Masuto was actually going to hold on to that for Vitality. His push into Upper Dark was so critical. That was a big kill to get, and unfortunately, just that 3 and 4 HP is just perfect to take that round. First on the board for Faze, and Vitality immediately in a situation where they're out of money if they lose. Shocks and Apex $0, Zywoo RPK 50. It's all in on this round.
I mean, I want to be calling Saibu's name a lot more on this map. It's not that he was terrible or anything on Nuke, but this is Dust 2 with an AWP. I mean, you have to rely on him to do a lot. Shocks in the middle, sneaking in and actually catching Nico off guard, which is sort of a cool thing all on its own. That's not easy to do. Now they're rotating back to Upper Dark and want to hit that bomb site, which, I mean, it can be done, but one mistake coming through that tunnel with no distraction in middle, and it's going to be a round over. Oh, they line up. He's done so much damage. That easily could have been way more, and now they're in trouble. The bomb is down, and they just get slaughtered. There is no happy ending to this. Umas is going to go down, and that is a triple kill for Shocks.
That's a really, really nice defense. Faze get completely shut down, and around they absolutely needed that. This is the kind of Shox you like to see. Proactive on the map, aggressive, mobile, and even getting one through the smoke, which is quite nice. Man, Faze just got stopped in their tracks, and yeah. I think it's interesting. Anders, are you a gamer in the dark, or do you like to leave the lights on?
I tend to make it dark. I think it's because of my contact lenses or something. Like I don't know. Like I don't like it when it's too bright. I feel like it's
that's
it just makes me uncomfortable.
That's such a boomer reasosoning.
I know.
Contact lenses, eyes aren't what they used to be.
I know.
Drying out,
all those things. They dry out anyway because I forget to blink. I'm just staring at the screen until my eyes start to hurt. It's a real problem.
All right, Deagle's on board, except the AWP is on the other side and an M4 as well, and even a Molotov. Apex just waiting for the right moment.
Here we go.
We're going to go for this run boost. This one fails more than any other run boost I noticed. This time it's worked, but again, it's just a Glock, and Shox has it covered.
Yeah, but it looked cool while it was going on. He really soared into that CT spawn. He glided right through. It was right into his death, but it looked cool.
It's a hell of a way to go out. Not gonna lie there.
Wow, Apex he's really commanding this team. Just look at the forcefulness and just his mannerisms. He wants this. 4-1. They are off to a good start. They're actually doing really well. They haven't built a massive bank yet, but it's not so bad anyway. Let's see if they can survive this next round. Ooh, that's almost a kill. Looked like he was almost dead on there, Brokey.
Yeah, could have been close. Again, a lot of space for Rain in the middle, though. Already at this wall, spamming for the double stack, the NOA stack. And Coldzera out towards long, going to move in with the cover of smoke. Apex and RPK on the other side of that, but he's lurking. He's hoping his teammates can provide him with an opening. Although good utility usage from RPK is going to force him back.
You can't be calling me a boomer for worrying about my eyesight and then calling it the NOA stack. I just want to point that out. Boomer.
I can do whatever I want. I was there when it was created.
Yeah, well, true enough. Cyber actually pushing forward with Apex still up there, but that's dangerous for Cyber. He could fall back down from this position, but again, they're going to run at him. He'll get the one kill and then fall back at a Molotov to force them back. That's great. Nico still takes down Apex, and he keeps pushing against that AWP, and oh, that jump got him killed. But he was going to get killed from long maybe anyway, so I don't know if he had much of a chance. That's actually a great hit for Faze.
Yeah, that's perfectly timed and really, really well done by Nico in a tough spot. He had to slow play that. You could see he didn't actually realize that ZywOo had gone over to railing towards the bomb site. He was looking for that peek from long. He thought maybe ZywOo had fallen towards long to help from his teammate, or that support was going to come from that angle. So he shifts over quite nicely while staying safe. A second round for Faze, and all the options were taken away from ZywOo in that round. And Masuta and Shox, all they can do is save the rifles for next. So another chance for Faze coming up in round number 7 to be able to take all the money out of the hands of the Vitality defense, gain an economic advantage, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that was just very smooth, wasn't it? It was a really good follow through. I'm just, in my mind, the really big contrast between both these teams, in fact, and some of the teams we were seeing, earlier. I think ENCE showed moments of this. Obviously, we've all been complaining about OG, and we had just in the last game as well from NAVI a similar sort of feeling, where there's no follow-through. Like, there's just, sort of small attempts like, oh, let's go here, guys. Let's see what's going on. Didn't work out. All right, we'll fall back and do something else. Like, this follow-through from both these teams, I think, is what's making this so enjoyable. Faze just deciding we're gonna pinch that A bomb site, and we're gonna do it even if we lose a guy on short early on, and it's just Nico pushing. He's gonna do it.
Back to this heavy contact play at the B bomb site, waiting for the flames to subside. The follow-up deep nade from Shox. They're gonna beat this smoke. If this comes out, Shox is in trouble. They're gonna know his position, and he's gonna have to get his gun out quick. They know he's in the site. Rain has him pinned down. Oh, great return. Great timing for Apex and Shox to peek towards the left side. That smoke is a wall that they cannot cross, and Shox is an absolute beast at anchoring this bomb site.
Good little lineup there, but in the end, it will still be the round for Vitality. And I'll be honest, yeah, the smoke is one part, but also if Apex doesn't show up in that door, I'm pretty sure Shox is probably dead almost immediately there. So great timing between the two of them. And Saibu, you see, yeah, actually, both those were assisted with a flashbang from Saibu. So we didn't get to see exactly where that landed, but obviously thrown from middle, so that's some pretty good defense. Again, he was alone in the beginning, so excellent stuff.
That's twice now that play hasn't worked for FaZe, and they've gone back to it in what, like within 3 rounds. They've run it twice.
Yeah.
So Vitality mounting a pretty solid defense here on Dust 2 to start things out. They have a 5-2 lead.
And again, I mean, the lack of a bomb plant still causing a bit of an issue. I think they would have probably forced all the way into this round if they had, just to keep the pressure on. But instead, it's the hero AK on Nico, and then some Deagles to follow along. But he's the only one with armor, so let's see what he could do. Yeah, this is actually a strong start in a lot of ways. Apex has got his AWP. There's the AWP on Saibu, and they've got a big chance here of building another decent economy.
That's the other side is FaZe have also now had, I mean, off the back of their 2 wins, they've had 2 opportunities if they were to put rounds together in a row to take control of the economy, to win in that phase of the game, to shatter what Vitality had left. And they haven't fully been able to complete that. So Vitality able to just kind of keep creeping this lead 1 round further at a time, but also maintain the money in the bank that they have to be able to sustain a loss. And that's been crucial for Vitality.
Looks like they want to try and get out long, which, I mean, if they can get the kill in pit on long, then Rain could be the late lurker up the catwalk to try and impinge inside. It's a fair enough idea. See if they're going to be able to do it. RPK falls back, and Saibu, can he try and help him out? Smoke at the corner. It's possible that they could sort of waterfall down into the pit here and catch RPK, but he's going to get a quick headshot, and what a follow-up. Oh dear, some of those bullets, they just walked into them. So whatever the plan was, doesn't seem possible anymore, though that's a really good kill for Rain. And Nico also takes one down. And just like that, from a 4-on-2 into a 2-on-2 with a bomb plant not that far away.
There's no smoke. Oh my god, Nico is going to be able to hold this off. He's got full armor and an AK-47. He's got backed along. That's where they're rotating into. This is perfect for FaZe. Oh, he's got the 1-tap, and Rain knows everything. Unfortunately, no gun. It's all on this Deagle. And Masuta coming up long. Ted not showing, and there it is. Knocks him down. AWP is picked up as well, and FaZe steal a round.
Oh, that is going to be... It's going to be a bite your fist kind of moment. When you get these kills like that, they just walked in 3 headshots in 2 seconds, and then you still lose the round. Man, that's hard to deal with. I mean, great return from FaZe into this round. That's so impressive, but man, that is going to be a pivotal round. That was the 8th round. I'm sure the analysts are going to agree. That's one of those rounds where you say, well, if this goes south from Vitality here on out, that's what started it.
I mean, that was, you have to think as well how well that was played by FaZe. They lost 3 players to RPK and Pit. At one point, that was a 2-on-5. However, this is where FaZe has struggled to capitalize on the victories, to finally demolish the economy of Vitality and gain some extra ground. And here again on the back foot, Nico and Rain fall. That is the top 2 performers. Excuse me, 9 kills on Nico, 4 on Rain, 5 on Bamas.
But still, yeah, good players to take down at the beginning of the round like that. And again, with some aggression in the middle. That's actually something so many teams struggle with on Dust 2. And, you know, if you rewind time back to like 2014, you would have seen way more aggression on the CT side of Dust 2, but it's sort of gone away. And look at this, pushing out Longhouse and nearly dropping Bamas as well. He's low enough that he might as well be dead. 2-on-3. They can obviously still win the round. Cold Zero walking up catwalk and hearing a lot of steps. This is dangerous for Masuta. If he's not careful, he could be dead in a bullet. And there we go. Now it's a 2-on-2. Bamas nearly getting shot in the back of the head. But yeah, they know what's coming next. The question is, can they actually stop it?
Yeah, but they're locked into the site. That's an important smoke to allow them to get that plant. Flashbang through Shox is going to come through, and they don't know it just yet. And Bamas, he's in danger. Oh, missed opportunity. Cold peaks. Good transition, and Shox has them both. He recovers nicely. Open space, fights, nowhere to go. And again, Vitality just barely stay alive.
Yeah, that was so close to blowing up in their faces. Now, they will pick up a double AWP, so that's a little bit nice to find at the end of a little bit of a shocking round. 10th round is coming up with the bomb plant. I don't see why Faze wouldn't try and force into this round. It's not going to be perfect on everyone, but they know what the economy is like on that Vitality side, so they're going to do it. Apex is fired up.
Yeah, Coldzera is a bit frustrated. He missed that shot. He was the first one peeking from Goose, who had a chance to shut down Shox in that 2 versus 2. This is a force buy that pretty much has to happen. Oh, that's a good find. Shox gets stuck on the peak. There's still 2 players at the B bomb site, though. I think Faze is getting lured into a quick hit towards this B site. Rain gonna turn the corner. There's the follow-up smokes. He's pre-aiming to the left. 2 players outside of B now. And Faze has control of the site itself.
Okay, he still hits the headshot. That's kind of impressive, but more people coming through the smoke, and another kill for Misuta. Somehow it's a 2-on-2. Nico on the catwalk. Bimas going to be able to get the bomb plant down. The question is, does she want to do it right away? Oh, Cyber is lucky to be alive, and Nico now trying to avoid that AWP, but he can't. He'll go right down. Cyber with a quick shot, and with the bomb plant now, what could the young gun do? He's inside of the site. He's got no more grenades. And they're going to be coming for him. They have 2 HE grenades. If they place them right, he could be dead almost immediately. We'll see. Some time still left on that bomb, and they have a kit on at least one of the players left. Haven't found him yet. All the grenades. Great headshot now coming through, and he gets down on the low ground. Saiwu's hunting him behind the box, and he's going to get the kill as well, turning around for it, but he doesn't have the kit picked up. Yeah, he was somewhere in there, but
he's still got
no, I'm not sure he will. I think it might be just a second late. It's close, but not close enough. It'll still be the round for Faze. 6-4 here. That is a huge win for Faze.
Yeah, that really is. I thought he was still going to have that defuse. RPK in this 2-on-2 had a defuse kit at the double doors, and I guess it just didn't register quick enough for Zaiwu. Nice clutch for Bimas, even though he gets schooled here a little bit by Zaiwu. Yeah, he goes right for it. Maybe like me, he thought he had it.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, you know, even if the kit was in there somewhere, if he turns around to try and look for it, maybe that costs the extra seconds. Like, who knows? It's just, that's a hard call to make in the heat of the moment.
Not if you have the music turned on. 6-4 in the favor of Vitality.
Who has the music turned on? It's the real question.
Oh! People who don't buy defuse kits.
Yeah, that could be the answer. Save some money right there.
Rain pushing up towards catwalk. Shox and RPK here. He's gonna see. Oh, there's a nice vertical stack, but RPK pushes. A nice trade for Shox, but couldn't hold on. And a flank coming in. Oh, this is actually a very fast flank. I don't think they'll be able to do enough damage out of it, but let's see.
No, especially with the smoke up, I think that's what really is a little bit annoying. Nice enough kill on Bimas. That's going to give him an AK-47, which is almost certainly worth saving as opposed to trying to keep it to run up there. Those smokes they throw behind them, Faze, they've done it before when they actually make it past the catwalk. It's so efficient. If there's a quick flank coming, it's pretty hard to do anything. So nice little detail. That's maybe worth remembering. But that's a 5th round for Faze. So this is a closer game, at least early on here, which is kind of encouraging. And I think Vitality are actually all right. You know, having this many rounds already on the CT side, I think that could be really tricky to do on Dust 2 at times.
This has got to feel good for Faze, though, to finally get that reset. There's not much more frustrating in this game when you're the team who constantly knows you have, you know, your opponent on the verge of an economic reset and you just can't get that final win. And when that starts lasting, you know, 7, 8, 10 rounds into the half, it's so hard to deal with. Because you know you're just one victory away from really making things easier on you. Now that Faze has finally got it, they closed the gap in the scoreline. A 1-round lead for Vitality, and another round where Vitality's going to have to stay away from the rifles. 2 deagles picked up by Shox and Apex. Scout on Zaiwu. Actually, I think that one of those deagles was dropped over. And the AK-47 that Misuta saved.
Not a bad idea with the Molotov. Did get put out right away, but it's worth the try. Scout then an AK. I mean, it's possible to do something here. Saibu is not being nearly as active as he's kind of looking into the upper dark there, but I kind of wish he would have stuck around middle to try and take some more fights. Again, any tags you can get in a round like this, it's just going to help out such an enormous amount. It looks like it's going to be long again. RPK is holding all the way back there, and Apex not really anywhere near close enough to be able to help him. So if they actually take this long corner and everything else, I don't know if Misutra and Saibu won't just pack it up and leave.
Well, it looked like they were actually lining up to get some kind of mid-round peak going at that corner. Just unfortunate timing. Unfortunate timing on the boost as well, because Nico's just going to tap away, finding 2 headshots, and Zaiwu, the last remaining, and he's got something to say about this round still. Backing up. Ooh, right through the car. You could see it coming. He's going to be put down right at the end, but a good couple of kills.
Yeah, that's making Faze pay to at least win the round, so that's pretty good. Well, what have we got now? Tied up. 6-6, 13th round is coming up. We've got the AWP back on Saivu, and I was wondering for a second if they wanted to go for any kind of a double-up scheme here. I don't think they will. Doesn't look like... Oh, they will indeed. Shock's just going to be without the armor, so that's a bit of a sacrifice, I suppose, but maybe it'll be worth it.
Last time he had it, it was taken down without any kind of a fight, and he peeked in towards mid and was dropped by an AK-47, so being a little bit more cautious this time. Slow start to the round for FaZe. They do have control of upper and lower dark.
Who's defending middle?
coldzera again
Jason?
looking for a push. Yeah, no one, again. A lot of space to work with. I thought you were trying to do a whole Abbott and Costello thing.
No. We already have enough chaos with this online stuff. Try and... Oh, are they going to push in? Oh, coldzera would love that. Even with the... Oh, in fact, there's 4 people without head armor and one of them without any armor at all on Vitality. This Galil could be really devastating with the Molotov as well, nearly bringing down Apex. There's the kill on him. The fire will spread and claim him, and a flashbang to set up the next one. Absolutely amazing entry out long for coldzera. Double kill for him, and now... Whoa. Oh, Saibu's going to fall back with the AWP, but they could, if they get the plant on 8, they don't need long. They could just ignore him down there for all they care.
I can't believe how much respect FaZe is giving to Zaiwu. They just killed 2 players at long. They know it's either, what, a 3-on-1 from Catwalk. Ooh, Zaiwu able to leg Rain. The nade comes out. Rain backs off just a little bit, but ooh, I can't believe he's alive. That brings him down to 3 HP. What a round coldzera's having. He's on for a quad kill. I thought he actually had 4 already. I thought this was going to be the ace, but he's coming back. He knows where Zaiwu's going.
That was well done from coldzera. The whole thing just lined up well. And actually, I mean, again, it's just such a small detail, but the fact that there were so many of them without head armor and everything else, I mean, that actually does become a bit of a problem. Yeah, they really were softened up quick. So 6-7 as FaZe overtake Vitality here on Dust 2, and we're getting into the last couple of rounds here. And they're back to pistols as well. Again, that one round was the 8th round or something, where the whole game changed a bit. I still think that's one of the critical rounds.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It was a nice back and forth affair earlier on. It was 5 rounds traded back and forth between the 2 teams. That led right into this 4-round streak that FaZe gets finally after taking control of the economy aspect. And Vitality have just had a couple rounds where they haven't even been able to fight. 2 or 3 rounds during this stretch where they just haven't had the resources to battle. 4 players stacked up at the B-bomb site, and it looks like FaZe is going to ensure themselves a lead going into the second half.
Yeah, which they've got sort of slow and steady, just grinding it out, and you could tell, even you can tell the way that they've been buying, even when they were losing some of these rounds earlier, they knew they had the pressure on the Vitality economy, so they kept doing it, and it kept getting exactly the right amount of reward. So the plan here, apart from obviously trying to win the rounds, has also just been, I think, a plan to pressure the CT side economy, and it's worked out pretty well. Saibu pushing through, hoping for someone to get over Celis and peek that angle, which nobody did. And I don't really know what they could possibly accomplish in this round, actually. If they could find Cold Zero up here and take the gun, that would actually be huge for them right now. They desperately need rifles.
Yeah, well, that was going to be the easy affair. Once they discovered him, the M4 not able to take down multiple opponents. So good trade by Masuta, good pickup by RPK, and yeah, they're going to need that, even with the full losing bonus stretching into their favor. So it'll be 8-6. The question remains now what the gap will be for Vitality going into the second half. Final round coming up. Good shot from Shots. Again, a nice little game of whack-a-mole. And there's 2 moles. The Moss is ready.
Yeah, the most exciting game of whack-a-mole we've seen in a while. With real moles.
Yeah.
It's the 15th round. They actually, that M4 again is real important to them. Gives them way more to work with. Double up, a lot of grenades. Head armor doesn't matter, they've all got AKs or an AWP, so we don't care about that so much. But one being tagged down the middle. And looks like they might want to try B again. It hasn't worked just yet. This kind of a rush, but they're going to do it one last time here. Defensive smoke once again. Some good flashbangs, and Masuta wishing for more backup. But they're in the CT spawn waiting for the minute. He's going to go for the spray, but Rain will take him down. And a nice shot from Shox. That's super impressive. Nearly taking the head off one. He's trying again. Third time in, and he hasn't connected with them just yet. So they make their way past in for a bomb plant here. And a 4-on-4 in the retake. Oh, never mind.
The nade. It's going to stop the plant. Yeah, it's a 3-on-4 now, but the big thing is the delay that causes. And now FaZe is going to have to fight for the safety to plant that bomb again. Cold Zero is going to step up to the plate with the cover of the Molotov, planting inside of the site, and Apex not making his move, waiting for his teammates to come back.
If Brokey goes down, this round might just go to Vitality. He will get a kill and fall back in. That huge RPK was the one with the grenades as well, so this is a little bit of a problem. And oh no, they're actually just shuffling around. I think Shox wanted to go back and pick some of them up, but he dies, and this is certainly going to be a 9-6 finish in favor of FaZe, even after a little bit of a hiccup being exploded while planting the bomb there. But that is a good result at the end. This will be a tricky second half now for Vitality. They just lost 6 rounds in a row to end the half with. Let's see how they do coming to the second half after the break.
Pretty much everything is new. The team, you know, the players.
I'm feeling very confident considering the practices we've had and the talks we've had.
Honestly, I'm just enjoying it a lot so far.
For a bit of a tight time here. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the fourth.
But just always, you just want to do your best. It's just in the nature of being a competitor.
Other teams need to look out for Mantu at the moment, just because he's unknown.
Mantu, he's like a new guy, pretty unknown. You know, he still has his whole career in front of him.
Mantu, he stops Defuse and takes Kenny!
Absolutely living the dream. I'd say the wild card is Isa. The emotion he has for the game and the passion.
He's like a true joker, and some of the things he says sometimes.
That might be what gives OG the final round. I think the standard quality is excellence. If something bad happens, we don't accept it. And in the end, it's gonna go for the better.
I'd say being international, a lot of diversity to the team. Some people might see it as an obstacle, and maybe it is in the beginning. Over time, it will get way better as we get to know each other and get to play.
NBK could be here to deny it, though. And sure enough, he gets the second. NBK with the clutch.
We have to have our standards higher.
Our expectations are quite high for the upcoming year.
Right now, it's our chance to prove that we're capable of beating these teams.
G2 is best described by a system. Their coach has gone about putting together a systematic approach to the game.
Momentum. I think when we are starting to have a strong momentum into a game, it's almost impossible to beat us.
We are playing like brothers, you know, we are talking too much and everything is fine. So like, I would say momentum.
Able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job! Oh, what?
has a unique approach with how G2 look at the game and decide what their strategy is going to be in the game.
We'll try to give our best always, and we'll try to win every next match.
He's coming! There's a chance for this, and he gets down to 1v2.
The player that all the other teams in this tournament need to look out for is Kenny.
Kenny is the guy who was the best player before, and it will be easy for us against everyone. Is it really if I say me?
Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot onto Volda.
Alec, because he's when he's studying, his shot is really impactful. It's a really huge benefit for us.
Amanek's gonna rush it. Whoa, his teammate. Amanek rocks the round.
We will try to give our best always, and we'll try to win every next match. I can say maybe top 5, top 3 on HLTV at the end of this year. To keep working, to keep practicing, and just to have good.
Nice try.
Nice try.
No kit? No time.
No kid.
I don't think he has time.
Let's find out.
No time.
Nice!
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 All right, good calls coming out. They saw that coming, even though there was a little bit of nervousness there, but they didn't need to be nervous. It was 9-6 in the first half in favor of FaZe. It was not really a good start, but they took 6 out of those 9 rounds, Jason. It just all in one block at the end. That's pretty amazing.
I like Rain in that little listen-in that we had where everyone's just like, I don't think he has time. And everyone's like, yeah, he probably doesn't have time. And Rain's just like, well, let's find out. It's going to happen in 3 seconds, so we'll wait and see. He's very calm and collected, that Rain.
Very Norwegian. I think they're a special kind of people.
Yeah, the only one I've really gotten to know super well is Vendetta, and he is a very unique human being. So Norway's a beautiful place, though.
Norway's a fantastically beautiful place. But Vendetta is not very Norwegian, I'd say. He's adapted sort of more an international mentality.
I don't know how people in Norway have actually gotten good at Counter-Strike, because it feels like you just want to be outside at all times. This is one of the most beautiful countries I've ever seen. Either way, that's enough of that. It is Counter-Strike time. Here we are, 9-6. FaZe on the CT side. Nico has the kit and 2 flashbangs. Apex has utility along with RPK. RPK's out towards longs. Apex is in upper dark. So this, I mean, just by the positioning at the moment, this could all change, but you'd feel like this would be a mid to B split. RPK's utility for the mid take. Apex using utility. Molotov could be for catwalk. He could flash in towards the B bomb site.
Challenging Cold in the middle. Ooh, he nearly overpeaks that. That could have ended very, very badly for Cold Zero. He's got the message. He's going to fall all the way back into the B-bomb site, and now they're going to go up Catwalk to check that out. Let's see where they actually end up in this round. They do have the smoke to secure, the first run of this so that they don't get tapped immediately, or at least that's what they're hoping. And that smoke is going to go up. A flashbang shortly to follow. Deep Molotov, and no flashbangs yet. There's one, but Rain saw that coming. Even Dots, he's just not afraid at all. He'll go down after one good kill. It's a good headshot. Bomb will be planted. Shox is in the middle still. And let's see if they can hold this. There are no smokes or any more grenades left for FaZe. So this retake, even if they get up there to try and defuse the bomb, is actually going to be really, really difficult.
It'll take some kills here on the cross. RPK almost gives himself up. That's Nico. Very precise. Good shot from Apex straight down, and the follow-up peek from RPK is perfect. And now all of Vitality pounced. That is a perfectly played post-plant.
Precisely.
Shut up.
That did work out really well. And again, I think the thing is, even if they'd got some kills and turned it into a 2-on-2, it would have had to have been one of those scenarios where one guy's defusing while the other guy's, trying to use his body to block him from getting killed. And that's just, whenever you get into that kind of territory, it's a bit weird. Scout in middle on Nico. Looked for a minute like Cyber was going to try and fight him through the mid doors. I don't know why you'd want to do that. Just, in case you went down. Big loss early on. They go out long, and then they fall away from it again, and now they're back down the middle. And 4 Deagles to follow up the scout, by the way, for the FaZe side. So Vitality could be sent off to a good start here if they could survive this round. They could tie up the scoreline, could feel maybe a little bit more confident. Let's see how it goes. Cole will get the 1, and a little bit of a trade, even though it does bring RPK low. It's just Brokey in the middle against 2, and he does get a swift headshot. Oh, and Nico.
Oh no. Yeah, this is doable. Even the tag on Shocks as he crosses. Great shots from Nico with the scout. And now the Galils are picked up. Bamas has the deagle. Nade in. A little bit more damage onto Shocks. They need to wait this out. That's going to put pressure on the retake to go very, very fast. But no, they pop flash through it. Shocks is so blind, and they don't realize he's there. Now the response, and he's surely going to get shut down. Nico with a nice double kill and an assist. And Faze respond immediately, and that has got to be heartbreaking, gut-wrenching for Vitality.
I really think it made a huge difference that, one, Shocks got tagged on the cross and he was the one with the Galil, and then also the fact that, you know, it's Saiwu that ends up at the back of the plateau with a scout. It's really not the ideal position to be doing a lot from, so some really small differences there that made a huge difference in outcome at the end. 10-7, and a must-win round for Vitality slipped out of their hands. And that was just good trading. I mean, down the middle early on when you see Cold getting a kill and then going down, and then the next thing happens to Brokey as well, you're thinking, well, yeah, they're just getting traded. But at the end of it, you know, the sort of accumulated effect of all those trades is really great, and all they needed was a little bit going their way, and suddenly it's a round for them. Man, they're far ahead now.
Yeah, they really are. Huge advantages, especially in this round. They have a man-up situation. Apex is hustled out middle, but he's maybe a step away from getting spotted by Coldzera. And it might be nice to bring his teammates over, but again, without utility, with no real weaponry, I don't see what progress they can possibly make. Apex backs off. And you can just see everywhere they go is a long-range fight. I think Apex is trying to pull the attention away from A defenders towards middle, maybe get someone to rotate to CT spawn, but they're not falling for it.
No, not at all. You know, one of the things that I was enjoying about Vitality's T side on Nuke, even if they did get beat up pretty badly, was still just that feeling I had all along that whenever they made calls, they followed through. Like, there wasn't that hesitation and that, you know, wandering around and not really committing to anything. If you can do this on a map like Dust 2 as well, that should be super beneficial. So I hope it hasn't gone away from them, because I think that's one of the ways in which you're going to have a shot at maybe doing this, even if it's looking slightly grim at the moment. So come up with a plan, do a bit of research, find out how many people are in middle, is there anyone on catwalk. But once you do whatever ground research you wanna do, come up with a plan and follow through. I really think any hesitation here where you sort of like you take a couple of fights. I mean, Faze have so much firepower. If you're going to be slowly fighting them, you're probably going to come out on bottom of that. Let's just see. Flash banged in, and that's an excellent peek, taking back catwalk control.
Yeah, really awkward timing for Masuta, and actually that spray was almost able to convert down onto Zaiwu as well, who had just barely jumped off catwalk in time. Instead, this turns into an impromptu mid to B split, and it might be perfect. Brokey's backing off. Coldzera's gone out towards mid, so Brokey's the only one in the bomb site. And this could be doable. Waiting on the other side of the smoke. Good kill from Coldzera. He'll come back now, and Brokey just needs to survive. He's got RPK. Coldzera's committed. They'll both eventually go down, but look at the HP. It should be an easy mop-up for Rain.
Yeah, flashed in as well. Shocks is so close to death. I mean, it's such a small point of criticism, but I don't know why it's Apex who's alone instead of the 3 in Upper Dark that initiate that fight, but I guess he wanted to just get like a, you know, walk through the smoke, get a kill in middle, and then that would have secured it. I just feel like it's probably the 3 people coming up that should have started that fight. Regardless, it was probably a low percentage round anyway.
I think that was the intention. I think Apex wasn't trying to initiate contact. He was kind of trying to cheat forward to be ready to pounce and really actually create a split out of that. And unfortunately, the timing was off. If he'd had teammates like kind of throwing utility and attacking, just making presence known, Coldzera likely would have turned, and that could have made that play very strong. But you are right. That's just a mistimed play through the smoke. And that's unfortunate, but a 5-round lead now for FaZe, and they're starting to run away with it. 3 in a row after losing the pistol.
Oh, Brokey walks into grenade in B. That's unpleasant. Not an enormous amount of money on FaZe. If you had to try and find a positive right now, maybe that would be a place to start. 5.5 on Bimas and same on Rain. That's more or less it. Smoke goes up, a counter Molotov, and they are going to run right through, leading with the bomb as well. So they're all in on this push. They're going to get the one trade. Oh, that's a nice shot. Apex taking down Cold Zero, and just like that, it's a 3-on-3. They got the AK, they got the M4. They have another HE and a flashbang as well, and Faze are kind of far away, and one of those retaking is going to be an AWP. There is a chance, and I wouldn't say it's a huge one, but a bit of one here that they want to flash their way out into a fight. They might actually go for it. They might just try and see if they could fight them outside. Apex, there's the flashbang, there's the swing, and it looked like they were ready, but a great spray from Saiwu getting a double kill, and now they need to stop fighting and just wait for Rain to show up. This is, oh, and he's going to fall back with the AWP. What a fantastic round out of Vitality.
Yeah, they finally make it work, and they steal one right back. That they needed that. Remember, Faze won a round just like that in the first half, so they've gone even in that regard of winning with a low pistol buy. And this is a smart decision for Rain to save. Look at the money on Nico. Look at the money on Brokey. They're pretty much flat out of cash. So that op can get dropped over. He can even drop a couple weapons, but that's pretty big to preserve what economy that Faze have at the moment, because most of it is going to get spent here in this round.
I love that decision to flash your way out into a fight. The problem with sticking around inside of those corners, right, is if they have grenades, and some of them are low on health, right? If there's a Molotov or an HE, it's entirely possible that that you know one of the three left just dies, and it's suddenly a lost round potentially. Saiwu, is he gonna sit inside the Molotov? It actually goes nowhere near him, so not even really necessary. Cold Zero up the middle, and he's gonna get caught by Masuta. Very, very important kill. I don't kind of like the play from Cold Zero anyway, but heads up play there on the French side.
Yeah, well, I'm amazed Nico's still standing here. He's really in danger. Double scope towards top mid. He can get peeked from below. No one watching on Catwalk, and he had a small chance to get that pick. Certainly he doesn't go back for more. Man advantage for Vitality, and unfortunately Apex gets blinded by that flashbang, so he can't clear close mid. And over to Catwalk we go.
Rain and Bama starting to congregate up at the A-bomb site. And actually pushing really far forward. Rain, this is such a beautiful place to get a really large multi-kill. If they can't make it out the smoke, you could stop all of them behind the first one. But, oh, actually, they shoot at him through the smoke. And now Bamaster's alone at the bomb site. And he needs to back up really badly. They're on the other side. Grenades come out. One good kill. Almost getting a second one. He's doing this so well. Has to stop and reload for a second. It's a 2-on-2. And they just can't find the kill on him just yet. He's going to get another one in there. Nearly defending the whole site on his own. And now Shox. He gets back around the corner. He doesn't get caught out in the open yet anyway. But how does he get a bomb plant here? 1-on-1 with 20 seconds.
The question is, how does Brokey play this? Does he use the Molotov? Not yet. Shox has no idea. What a peek! Missed the initial shot, but played it so well, it didn't even matter. That is a tough 1v1 for Shox to win, just because of how much time Bamas has bought his teammates to rotate in position, and Shox has no idea where safety is at that point. What, I mean, this is such a heroic stand. Just ducking every salvo that he sends out. He goes back and forth, staying alive, some nice headshots coming in. That's wild. And that's the kind of play from him that I like to see. When we mentioned earlier when we started this series that those two rookies, Bamas and Brokey, have been playing with, you know, so well that they've been able to be given more responsibility, probably ahead of what everyone thought they'd be ready for. Those are the kind of plays that I'm talking about when I say that they've earned that kind of respect from the veterans in Faze. That's some really cool stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to panic when you're back there and they're throwing grenades at you, and you know maybe in the back of your mind you think, if I just swing and take a fight right now, it's going to work out. But it's yeah, you're right. It's the time that he buys, and that last 1v1 against Shox. I mean, that's a perfect illustration of how much difference information makes in this game. Because Shox had, I mean, he didn't know where to plant to position himself. He had no idea where to go so that he had a bit of a chance. And I don't know. He just in the end he made a call and it was the wrong one this time. They're going to be back in action now. 13-8, a 5-round gap. Vitality, obviously, having already lost the first map, they need to go on an amazing run to have any shot at bringing the third map in.
Oh. Ooh, Nico is ready for that peek. Zaiwu thought he'd get cute. 13-8 and a 5-on-4 for Faze.
again, I actually love the determination there to try and make that work. That's a sort of a playmaking move right there. But when it doesn't work out, you're sort of left feeling a bit empty.
Yeah, it's not a great place to be in, especially considering your team only has 1 flashbang and 1 smoke, or 2 flashbangs now that he's picked it up, but 2 flashbangs and a smoke.
Yeah.
For the Vitality attack.
Especially having 1 flash for the 1 smoke for the cross is a real issue.
Yeah, well, thankfully they have a player in T-spawn, and they've had Apex wrap back towards top mid, so they can fall back if they need to. I think they'll just be happy with the long control that they kind of have. I mean, they do have control of it, but they lost a player for it. Nico, wider peek, and ooh,
yeah,
didn't really want to take that fight, but he saw the information.
That is one hell of a headshot. Misuta taking down Nico. He even knew they were coming. Now Rain up here. He's going to turn for it. He's only got the FAMAS, and that's not going to be good enough. A second kill. Another headshot coming out from Misuta. And this is such a good take. Considering what they had, I'm impressed they've even made it this far in. Now Apex is going to go back down long. He's got a Molotov all the way back there. They have no smokes. If it ever comes into a one-on-one, if he can throw that grenade far enough, that could actually be a huge way to win the round here. 3-on-3, and the retake is on. And this could be the last chance Vitality have of doing anything in this series. Misuta finally goes down. Good swing from RPK, but he was ready for a bit more, and Apex has to get closer. He has to get the 1 kill. And yeah, the Molotov, that's everything right on top of it. Being hunted down. He loses the fight. But Cold Syrup, he's got a kit. Is it going to be in time? He's almost running into the fire there. And I think he has it. In spite of the flames on top, with the kit as well. It's going to be 14 rounds. FaZe Clan, I mean, that was everything they had, Vitality. That was actually a great round out of them, but it wasn't enough.
This second half has actually been pretty close. 4 rounds that Vitality have lost have been bomb plants. FaZe has been put under a lot of pressure. This half is actually much closer than the scoreline would suggest. These are some great retakes coming out, and the last 2 retakes are coming down to just 1 single player alive for FaZe. So money is still not pretty, and that's maybe the final lifeline that Vitality has in this map, in this series. Oh my lord.
Hello.
Right, peace. They have to convert this economic situation. It's just, unfortunately, these past 2 rounds, Nico has found ZywOo as the opening kill, and they've been playing 4v5.
Yeah, I really think if you had to do like some like bullet points of what's been working for FaZe, opening kills is got to be, you know, amongst the top 2 or 3 at this point in time. Not that it's just the only thing that they're relying on, but it's as a tool to try and win a game. It's just so effective, and there are so many rounds where it started. Maybe not particularly in this fashion, but just in general with some good frags for the FaZe side.
Here we go. Rain up top, this time in the bomb site over this. Okay, that's the second time Misuta has found the equalizing kill in such a great fashion. He is just knocking people out. Last round it was Nico, this time it's Rain. Plant's gonna go down, and again a Molotov on RPK. But they're going to have 3 players at Catwalk. This is going to be a really tough retake.
Look at the money. I mean, it's 14-8, but they're just so far away is my point.
Yeah, but this bomb site, though, is very retakeable.
Brokey and Cold Syrup.
But maybe they can line up. They can line up and take all the guns out of the hands if they'd like. That's a big battle, and now the call to save, I think, is going to be made.
Yeah, they really weren't being that quick about it. I don't know if they were expecting a fight at long. Maybe they were sort of hoping that someone would swing for a quick kill and then they could go for it. You're right, though. Setting up for exits would still be kind of cool, although Brokey's alone here at the middle, so maybe he doesn't want to do too much either. He's low on health, so it'll be another round for Vitality. One that, again, with this kind of an opening was looking, again, maybe not that good. Misuta has had some incredible openings.
Yeah, he's done such a great job to get them back in these last 2 rounds. Finally, they're able to convert it, not able to wipe out the weapons, and that means there's still a lot of danger on the map if you're Vitality. AWP on Nico, and he's found 2 opening kills in the past 2 rounds with that op. Brokey has the M4, Bamas has the FAMAS, and you have to think Coldzera and Rain are going to buy up around these weapons, so still a pretty powerful arsenal for FaZe to work with.
24th round. That money on Faze is interesting. They're just at that spot where the game could quickly become really uncomfortable for them if they end up losing the rifles they have here. I mean, if this one is another victory for Vitality, it'll be 10-14. If they lose all the rifles, then they probably get up to 11 or maybe even close to 12 before Faze are really looking dangerous again. That is so quick for Nico, man. He just catapulted up while boosted. He made a perfect jump to get there. Cold Sierra down and low will take down Apex. Oh, I'm getting real nervous now. Nico is there. Can he get the refrag? He nearly does. That could have been a great setup to steal around.
That's a missed opportunity for Nico. Coldzair was tucked into that corner by the box just so Nico could cover him and get that pick. And if that had happened, Jesus, what a start to the round it would have been. Nico's about to get smoked off, which leaves Brokey alone with an M4. And I don't know what he's going to be able to do. I think you have to rely on Brokey to deliver something special and see if you can make the retake happen from there. Oh, and he's going to do it. Bomb is down, and if he hadn't folded, he might have been getting a triple.
RPK takes him down eventually, but yeah, you asked for something special, and you got exactly what you wanted. Big double kill as they come out the middle. RPK will take another kill, but now it's Shocked in 1 versus 2, and they're going to double peek him. Round is taken away anyway, as FaZe will get to 15, and series point. That is huge. And look at the money for Vitality. That's maybe the worst part about this. They can't even put up a really good fight, can they?
I can't believe Brokey's done it again. They were all focused towards CT spawn. There's not a single person looking towards the bomb site. Nobody covering deep from middle. Shocks had already disappeared to the double doors to guard the flank, and it's too soon for that. You need to help the teammates get into that bomb site. Some miscues on that execution. Man, I'm so excited that Nico's playing this well at the moment because we were begging to have Nico back in contention to be one of the best players in the world. Yes. It's perhaps the biggest thing we missed last year in 2019 between ZywOo and Simple. And if we're going to have this Nico for the rest of the year, it is going to be exciting times down the stretch.
It's just great to see FaZe actually functioning so well as a team. I mean, just as a whole, you have to really enjoy it. Nico, speaking of which, getting another kill and flicking over and taking down ZywOo. And there's no chance here. Shocks in a 1 versus 3. I don't know how he's meant to be doing this. Molotov really won't help him at all. And
drop.
Yeah, might as well drop and fight. I mean, the chances of him getting a bomb plant while locked in and fighting his way out is pretty much zero. Well, look who's waiting for him. It's Cold Sierra, and it's going to be 16-9. A 2-0 victory for FaZe as they bring down Vitality. Great game overall. I actually think it was a really, really fun match. Maybe less so for Vitality, but yeah, it's fun to see FaZe functioning at such a high level. I'm sure the analysts will have enjoyed it as well, and we'll get to them after the break, so stay tuned.
NAVI, described by chaos.
That's an easy kill right there.
NAVI are going to be an actual challenger this time around.
But here comes Simple!
I believe that we can win any of these teams.
Force him to walk forward, and that's it!
I have high hopes for them. I think that replacing Zeus was something that was inevitable. He knew he had to step away.
Firepower. I think we have the best team as an individual.
And it's going to be an easy 2-piece because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
But definitely the wild card has to be the new guy, Perfecto.
Electronic is the player that everyone needs to be scared of. One of the best players that I played with.
Can he stand tall one last time? He lines them all! No! A beautiful spray!
I feel like their standout characteristic for NAVI is its potential.
Say surprise. Everyone is tired of losing, and we just want to prove that we can win tournaments, we can challenge best team in the world.
Armor.
Oh! Simple, but Device is lying in wait, and Simple's ready for that as well!
And I think it's the most that I want, just to show everyone their place and just to play our best A+ game.
We're like a very momentum-based team. Like as soon as we get like rolling, we're unstoppable. There's just no way that we're not gonna win trophies. Anything you do, you just can't stop us.
I haven't really gotten to see that Liquid. I've seen a Liquid that goes deep into tournaments, but I haven't seen that Liquid that dominated tournaments.
Last year it was a little rough. We had a big downfall the second half of the year. So this year we're just looking forward to have a more stable high than a really low low.
They're one of those teams where we saw having time off doesn't help them.
I think that Twist, like when he's going off, like he's just going off.
Runs forward, grabs himself that AK, but Twist takes down Faze.
He is a monster.
I think Twist is our wild card.
I'm keeping an eye on him. I think that he's going to be one of the players that could really be the card that sets Liquid above the rest.
Player that people need to look out for on our team is Stewie 2K. I know that like all the pro scene like really respects him, but I think the like general public doesn't as much, and he's a really good player. If we had to pick out one, I think everyone has the same person in mind. I think it's going to be Leash.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second.
You know, looking at him from the outside in, he still has a lot more potential to grow as a player, and he still has a hunger, so I can see him being higher up in the ranks this year.
It's hope. That'll be the word that I'll choose to sum up Liquid, right? That hope that they will be the ones to return and hoist the flag once again at the top of the peak.
Let's go, Liquid!
NiKo, a convincing 2-0. Most impressive on Nuke as well. They started to make a kind of reasonable comeback, but it never really looked like you guys lost it. And I got to say, this young man in BMAS, he continues to impress me. How good does this feel, especially on Dust 2, a map that can often kind of get taken away from you, even if it is your pick?
Yeah, it feels good. We played really good CS today. Don't remember last time we played this good. We didn't let it slip away either. We managed to close out the both maps pretty good. So, and BMAS played great, which helped us a lot. BMAS and Rain carried through the Nuke, I would say, and it was me and BMAS on Dust. So BMAS played great throughout the whole series, and he was the big help today. It's a lot easier to play when he is on such a good individual level, because he just feels more freedom and that he can talk more and just have more input when he's playing good, because he's still kind of inexperienced. So it means a lot to him when he's playing good, and it's a bit he just struggles a little bit when he's playing not to his level, because he thinks too much, because he wants to show his best level all the time, and that's the thing we are working on right now with him.
Now, the great thing about, and I want to just stay on BMAS a little bit longer, because I did an interview with him today. He was super chill during all of that, didn't seem to handle pressure things. But when he's with you guys, do you see it's been this is now the 27th map you guys have played with him. Can you see just this constant progression and him just soaking up this information? What's it like for you to deal with that as an in-game leader?
Yeah, it's way easier to play right now with him, because he's just getting used to all the positions, and he's still learning a lot, which is really good. And it was very hard in the beginning, because it was very hard to fit him in the role that he got instantly right. We didn't know how to use him. Now we are just trying to use him kind of as an explosive entry figure. Just let him run in first, let him spray transfer everyone. So we are still trying to switch up some roles, but he's still mostly just getting used to all of the role he had. But he's doing it way better than he did at the start, which was kind of reasonable, because he has never played competitively, and he has never really gotten his role in this team. So it took some time for him to learn it, and you could just see how much better we're playing as a team, not just as individuals, when he got some time to fit into the team. So that's the reason why we're just playing better CS. It's not like we're just popping off headshots every left and right. It's just we are playing better CS as a team as well, and that allows our individuals to play better as well.
Outside,
he heard me. He's there.
Outside mid and B.
Right side.
Close door.
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 Door dead.
Close. It's tagged with Diggle once.
Nice!
I love that interview with NiKo. That was some in-depth access to the behind the scenes that we don't often get from the captains. Usually it's, the by the rote answers, the kind of we played a good game, etc. That was fantastic. And really, what did we take away from that? To me, it seems like the young guns are really starting to fit in, and the whole team is rising because of it. At least that's what we took away from NiKo there.
Yeah, absolutely. This Faze lineup look legit. They really look legit, and the integration of the two youngsters, Brokey and BMAS, well, they keep impressing us all the time. I've tweeted it. I think Brokey is on his way to be, or rather becoming, an amazing clutcher. I just like how simple and efficient he plays. Bimus, very solid. I agree with Nico. He had an amazing series right here, topping the stats on the first map and on Dust 2 as well. So it looks great for them. They look very legit. Don't get me wrong. I'm sad for Vitality, but they look legit.
I was going to say, man, you said a bit flat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Listen, it's not
where are we
been a
going
good
with this
day.
one?
It's not been a good day. You know what? We can just roll the clip. I have to show you some of the things that Vitality do wrong. It's part of my job, right? So let's just dive right into this one. This is the Intaiko of the second half. Look at the scoreline. It's 9-7. Vitality, they have everything to come back. Here, where is the flash? It's just nowhere. Coldzera gets a free kill. That's a 4 versus 4. Okay, thinking to myself, this is fine. Here should be a flash for Brokey. Well, there's no flash as well. Apex falls. What you don't see is that the smoke is missed. So Nico now gets a kill through that smoke that is missed over here. He gets a tag because of that missed smoke. And now it's a 3 versus 2 in an Intaiko round when Vitality had all the possibilities in the world to come back into this game. Faze, as they've done this entire series, they take the opportunity, they do the retake to get across the smoke. Kills Zaiwu. Shucks has a chance but doesn't take it, and with it, the dreams of Vitality and my happiness, really.
Your prediction, I guess, too.
And my prediction,
you tied
too.
your happiness so closely to your prediction. Chad, are you feeling a little bit more happy over there on that side? I see a lot of grinning on your side, and don't worry, we don't have a gun to his head. He's not being held hostage or anything. You know, it's legitimately happy Chad.
Yeah, surprisingly, right? I don't know where this came from. But look, FaZe right now, I feel like I could make an argument that they're the best team in the world at this moment, right? And that seems ridiculous to say with BMAS only playing 27 maps. I can't believe that fact. James pointing out in the interview there with Nico is insane. He's only played 27 maps. He's never competed before, and he's playing Counter-Strike at this level. And just to grab more of Nico's interview, they had to fit him into his roles. This kid didn't even get an opportunity to start playing in his roles. They're only getting him more comfortable now, right? The communication for these boys, it has to be on point. The level of work that they're putting on in, it has to be insane, because what I'm seeing coming out from FaZe is not just the superstars that we used to label them of run around and headshot. It's team-based Counter-Strike. There's fantastic decisions with the in-game leader Nico in the mid rounds. They're making good calls on them on their own to delay and, you know, stay alive and make plays. And they're flashing for each other. That is amazing. They're flashing for each other at every turn. That is what you want to see. The fundamentals are on point.
We were thinking about that earlier. I was like, what would happen if, you know, you would put Simple or something on FaZe and they just keep putting in crazy talent, right?
No.
Eventually make that 5
Stop
star.
it. Stop it
I
right
was
here.
just thinking.
No.
I mean, Simple's gonna ride or die with Navi. I guess that's what's gonna happen. He's just got a contract, you know, that's like ironclad, and he's not going anywhere. Even though I'm probably pretty sure that he could probably play on an international roster like this. But like the fact that now you've got these superstars, you've got these monster veterans, and it seems like perhaps Ego's starting to not play as big a role if they're flashing and playing as a team and taking the time to bring up the youngsters. Or are we getting ahead of it? Am I reading too much into this?
Yeah, it might be just a little bit. The fact that you would like to see Simple FaZe makes me think of Real Madrid in football at some point.
No. That was like the thought experiment in terms of like if we were to push this as far as it can go, right?
Well, the thing is, if you can separate talent and teamwork and selflessness, right? If you can have a talented, extremely talented player then become a part of a structure and put the team before him, then sure, by all means, just bring all the superstars together and make it work. The thing is, in Counter-Strike, it doesn't always happen like that. Some people want to be in front of the screen, they want to be the stars, and rightfully so for some of these players which are superstars, but there need to be a level of selflessness, as I say, and the team should always come first. The round should always come first. So FaZe right now, they have a good thing going on. The structure seems to be working, the role seems to be working. I'm getting excited, I'm getting hyped for this lineup.
Chad, you can follow up because I was looking for you to save me there because I was about to just go boop and just like pop this balloon that Maniac was starting to build for himself of like happiness and just bring him back down. Bring him back down to reality.
I can bring him down. I can bring him back down
a little bit.
I can definitely do that, right? If Vitality are frustrated like what we clearly see in the cameras just there, then I think they need to readdress what type of Counter-Strike they want to play. Because if they want to play fast CS, it's going to be frustrating Counter-Strike. Snowballing, momentum-based CS in the modern era, it's not going to work every game, right? You might pull off an upset. You might beat a team like FaZe on any given Sunday if their individuals aren't playing well. But FaZe are playing by-the-book Counter-Strike, while Vitality are trying to play this very quick game. And we saw those unforced errors. Maniac pointed out perfectly in that clip. That happened multiple times. There was lots of occasions where they rushed situations, there were gaps in smokes, they were looking the wrong way. The flight paths, the understanding of where they need to be watching, it's not there when you play quick CS because it's not formulaic, right? Nobody can possibly know what they need to do in a situation that just appears out of nowhere. And that's the way, in my mind, that Vitality plays CS. And unfortunately, I don't see that as being a long-term payoff, right? Zywoo, unfortunately, you can't get the most out of him if you're not setting him up. And it's just going to be in flux. Can they win against good teams? Yes. Can they do it consistently? No.
Well, one man that was influential in bringing this together for Vitality, he was supposed to be really that guy who's going to frag and be there to bag Zywoo up, was Shoxy. And we managed to get a hold of the god after the match.
Do you know what, Shox? Even after a loss, you're always still at least positive in how you sound. That's what I love about you.
we try too. Anyway, you can't do anything after it's done, you know. So you can be sad, you can be angry during the game. It's understandable because you can still do something to react. But after the game, what can you do? It's over. So.
All right, we'll keep on going with this. So, Nuke, right, it was your pick, and FaZe, they managed to get such a good start on that. What was going through your minds at this point? Because they got 11 rounds in the row, even though you guys started off with the opening rounds.
Yeah, definitely. I spoke some days ago that how we need to enter properly the game, and this day was definitely not a good one. Specifically in this day. So that's the first thing. And secondly, I think they also didn't play as we were expecting. So it just make us a bit of trouble. And and that's pretty much it. You know, you are not entering properly the game. You are a bit sloppy, and the opponent is giving you some good fight you were not always prepared for. 11-4.
Well, it's tough to hear, Shoxy. You can see even the emotion that's in there, man, when the loss comes through. But that's it for Vitality, at least as far as this is concerned. Now they drop down to the lower bracket. They're not done yet, and so still a lot of work to be done for that team. So we'll see how they perform, obviously, going forward as we take a look at the brackets. So Faze versus Complexity next. That's gonna be sick in the upper bracket. And well, we're going to see NIP Vitality, where those teams are pretty evenly matched right now. Although it seems like NIP were able to eke it out last time around.
I mean, they've played probably about 26 times in the past 4 weeks. I'm not even lying to you. They have played so many best of threes that this is going to become a slugfest of mind games. It's going to be Extras versus Threat, the Veto, the Mavs, the Strat, the Anti-Strat, the Pistol rounds. This is going to get mind games all the way.
I'm a bit worried we have to lose either G2 or NAVI very quickly. Those were the two other names up with FaZe Clan, who I thought were the real contenders to be the top 3 in this one right here. Obviously, the slip up from NAVI today, not looking anything like themselves, and the Complexity looking hot to trot. I'm curious to see how Complexity match up against FaZe if FaZe play like they did today.
All right, and as far as predictions are concerned, gentlemen, well, this one was pretty clear cut, pretty straight. Oh, wait. Oh, shoot. What happened? Anders, I'm not surprised. I mean, he's crazy. But Maniac.
Listen.
It hurts, right?
I'm currently paying the price of the terrible first day I had, which meant that I had to go with an aggressive tactic today. I don't regret the risks I've taken, but I'm just going to say this. For the rest of this event now, I've accepted my fate. I'm not going to win, so I'm going to play the numbers. I'm going to play the rationality, and my predictions will get better. But today I took risks. The Navi one, no one really saw it coming. The Vitality one, I know where I was getting into. Like, I went into the wall with my eyes wide open. I knew there was a risk.
The Liquid one's not bad.
The Liquid one is a decent one, right? There is a possibility.
Oh, sure. I think that when we get to that match later, there's definitely a possibility.
There's definitely a possibility. I think, yeah, good luck. Yeah. All right. We are going to go ahead and take a break because we're not done yet here. We've got the North American match coming up after this. It's going to be a best of 3 between Furia and Team Liquid. And with the desk split, once again, I think things are going to get spicy. But that is starting at 23:30 CET. The match goes live then. We go live here on the desk at 23 CET. And so, guys, we got a little bit of a break ahead of ourselves here. We're going to be back in roughly an hour and 15 minutes or so. So go get some dinner or, lunch or breakfast, wherever you are in the world, and we'll see you then.